Hello, everybody, and welcome to our PC Cup for this Saturday, March 29th. I am Courtney, also known as Wiglier, and I'm here with the lovely.
Tyson, hi everybody. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you, Courtney, for bringing us into this cup and challenge. That's right, we're gonna have both today. Unsure which is first, but we have both of them, and they're gonna be great today as we get into our Swiss rounds. We have four of those, I believe, today. Unsure on the exact amount of players, but we're gonna have tons of amazing VG action for you guys today. Into a top cut later, so make sure you stick around the entire time to watch tons of VGC action. But Courtney, thanks for leading us in. I'm super excited to get into today's game. What are some things you're looking forward to seeing today? I think the meta right now is super wide open, and after a lot of the regionals that are happening, and I believe the Australian regional that's happening right now
Mm-hmm.
as well, there's tons of different meta developments. What are some things that maybe you are looking forward to seeing at today's challenge?
Well, I will say that the one thing I'm not looking forward to is Cali Ice because Calyrex Ice Rider is not my favorite horse. Let me tell you that. But I really have been fascinating. I've been playing a lot of ladder and things like that recently to prepare for the Atlanta Regional Championships. And I'm really excited to kind of see how Miraidon is going to continue to evolve into this kind of ecosystem because it's had such a stronghold. But I feel like I'm a Calyrex Shadow Rider girl. So, I love her, and I love pairing it with Clefairy and Amoonguss. But I've been really fascinated in this whole Miraidon shenanigans and kind of seeing from Stockholm previously, and then now Brisbane. It's been really fascinating to kind of see how the developments have been with this regulation. I feel like it's not it's not like same old, which has been really fascinating. And also, I don't want to see muck. Sorry,
Yeah,
Eric. No muck, please. No muck, please. But a Smeargle, I'll take any day. What about you?
yeah, hopefully no muck in today's rounds to keep us up. I know I don't want to be playing that match if I'm the other opponent there, but you mentioned Miraidon, which I think is an interesting topic because not only has there been a lot of innovation in the team, but the same Rutabaga team that has kind of been this prevalent monster, people have already been comparing it to, or they know it as the staple team of Scarlet and Violet, very similar to something like Rinya Sun from Sword and Shield, but I think it's kind of developed its own niche now. It's kind of gone a tier above that. It's allowed so many players to innovate off of it, but the core team itself, those six Pokemon, have kind of stuck around and kind of cemented this format where if you can't beat that, then the team's probably not good. Like that's just how good it is.
Yeah,
And it's
no,
really, really cool to see the tools that people have tried to come up with to maybe beat out the Miraidon players. But yeah, if you don't have an answer to Miraidon, you're going to be kind of tough out of luck.
literally out of luck. That Miraidon, I guess we're not talking about the debate, Miraidon over Koraidon. I think Miraidon is kind of showing that it might be the better legendary. But I will say, I'm a Scarlet girl through and through. So Koraidon still always has my heart. But I think you're 100% right. I think we've really kind of developed into that being the staple team. But it's really been fascinating to see how many people have innovated away from that and have started using a lot of different restricted. And one restricted in particular is Lunala. Lunala has started taking over, and no one thought that that beautiful bat would do some crazy things, especially when you're talking about in Stockholm with Michael Kelsch really going crazy and winning Stockholm back to back with a hard trick room team. That's not something that we would see often, especially with that Rutabaga team being so prevalent in this ecosystem as well. What are your thoughts about Lunala? I have to know because I'm a Lunala fangirl.
Lunala is like an interesting piece where I think after its regional win, it kind of had the perfect storm in that regional and that top cut, if you had to ask me. I think the expanding force pressure as well as the meteor beam to boost up its special attack to make sure that you're getting off those super effective, or sorry, excuse me, the strong expanding forces with terrain and the +1, you're doing so much damage. And then not only that, but a lot of the comparisons that people have been making is Lunala to something like the Terra Shield from Terapagos, where you kind of absorb a hit and you're still able to fire off. And with Lunala's kind of subpar typing with the Ghost and Psychic, it's really good to have something like the Shadow Shield. And it's really funny because a lot of people talk about how Terapagos is kind of power crept Lunala, where it's any hit is made into this non-effective hit. and it like absorbs the damage and the shield. But with Lunala, it's only against super effective hits. But I think there is kind of a balance there where Lunala is a ghost and a psychic, so you're immune to big hits like the close combat from Urshifu, where Terapagos, once you get rid of that shield, something like a fake out into a close combat could be doing so much damage into Terapagos. But with Lunala, that's not really an option. You kind of have to go around it other ways. And with how the Lunala teams are built as well, they kind of lean into the Trick Room or Tailwind mode, so you can kind of play around both. While Tropicos kind of has to play around Tailwind, if any speed control at all. They like to opt into those bouncy kind of cores with the double fake out and the redirection and just kind of play that game of pivoting, protecting, switching out. You know the cycle. We're going to be here all day if I have to explain it, but
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. And I think Terapagos is a great Pokemon to talk about too, because I have never been a Terapagos player personally. But it's been really fascinating to see how it's kind of fallen off much more than we've even seen, especially like Terapagos, and another notable one is Zamazenta. Zamazenta. So my goodness, I can't even say it. But it's been really fascinating to see how these Pokemon have not really been able to keep the same momentum in this regulation as when it started. And so I think really when we're talking about Terapagos, having almost Lunala come in and say, yo, I'm the new one here and we're taking over is really, really, really fascinating to me. But also kind of the key pivotal places as like in Pokemon with it too, especially when we're talking about Ogre Pond and seeing how I feel like when I really started to get into VGC, is that Wellspring Mask Ogre Pond was just so prevalent and I loved using it. But now I haven't seen a Wellspring Ogre Pond in a minute. Now we've got
she's
our
gone.
Hearthstone. I know, and it makes me so sad. I love the sad girl. I do, like, truly do. But it's been really interesting to see how people are using this sturdy tech for Ogre Pond and also the Hearth Flame. It's just been really fascinating to kind of see how Ogre Pond's transformation has really come through as well. I just love Ogre Pond. I'm an Ogre Pond
Yeah.
fangirl. What can I say?
Absolutely, and I think Ogerpon is going to be one of those Pokemon that we'll see in VGC for a very, very long time. As long as the masks are allowed in the game, which I don't see why they wouldn't, as like the Urshifu scrolls allow you to not only bring Urshifu water, but Urshifu dark as well. I think with the masks that allow Ogerpon so much flexibility. I mean, you talk about Wellspring, but we haven't seen Teal Mask at all, I think. Teal Mask is just the OG gone. Hasn't even had the time of day. Wellspring is, it's like it was there a little bit, but I think people realize that you don't need to have something like Water Absorb to directly beat the Urshifu. You can build your Ogre Pond bulky with the Hearthflame in specific that you mentioned. You could kind of go bulky like on Justin Tang's team, on the Roaring Moon team. You were able to just go impish on that team, and with the amount of bulk you had on that Ogre Pond, it was able to eat the Urshifu hits anyways. And instead of absorbing, now your Trostalization into water, you have something more offensive with fire, and you're getting another +1, which I think is a lot more impactful than getting the +1 special defense from something like Wellspring.
Oh no, 100%. And I think also when we're talking about all the different kind of other pivotal mons, of course, we need to also include our pride and joys, Incineroar and Rillaboom. The two that work in tandem are fake out goats, truthfully, in my opinion. And it's been fascinating to see how Incineroar has continued to just be that pivotal Pokemon there as well. But honestly, what we're talking about, Rillaboom, I've not seen it on the field very much anymore, which has been fascinating because Miraidon is such a prevalent Pokemon in this regulation with that electric terrain. And for me, when I'm thinking Rillaboom, I'm thinking I have to bring it into Miraidon, because if not, I lose my terrain, I lose my control, and I lose my momentum. But when really watching these past few regionals, it's been fascinating to see that not a lot of people are using Rillaboom anymore. And it's just been really interesting to kind of see on that side of things. I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, my favorite grass is Amoonguss. Come on.
Mine too.
Our
I
favorite
love
vegetable.
Spore. Like they definitely need to nerf it, but Spore is an amazing move, and I love putting my opponent to sleep. I love Rage Powder. I love Pollen Puff. That guy just has every single thing. You could run Leaf Spore, Leaf Storm, and Sludge Bomb too if you want offensive power too. That guy can just do everything.
Sludge Bomb all the way. No Leaf Storm. No Leaf Storm.
But Amogus is definitely one of those pivotal tools. I think as long as you have a grass type on your team, you're kind of set. And you mentioned Rillaboom, but I think between Rillaboom, Amogus, and Ogerpon, as long as you have one or even two of those, a lot of the time we see on teams, you're kind of balanced out and you're able to use any of those tools to kind of get around Miraidon, because where you aren't able to reset terrain with something like Rillaboom, you have a redirection in things like Ogerpon or the Amoonguss as well, kind of forcing them into something like a Draco meter where they have to stay in or switch out next turn, either at -2 or they have to switch out. So the Rhino player has to make some choices there. I think what's also cool that we've seen with these Miraidon teams as well is they've gone faster. So a lot of them have actually decided to opt out of going either modest or timid and just picked one or the other, and then they go like max in HP and then like a lot in speed as well. They've kind of ran these bulky and quick Miraidons instead of the hard-hitting powerhouses, because they've kind of accepted the fact that we're probably not one-shotting everything on the field. People have kind of figured out how to play against Miraidon, so we're going to go for bulky so we're able to live the hit and then, do another one back. And it's really interesting to see how spreads have changed, because we've had so much time with this format as well. We are switching over to the next format, I believe, in about a month from now, but for right now, where the meta is kind of going, it's so cool to see the different spreads that have come out of these different Pokemon, even though we've seen the same kind of teams play out throughout the regulation.
Oh, 100%. And I also think when we're talking about like all of the different type of regulations and things like that, I think one of the Pokemon that we have to keep in mind that probably will continue to be one of the most notable Pokemon in each regulation is Urshifu. And going back into Stockholm and seeing those day 2 stats, having it over 50% is mind-boggling when we're talking about Urshifu. And especially when talking about how so many trainers are still running Urshifu and how just pivotal of a Pokemon it is, no matter if it's rapid strike or single strike. It's just how much it can go ahead and go through Pagos and all those different types of things too. So I think when we're talking about those pivotal Pokemon that we're going to see over and over and over again, it's been really fascinating to see how Urshifu maybe has sometime gone down a little bit, but has continued to retain that top stop. Let's say every other regional, things like that. Sometimes they want to get back seat, kick up their feet
Yeah.
a little bit, but then they come back
I
ready
think an
to strike.
overall theming in Pokemon is consistency. And when you have a tool like critical hits on Urshifu with the Unseen Fist as well, being able to go through Protect and guaranteed damage with those critical hits, even if you're hitting into a resisted hit with Surging Strikes, for example, if I know I'm guaranteed to do 1/3 to a Rillaboom with my Surging Strikes, I will take that any day over a random roll or whatnot. The
Mhm.
consistency in Urshifu is really what allows it to shine, and its flexibility in sets as well. You have things like the Stellar Terrestrialization with a Focus Sash if you want to hit as hard as possible. You have bulky Urshifu as well with the Mystic Water. I've even seen things like Goggles sometimes if you want to get around Amoonguss if you really don't have another Amoonguss answer. But Urshifu is just such a consistent tool, and I'm really happy to see it play out. I know this is a hot take. I love Urshifu. I don't love what it does to the game, but I love Urshifu as a Pokemon. That's a hot take, but I do love my fighting bear. Going through Protect is amazing, and I think in Sword and Shield when it was introduced, it got its time to shine, but not nearly as much in Scarlet and Violet, because in Sword and Shield you had things like Dynamax that weren't able, like you were able to hit a lot easier, but in Scarlet and Violet, with every Pokemon not able to gain maybe a large amount of HP besides something like Terapagos, you're able to just do so much damage. And even if you trade a Surging Strikes into something like, again, a Rillaboom or something, and you're able to live a hit back, like that's all you can really do. And that consistent damage, as I said before, is really what Urshifu excels at. And then not only that, but it can go through Protect. And I think if things like Terapagos are having to go bold to eat a close combat, I think that says something about Urshifu.
No, you're very right. You're very right. And I think you are correct. Urshifu is that bear. What can we say? Our fighting bear. But I think also when we're kind of talking about very notable Pokemon, I think Pokemon we also have to kind of keep in mind is maybe the unsung heroes that we've been seeing, especially kind of grow in the momentum of these regionals. And I think one really fascinating one for me, as I woke up bright and early to watch Stockholm because I'm going to the Atlanta Regional Championships and I'm trying to prep as much as I possibly can. So I'm watching what everyone is doing. But I think one Pokemon that really surprised me, especially when going into day 2 of Stockholm Regional Championship, is Smeargle. Smeargle had 14% usage rate in day 2 in Stockholm. And I felt like I got thrown, it was a blast from the past. I was like, what is happening? Why is our painter coming back into the scene? So I think it's been really fascinating to kind of see Smeargle make that resurgence, and especially with these different types of teams as well. So I don't know how much we will see it kind of going into maybe the future and especially into the next regulation, but it has been really fascinating to kind of see how it's been playing out more. And how many pivotal Pokemon trainers are actually using Smeargle and all the different techniques with it as well. But come on, you gotta love Smeargle. Come on,
Yeah.
come on.
You mentioned Painter, and Smeargle has kind of painted this picture as like kind of an evil mastermind, where a lot of the older players will paint this picture with Smeargle that he is this this terrifying beast, and he was when he had access to things like Dark Void, but now in Scarlet and Violet he doesn't have access to moves like that, but he still gets things like Spore and Follow Me and Fake Out, which are all volatile tools still, even on their respective Pokemon. You mentioned the Incineroar and the Rillaboom and the Amoonguss. This guy can do all those things. Well, Follow Me he gets from Ogerpon. So Ogerpon, Incineroar, and Amoonguss. He can do all three of those things. Yes, he doesn't have the stats to live the close combat, but you have Focus Sash for that. So you can Fake Out into Spore, and not only is it a Spore, but it's a fast Spore, and then Follow Me as well. And he can kind of do anything. Like, I've even seen ones with Taunt or Wide Guard, and you can literally run any move on him. So the fact that you can do that is he's kind of this perfect splash on a lot of teams if you're able to fit him on there. You do have to kind of play him smart, though. Like, you can't Fake Out Spore is an option, but your opponent can react to that. So you have to really be smart how you're positioning it, because he only usually gets like 2 turns on the field. So getting the most out of those turns is really what allows Smeargle to shine, for example, on Michael Kelch's team.
Oh yeah. Well, I think, and also when we're talking about kind of that fake outs for kind of like Copendum, like I think also another Pokemon to talk about that kind of does a little bit similar, but not necessarily the same, is Clefairy. And Clefairy had the same amount of usage in day 2. They both ended at 14.3% of our day 2 players in Stockholm. And I think Clefairy also plays that pivotal support, especially when we're talking about with teams like Calyrex Shadow Rider, and making sure that that friend guard is always there. It's like you got a friend in me, kind of throwing it back to like Toy Story. What can we say? And like maybe I sound like a broken record about saying, oh, I love this Pokemon, but Clefairy with the Follow Me animation, there's nothing better than Clefairy. Come on, you can't say no to this. And I think it's been really fascinating to see how Clefairy has continued to really maintain that pivotal Pokemon kind of ecosystem around it, and even going from when the start of this entire regulation, and even regulations prior to that, about how pivotal it is to have Clefairy right next to it, doing those Follow Me's, and even some people doing some crazy things like Sing. I've never been brave enough to use Sing on Clefairy, truthfully. But even the After You kind of strats as well, especially when we're seeing Trick Room becoming such a pivotal kind of piece in this regulation, especially towards the tail end of it. And so I've been I've been playing around with Clefairy a little bit, seeing how After You is, because I do, like I said, I love my Calyrex Shadow Rider. And so trying to figure out what will be the best move sets for it. But having both of them being at the same percentage in Stockholm was really fascinating to see, and how people are using both of them, that they're kind of similar, but they're also vastly different, because Clefairy is very bulky. It can take those hits, but also can I just do some similar things to Smeargle. But I don't know. I just love Clefairy. I will say I'm a Gen 1 believer. I love Clefairy. And Friend Guard, come on. Come on.
Yeah, and I think Clefairy is a perfect example of another one of those Follow Me users where it's not as consistent as something like the Ogerpon, I think, but I definitely think with the Friend Guard and the After You mentioned, it definitely has a niche, especially on something like those Calyrex Shadow teams where they like to go faster usually. So if you are able to get a Follow Me and redirect some damage away from that so you can and you're firing off those fast attacks, or even after you under something like Trick Room, and you're able to attack with your Calyrex Shadow first, making sure you're getting off that damage. I want to kind of redirect the conversation away from Clefairy into the horses. I know Ice Rider is a little bit of a touchy subject, but I think both of the horses are also contenders for some of the best restricteds that we've seen throughout the meta. Well, I mean, we talk about Miraidon, you talked a little bit about Koraidon, but these horses are here to stay, I think. And again, another addition from Sword and Shield. All I'm saying is we're 3 for 3 right now. Urshifu, the horses, Calyrex as well. Technically 4 because Calyrex rides on both the horses. So maybe it's, what is that? Calyrex, Glacier, Calyrex is the little green guy.
Yes.
Spectre, Glacier, Calyrex, Urshifu, and then I'm gonna count another Calyrex because you need one for both the horses. So that's a lot of Pokemon from Sword and Shield that are doing well in Scarlet Violet. I don't know, that's what I'm saying. But the horses are amazing tools in the game, as the same thing with the Miraidon as well as the Urshifu and the Ogerpon that are just able to do consistent things. The Glacial Lance and the Astral Barrage being 100% accurate moves and hard-hitting moves at that.
Yes.
In Ghost and Ice as well, having amazing typing. You're just able to hit a large portion of the field for a lot of damage with largely no repercussions as long as you have something like a Follow Me or a Fake Outer next to you as well.
Oh yeah, and I think one thing when we're talking about both of the Callies, it's been really interesting to kind of see how maybe Calyrex Ice Rider hasn't really changed. I feel like every time I face an Ice Rider, they got these interesting Terras, things like that. But I think it's one thing that we've seen kind of in this regulation that's switched a lot is with Calyrex Shadow Rider. Instead of going maybe Terra Ghost, they're Terastallizing into Dark, which is something that I'm currently running on my Calyrex Shadow Rider to withstand like those different types of knockoffs and things like that that might be heading its way, even if it's got someone paired next to it as well. But I think you're right. I think when we talk about the Calyrex you don't know, is that it's really fascinating to see how we've talked about them so much, but they really haven't made some crazy runs, especially when we're talking about the regional championship level. But I've been really fascinating to see. I think Atlanta is it. I think Calyrex is going to come in and take it, maybe with me.
I was gonna say maybe
instead,
with you, maybe you're instead. I see what you did there.
What can I say? What can I say? I'm only here for a few hours, guys, so don't worry. The jokes will get worse, but we'll have a good time. But I do think Calyrex is one of those Pokemon that is really such a pivotal one, especially when we're talking about it teamed up with Urshifu, with Incineroar, with Rillaboom, with Amoonguss, or even different types of Pokemon like that as well. But I think we might be getting started soon, Tyson.
I think we might be as well, and I think our players here, as we dive into team preview, as we get our players set up, we're going to be featuring, as our round one of Swiss here, we're going to have Tim Edwards and Dan Sedman here for our round one at our cup, and the cup is what's going to be happening first. So I missed.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, amazing. And I think, well, as we all know, Tim Edwards, very notable player at this point, especially coming after EOIC last year. I remember sitting in that crowd and I was just like in awe. I was like, this is crazy right now. And especially when he was versus Nils Dunlap. And I will say this is something that I will continue to hold in my record book as a VGC player. I did take a game off of Nils Dunlap at EUIC 2024. What can I say? That Porygon 2 didn't take me down.
That screams Atlanta champion to me.
Atlanta champion. But I think Tim Edwards, when you're really talking about him, an exceptional player, has continued to really kind of build that momentum. And Dan, you know what? Dan's the man, as we always say.
The man.
But what are your thoughts?
I think in these tri-state locals as well, a lot of these players, even if you don't recognize their name off the bat, you've definitely played them before. A lot of the tri-state community here is so tight-knit, and everyone knows each other, and it's a very strong region. I mean, no bias, but tri-state is one of the strongest, if not the strongest regions here. And we have so many different players of levels of talent And I think if you go to, like, there's a running joke in the tri-state community where if you show up to a local, you're probably playing a world champ, a regional champ, or some high level of player that you're just probably bound to play them. That's how condensed our talent is here as well. But everyone is such a good player, and it raises the bar as well for kind of these locals as get stronger and stronger. So I'm really excited to see how these players will play it out. You literally never know what's going to happen or who's going to come out on top.
Well, and I think what we're kind of talking about going into this first round, I think what we really have to talk about right now, as we see Dan on the screen, is what Pokemon they did bring to this. And so when we're talking about Dan, they're running that tried and true Miraidon. They are currently running Miraidon Choice Specs, Whimsicott with a Covert Cloak, Urgifu with Focus Sash, Ogerpon Hearthflame, and then we got Farigiraf with an Electric Seed, of course, to pair up with that Miraidon, and Iron Hands with that Assault Vest. So really kind of like focusing on our Tailwind, setting up and just going through and trying to sweep with that Miraidon with that choice specs. What are your thoughts though?
Yeah, and this is the very standard Miraidon team, right? Where it's the choice specs, and you have like the Whimsicott supporting things like Farigiraf, and the Iron Hands are just very, very strong tools in taking advantage of the Miraidon's electric terrain. Not only is Miraidon allowed to set up that terrain, but it's allowed to use it as well, boost up with that Hadron engine, as well as boosting up its electric moves just by being an electric type on the terrain. And then you have tools like the Farigiraf with that electric seed, boosting up its defense when it is on the field, setting up, making sure that those strong hits from opposing Iron Hands or Urshifu close combats aren't doing nearly as much damage. Those Wood Hammers and knockoffs from Incineroar and Rillaboom are also not going to be doing as much. Then you have tools like the Iron Hands with Fake Out, and also is just another wall on the team, allowing you to kind of get that positional advantage with the Fake Out. And those drain punches to keep yourself alive. You might even run Volt Switch sometimes if you want to get out of there. But I think between those tools, you have a lot of different options to kind of get your Marauder in a spot where you want to click attacks. You have to Fake Out, you have to Follow Me, you have the Tailwind, all sorts of different tools. You even have Tricker if you need it.
Oh yeah, you have so many shenanigans, is what I would always say. So many shenanigans that you can run with that team. And I think that's what makes that team so powerful. But I think also, talking about powerful, let's talk about Tim Edwards' team as well. We've got that Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Citrus Berry, which is very interesting. Our Clefairy, as we talked about before, we love Clefairy, especially with an Eviolite paired with it. But a newcomer that we have not talked about at all is Mienshao. And when talking about Mienshao, I know one of my dearest friends, Georgia, loves Mienshao and has kind of taught me a lot about it. So I'm really excited to see Mienshao right here. But then also paired with it is our Rillaboom with an Assault Vest, Fluttermane, of course, with that booster energy, and Chi-Yu with running that Covert Cloak. So a very interesting different team for Calyrex Shadow Rider, but one that has a lot of the ability to kind of move things around when you're talking about Mienshao with Fake Out, kind of on that side, Rillaboom as well. And then our double duo, the two that always stick together, Fluttermane and Chi-Yu, to go ahead and try to get through all these teams as quickly as possible. But come on, Tyson, we had to talk about the Calyrex. Tell me a little bit more
Yeah,
about it.
exactly. I was waiting for you. I mean, you talked about when we led off this stream with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Clefairy, and I mean, we get to see it round one here with the Mienshao. I think Mienshao is kind of the star here, even more than the Calyrex Shadow, where I think something like the I almost called it Urshifu. Mienshao is a lot stronger than I think something like Incineroar in that slot, where not only do you have a fire type on the team already, but I think Mienshao also just fits the tempo of the team a lot better because of its speed stat. It's very, very fast, and it's also opting here. I don't. Maybe this is an error, maybe it's not, but it's actually Focus Band instead of
Oh,
Focus Sash on the Mienshao as well. So it's going to have that 10% chance to live an attack on one regardless. So it's kind of like a repeating Focus Sash, but there's also just a chance it doesn't proc. 90% of the time, your Mienshao just gets knocked out, which is an interesting choice if that is intentional. I guess the idea is that if your Mienshao gets knocked out, then that's a free switch into something like Rillaboom or your Clefairy. But if it does get to stay in, then it gets to fire off close combats and wide guards. So maybe that's on purpose, or maybe I'm like just making stuff up. Who knows?
No,
But
and
other pieces on the team with the Rillaboom, Flutterman, and the Chi-Yu as well are just great supporting options in that fake out, the speed control on assumably a booster speed Flutterman, and the damage, the big special Beads of Ruin Chi-Yu to support the Cataracts damage as well.
ugh, I love Chiyu. I know. It's like a love-hate relationship with Chiyu. Some days I love it when when it hits its heat waves. Some days I'm like, I can't do it anymore. We're broken up. But I really do like I am someone that does run that Fluttermane Chiyu core on my traditional teams. And I'm really excited to kind of see it. I think it's going to be one of those that matchup that we kind of see maybe brought into this set, especially when we're talking about that Miraidon. But I think one Pokemon that would be, I don't think will make an appearance, but might possibly is that Mienshao. But I know if we know Tim, come on, Rillaboom has to be a Pokemon that we bring, especially when you're staring down that Miraidon with that electric train. And not only that, but having that Frigoraph with electric seed is also something that's just a little bit scary in my opinion.
Yeah, and as we get into game one, our Swiss round one of our collectors Emporium, Tim Edwards versus Dan Sedman. We're going to get into leads here very soon. As we see Tim lead off with Calyrex, Rillaboom, and from Dan giving Rhydon and Whimsicott. Tim immediately setting up the Calyrex as well as Fake Out and that Grassy Terrain, which is going to go last, making sure Tim gets the terrain control here on this.
That is so fascinating to see both restricteds making their appearance right at the beginning, especially when we're talking about Calyrex Shadow. I feel like a lot of the times for me, I always keep it in the last 2 slots just so that I can move it in at different pivotal times. But I think Tim really understood that, hey, Dan is probably going to leave Miraidon, especially paired with that Whimsicott. Let me bring Rillaboom as well so that they can't go ahead and get that electric terrain right from the jump. And I think that's an incredible strategy, especially knowing how Miraidon is just so powerful into these different matchups and especially into this regulation. But it's going to be very fascinating to see what will that Rillaboom do. Will it U-turn? Will it fake out?
Yeah, as Miraidon switches out here into Iron Man, grab. So if a fake out comes here, which it doesn't from Tim, instead a light screen from Dan's Whimsicott is going to go up there to mitigate any damage from Tim's Calyrex if he were to fire off an attack. But Tim taking that advantage, being okay with the light screen going up, as long as Tim is able to get a nasty plot, and as U-turn, as you mentioned before, going into the Whimsicott, going to be able to reset that grassy terrain, allowing to reset it whenever Dan brings back a new Miraidon, playing around the fact that Dan might have Frigoraph in the back. You're in an amazing spot here for Tim. Not only do you have your redirection out for Clefairy, but you have a nasty pawn on your Calyrex. Even if you do go for a fake out under Clefairy here, what is your Whimsicott really doing to the Calyrex? And if you go for a wild charge, because of the Friend Guard and grassy terrain, this Calyrex isn't going to take a lot of damage. And with something like the Citrus Berry as well, it's going to be here on the field for a very long time. Dan is kind of an awkward spot where Tim can honestly even set up another nasty plot if he feels like you have this Follow Me on the Clefairy. You do have to be careful about this Encore, but Tim having Protect on both these Pokemon as well, you're kind of able to play around that and Follow Me the next turn.
Yeah, this is very fascinating play. And especially like you were kind of saying, Tim is in such a fantastic position. And then we see that Encore going into that Clefairy. So now we're going ahead and making sure that that Follow Me has to continue to happen. But Tim's not worried about that. Tim said, why not 2? And goes ahead and makes that nasty plot read and going ahead and boosting up that Calyrex Shadow. We see that Wild Charge going into that Clefairy, not even doing over halfway. And I do think, like I was kind of saying, Tyson, I feel like Tim is in such a fantastic position, especially when you're looking at this current board state with that Clefairy still locked into to Follow Me, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but also there's nothing really threatening, like you were saying, on Dan's side for Tim.
Yeah, I think we can also see here after the Whimsicott goes for a tailwind here for Dan, kind of trying to set up so the Rider is faster than the Calyrex. When your Pokemon get knocked out, the Whimsicott is most likely going down. This is a +4 Astral Barrage, now +5, thanks to that boost there you're going to get on the Calyrex thanks to that Grim Neigh. The Miraidon's going to be able to come here under Tailwind as Wild Charge, not able to do too much damage. Definitely going to be in range of whatever attack Miraidon throws out, but the damage is already kind of done. The light screen is up, but Calyrex is at +5. You can bring in Furgraph here to be immune to something like the Astral Barrage, but and kind of use this last turn to maybe get Iron Hands to knock out Clefairy potentially. But I think the scary thing about this is you can just switch out the Clefairy, or you can keep it if you really want to. You should be able to live. I think the Calyrex is just in such a dominant spot, though. It doesn't matter what this Furgraph really does here. If you go for Helping Hand, you can guarantee the knockout on the Clefairy, but again, you still have to deal with this Calyrex.
And I feel like Calyrex is just sitting there menacingly, just staring down Dan's Pokemon right now. And I think one of the things that Dan has to keep in mind is that even though he did just set up Tailwind, he still needs to count their turns. Because when we're talking about both these Pokemon running Protect, you can go ahead and start cycling in and out to make sure that whenever that Miraidon comes in, maybe it's not going to have Tailwind to apply that pressure. And if Miraidon doesn't have Tailwind, I'm not sure how Dan can get out of that situation at this point, because that Calyrex being +5 is just so dominating in this current ecosystem, especially now with that Terra Fairy going attached to it as well. So we see the translation on Tim's side, Terra Fairy to go ahead and make sure that we resist some of those different types of moves that might be coming its way, especially with that Furgraph looking it down as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just guaranteeing you live the turn. Just in case the Iron Hands was faster and you're able to knock out the Clefairy there with the Tailwind. If you're able somehow super fast Iron Hand, if you're able to knock out the Clefairy, then the Furgraph can go for something like the Malphite or the Calyrex, just Terastallize in case. But Clefairy able to live that psychic noise is just absolutely devastating here for Tim. You know, this thing is on court and to follow me. It can't heal from the grassy terrain, but it doesn't matter. This Calyrex is at +6, and I don't think a light screen is going to stop it from just tearing through this Miraidon, which is going to be Dan's last Pokemon here. We do see the Electric Seed pop off on the Furgraph there, but that defense boost is not going to do anything against this Calyrex, as we see Dan forfeit this game 1.
Yeah, I think Tim played that masterfully. And then you know what? As someone who did get second place at EOIC in 2024, I think he is showing that he is a competitor that you need to watch out for. Really playing that Clefairy Calyrex core and not even exposing what that last Pokemon that he did have. I think Dan needs to kind of, in my opinion, needs to respect the Calyrex a little bit more, to make sure that we can go ahead and start trying to chip away at it and not let it get to that +6 that it was previously. Nasty Plot is one of those moves that you do have to be careful of, especially when we're talking about that momentum that it can really build, especially next to Clefairy with that redirection.
Yeah, and I think even more than Tim just being a great player in general, I think the game plan that he had was just really hard to beat if you're on the other side of Dan, where Dan kind of led Miraidon, which is something you have to do. We kind of talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the game, but I think leading Rillaboom is always going to be correct from Tim there. Just because you're able to get a fake out or potentially terrain, you kind of have to respect the fact that Dan's always going to lead Miraidon or has the option to lead it. You really don't want to let Miraidon get away with the terrain, and you don't want to spend a turn having to switch in Rillaboom. You'd much rather have that active turn, as I like to call it, with that fake out, potentially, or you could just U-turn and force them to switch in for a graph. Whatever option they choose to do, you still have grassy terrain at the end of the turn,
Yes.
and you're able to do something with the Calyrex. And because of its Citrus Berry, that can kind of allude to how maybe this Calyrex is EV'd as well, knowing it might be able to eat a hit or two to guarantee you get that Nasty Plot off. And again, something like the Whimsicott as well, which it only has Moonblast and these supporting moves, you really can't do anything immediately to this this Calyrex that would want it to make it want to protect or attack to kind of get its useful turn off. So Tim kind of realizing that and just able to click Nasty Plot. And then again, realizing again that the next turn after you're able to click Nasty Plot again, just put him in a dominant spot. So I think Dan has to take a more active approach instead of something like the Gibson Hot, just forfeiting speed control off the bat and maybe bringing something like Ogre Pawn there to threaten the Rillaboom or the Clefairy a little bit more, I think is what I would like to see out of Dan. But we see the same leads from both players here as the grass terrain is going to be the second terrain here. So Tim's going to get terrain control again. And I get to see the same turn playing out from game one of last time as well.
Yeah, I feel like Tim is in, once again, a great position right now. I don't think they really have to worry about not clicking the same exact buttons that they did, using that U-turn, maybe doing that nasty plot. Just really go ahead and start beefing up that Calyrex Shadow Rider. I think right here, Tim says, okay, are you going to do the same thing, Dan, or are you going to kind of try to change it up? And I think Dan is now thinking, okay, I kind of need to figure out what I'm going to do with this Miraidon to get it back so that I can build up that terrain again, especially if they have that Farigiraf in the back to pop that electric seed and make sure that they go ahead and have that. But we do see the Whimsicott running for that same light screen to go ahead and make sure they can kind of protect a little bit. Tim going for that nasty plot saying, hey, I'm not really threatened by what you're going ahead and doing. I can eat that, especially when you're talking about having that citrus berry. And we see that, ooh, my goodness.
Yeah. And Tim, again, knowing, this is exactly what I was saying, knowing you're able to live that move there is super, super huge there as your U-turn goes off there into the Whimsicott. If you're Tim, this is like perfectly fine because you get to bring in Clefairy. They can't encore you into something like the nasty plot again. And you're also able to redirect that Electro Drift. And now this Miraidon is kind of stuck on the field. And with this Calyrex healing, you're already almost at about half there. So this is still a dangerous position for Dan.
Yeah, as you know, I do love Clefairy, and I think Clefairy is very happy on this board state right now, especially right next to its partner in crime, Calyrex Shadow Rider. And now we just have to really keep in mind now that we have that Fred guard up, it's going to make things a little bit more challenging for Dan, especially. He really, in my opinion, needs to get that terrain control ASAP for that Miraidon, because that Miraidon is not going to want to take an Astral Barrage at this point from that Calyrex Shadow Rider. And unfortunately, the Calyrex Shadow Rider is kind of free to do anything it wants because of that follow me from that Clefairy. Not worried about Encore, not worried about anything on that side. And we do see a Terrestrialization going into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, going into Terra Fairy type to make sure whatever hits it is not going to hit it for so much, which is great to see.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense as well if instead of Astral Barrage, you go for a different move as well, something like that Draining Kiss potentially. But we see the Miraidon here actually terrestrialize into the Fairy as well. This Miraidon is going to lock into Electro Drift, though. I'm curious how much damage it's going to do to this Clefairy without the terrain. Not nearly as much as it normally would, I can say that for sure. Tailwind is going to go off first, though, to make sure this Miraidon is able to get an attack. And we're going to see exactly how much Electro Drift does to Clefairy. I would assume something like 75%, as we see it play off. Just a lot more than that, more like 90%.
Right.
And that Draining Kiss there, that Terra Fairy is going to fire off, heal off his Miraidon, forcing that Terrestrialization out of it as well. And now that you know it's Terrestrialized as well, you can go for Astral Barrages once again.
Yeah, I think the Draining Kiss is such an amazing move to run on that Calyrex, especially when we're talking about how Tim has a little bit more of a bulky Calyrex with that. So with talking about that little bulk, they've already used the Citrus Berry, which is understandable, but still sitting next to that Clefairy that has Friend Guard. What is Tim really worried about this turn? Honestly, he might not have the speed control now that Tailwind is up, but like you've kind of said, that Whimsicott is really not threatening anything on this board state, and the only real threat is Miraidon. And truthfully, Clefairy could just wave its little finger in the air and do that follow me once again to make sure that nothing is going in that direction of that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And this is exactly why I think something like Whimsicott is a little bit of an awkward turn. Yes, you get the Tailwind, yes, you get the Light Screen, but those, and even the Encore, but those turns are just turns where you're not doing any damage to the Clefairy or the Calyrex. You're not able to do much in that scenario. Yes, the Moonblast goes off again with Calyrex, but your damage has kind of been done. You do get a special attack drop there, and the Calyrex will be nice, but Astral Barrage is going to fire off here, and that might matter a little bit as the Miraidon and Whimsicott are able to live because of that special attack drop. That's kind of big. big there for Dan.
Yeah, I think that Whimsicott going for that Moonblast and getting that special attack drop is fantastic for Dan. I think it allows for them to have a little bit more momentum. And we see that Rillaboom coming out on Tim's side to go ahead and say, hey, I'm back. Did you miss me? Possibly being able to do maybe some fake out, maybe some shenanigans with U-turn, different types of things that we might want to see. But we see that Dan is also going to go ahead and switch in that for a grab to saying, hey, if you want to go for fake out, you can, but I'm going to punish you for it right now.
And I think this is fine as well because, Whimsicott has to come in eventually again. So, yes, you stop the fake out from this turn happening. You know that Tim is just probably going to click fake out Astral Barrage anyways because that means that's one less attack that the Whimsicott is doing. That's one less encore that they're doing. And you can just kind of get away with attacking here if you're Tim. The Miraidon is so low, and whatever comes in is going to take so much damage. In this case, it's the first drop, so nothing at all from Astral Barrage. But you could also just go for a Protect there, and this is also a really smart play if you're Tim. You could just go for a straight-up attack into the Rillaboom or potentially a U-turn as well, and I really, really like this play.
Yeah, I think Tim played that actual turn beautifully, saying like, hey, I know you're probably going to try to get rid of my Calyrex Shadow Rider, but like, why would I not just protect? And that's what exactly Tim does, and does the U-turn into that Rillaboom to bring out Fluttermane. Of course, our tried and true Fluttermane, who is sitting very, very comfortably in this board state, especially with that photosynthesis going off, having that speed heightened. And Tyson, how many more turns of Tailwind do we have? I think
I
two?
believe we have one or two
two?
more turns of Tailwind left.
Look at that.
One, it looks like my first instinct was correct.
Dan the man showing us that.
This perfect positioning here from Tim. Even if you are able to switch out Miraidon into something like Whimsicott and get in for free, you have something like the Speed Booster Fluttermane on Tim's end to just kind of regain that speed control, as well as that Rillaboom in the back, just in case the Miraidon wants to switch out. If you're Tim, the way we kind of talked about at the beginning of the stream, but being able to have control of this terrain the entire game just mitigated a lot of the damage that Miraidon was able to do. So between that and the Clefairy, I think Tim has done a great job at preventing the damage coming out from the board. As we see, Calyrex forfeit its boost, actually, and switching to Rillaboom here to take something like the Electro Drift, allowing something like the Fluttermane here to do tons of damage, potentially getting a knockback to the Miraidon, which goes through that slot. Electro Drift maybe doing a third to the Rillaboom there. Moonblast actually goes to the Furgraph, maybe to try and get some chip. As the Trick Room goes off there, when that last turn of Trick Room is completely done.
Wow, very interesting play by Dan. And I think this is not something that is very bad to see. I know that Whimsicott and that Miraidon are still kicking. However, as we've kind of seen on Dan's side, is that we have that Ogerpon in tow in the back. And so Ogerpon is going to love coming into this board state if it possibly can, especially now when we're seeing that Trick Room. Because as we both know too, on Tim's side, they're a little bit speedy over there. And now that Tim doesn't have that Clefairy, it's a little bit more of a tricky situation for Tim kind of going into this. That Furgraph still is at half HP. We've seen that it can go ahead and take a Moonblast pretty easily. And that Rillaboom is like, hey, what am I doing? There's no grassy terrain anymore. So it's going to be very interesting to kind of see how this plays out as we see that Psychic Noise going into Fluttermane. Fluttermane taking it pretty nicely, and that Woodhammer going directly into that Miraidon, taking it out. So Dan has lost their restricted, and Brick Room is still up. So everything is still moving a little bit slower on Tim's side. So Dan is still there, not out for sure.
Ooh. Yeah, that Moonblast, able to get a knock on the Furgraph. I think that was maybe a lower roll there on that first Moonblast. That definitely did more than the first one, that's for sure. But the issue here is the Whimsicott and the Ogerpon are going to come in here for Dan. And Ogerpon is going to be a very strong piece under this Trick Room, as you kind of alluded to before. Rillaboom's going to be slower than it, but it's not going to be able to do anything to the Ogerpon. But you're able to just kind of Ivy Cudgel that Fluttermane slot, and you're going to do tons of damage to the Calyrex and the Fluttermane. And of course, super effective damage into this Rillaboom. Whimsicott here is also in a great spot. You can even encore something like the Fluttermane or the Rillaboom here both of which are going to be not super effective or not effective hits against this Ogerpon. I think either are great encores, and just allowing your Ogre, supporting your Ogerpon to just fire off attacks under Trick Room is going to be great here.
Yeah, and I think we're really kind of like, as we were talking about that pre-show, is that Ogerpon really is that girl with that Hearthflame mask. Unfortunately, Dan did use their terrestrialization on their Miraidon, as we both know that Ogerpon really loves to terrestrialize, especially what's in that Hearthflame mask variety. But I think you're right. Anything that Dan does with this Whimsicott is kind of in a comfortable position, whether it goes ahead and does a encore, it does light screens, but we do see Whimsicott go down to that Woodhammer from that Rillaboom. I think a great play by Tim to make sure, hey, I know it's there, I just want it off of this board state, but also that Ogerpon going for the IG Cudgel into the Rillaboom, taking it out as well. So Tim having that Calyrex and that Fluttermane still in tow, but that Ogerpon being able to take these hits very comfortably on their side.
Yeah, and the thing is here is now that there's no Whimsicott on the field, Tim is very safely able to go for protects on both these Pokemon and slowly stall out Trick Room. With the light screen, though, I am a little scared at how this Fluttermane is going to chip down the Ogerpon. You saw it do 29 damage there. This Ogerpon has 150 HP left, so you kind of have to make a call if you're Dan here which slot to attack. I think attacking the Calyrex makes sense. The Calyrex doesn't go for protect, though.
Wow.
Instead, eats it instead. Wow, I did not expect it to live that, but I guess with Citrus Berry, you can kind of expect this to live a lot more attacks. The Calyrex is not able to knock out there. Shadow Ball following up. This gets the Ogerpon at 13 HP with that light screen. It's not enough, but Dan knows that you can't take 2 knockouts in the next turn and throws in the towel. And Tim is going to take our round 1-2-0 against Dan.
Wow, what an incredible set, and especially an incredible end game. Like you were kind of saying, I'm very surprised that Ogerpon wasn't able to get the rest of that Calyrex Shadow off of the field. Truthfully, I was like, I'm about to go run the calc because I'm like, wait a second, these are things that I need to know too. Wait a second. So that Citrus Berry, really, that citrus bulky set that Tim is running really kind of came through for them at the end of that game, especially when facing down that Ogerpon, because if it would have taken out that Calyrex, I do think it would have been really hard for Tim to come back just with that Fluttermane alone, even with the Shadow Ball kind of in tow with it too.
Yeah, and I think that was a really well played set from Tim. I think just coming into, again, if you are playing the Arabega 6, you know that it has such a large target on its back. You know that people are going to have their game plans into it. I mean, Tim executed their game plan perfectly there into Dan, able to take that 2-0. But I think that's going to be it from us for here for round 1. We're going to cut to a quick break, but we'll be back soon for round 2. Stay tuned.
Awesome. See y'all.
I think so. I think instead of the break, we might be talking about
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I was just checking out this really cool event coming to daBasement of Collectors on Sunday, March 30th. It's our upcoming trades bazaar, where we invite a bunch of local vendors and they go ahead and trade all their fun products, from Pokemon, Lorcana, Magic, Warhammer, 3D prints, games, and all the rest. Come check it out. You can also win a Nintendo Switch just by showing up this particular day, Sunday, March 30th, in daBasement of Collectors. That's 2705 Hempstead Boulevard, daBasement Collectors, Sunday, March 30th. With some of our graded Pokemon.
Hi, my name is Anthony Vola. I'm RX Painkiller RX. As you guys know, I'm your Pokemon professor within New York City. In regards to the event that's happening on April 19th, we are running a doubleheader cup. We're opening up our doors at 8 o'clock in the morning. We are taking team sheets and we're taking deck lists via email. Another thing is pricing. So it's a $25 entry. That whole $25 is going into store credit. And on top of that, we are going to have a pop bonus for each event. $1,000 for TCG, $1,000 for VGC. That $1,000 on top of the store credit is going to be split in top 8 pricing. As well, we're going to have Journey Together packs per entry. We're also going to have Journey Together booster boxes for the event. For our judges, we have something very special for you guys. You will get goodie bags. You will get sealed product in your goodie bags for participating as well getting paid. Once we find prospective casters, we will update this video and we will let people know about our casters. This is going to be a really big event. We are trying to provide the best experience that people could possibly have. We're trying to make this into a mini regional. We are going to make it one of the best events in New York City.
I'm waiting until.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I was just checking out this really cool event coming to daBasement at Collectors on Sunday, March 30th. It's our upcoming trades bazaar, where we invite a bunch of local vendors and they go ahead and trade all their fun products from Pokemon, Lorcana, Magic, Warhammer, 3D prints, games, and all the rest. Come check it out. You can also win a Nintendo Switch just by showing up this particular day, Sunday, March 30th, in daBasement at Collectors. That's 2705 Hempstead Boulevard, daBasement Collectors, Sunday, March 30th. Our graded Pokemon.
Hi, my name is Anthony Vola. I'm RX Painkiller RX. As you guys know, I'm your Pokemon professor within New York City. In regards to the event that's happening on April 19th, we are running a doubleheader cup. We're opening up our doors at 8 o'clock in the morning. We are taking team sheets and we're taking deck lists via email. Another thing is pricing. So it's a $25 entry. That whole $25 is going into store credit. And on top of that, we are going to have a pop bonus for each event. $1,000 for TCG, $1,000 for VGC. That $1,000 on top of the store credit is going to be split in top 8 pricing. As well, we're going to have Journey Together packs per entry. We're also going to have Journey Together booster boxes for the event. For our judges, we have something very special for you guys. You will get goodie bags. You will get sealed product in your goodie bags for participating as well getting paid. Once we find prospective casters, we will update this video and we will let people know about our casters. This is going to be a really big event. We are trying to provide the best experience that people could possibly have. We're trying to make this into a mini regional. We are going to make it one of the best events in New York City.
I'm waiting until.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I was just checking out this really cool event coming to daBasement at Collectors on Sunday, March 30th. It's our upcoming trades bazaar, where we invite a bunch of local vendors and they go ahead and trade all their fun products from Pokemon, Lorcana, Magic, Warhammer, 3D prints, games, and all the rest. Come check it out. You can also win a Nintendo Switch just by showing up this particular day, Sunday, March 30th, in daBasement at Collectors. That's 2705 Hempstead Boulevard, daBasement Collectors, Sunday, March 30th. Our graded Pokemon.
Hi, my name is Anthony Vola. I'm RX Painkiller RX. As you guys know, I'm your Pokemon professor within New York City. In regards to the event that's happening on April 19th, we are running a doubleheader cup. We're opening up our doors at 8 o'clock in the morning. We are taking team sheets and we're taking deck lists via email. Another thing is pricing. So it's a $25 entry. That whole $25 is going into store credit. And on top of that, we are going to have a pop bonus for each event. $1,000 for TCG, $1,000 for VGC. That $1,000 on top of the store credit is going to be split in top 8 pricing. As well, we're going to have Journey Together packs per entry. We're also going to have Journey Together booster boxes for the event. For our judges, we have something very special for you guys. You will get goodie bags. You will get sealed product in your goodie bags for participating as well getting paid. Once we find prospective casters, we will update this video and we will let people know about our casters. This is going to be a really, really big event. We are trying to provide the best experience that people could possibly have. We're trying to make this into a mini regional. We are going to make it one of the best events in New York City.
I'm waiting until.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I was just checking out this really cool event coming to daBasement of Collectors on Sunday, March 30th. It's our upcoming trades bazaar, where we invite a bunch of local vendors and they go ahead and trade all their fun products from Pokemon, Lorcana, Magic, Warhammer, 3D prints, games, and all the rest. Come check it out. You can also win a Nintendo Switch just by showing up this particular day, Sunday, March 30th, in daBasement of Collectors. At 2705 Hempstead Boulevard, daBasement of Collectors, Sunday, March 30th. Our graded Pokemon.
Hi, my name is Anthony Vola. I'm RX Painkiller RX. As you guys know, I'm your Pokemon professor within New York City. In regards to the event that's happening on April 19th, we are running a doubleheader cup. We're opening up our doors at 8 o'clock in the morning. We are taking team sheets and we're taking deck lists via email. Another thing is pricing. So it's a $25 entry. That whole $25 is going into store credit. And on top of that, we are going to have a pop bonus for each event. $1,000 for TCG, $1,000 for VGC. That $1,000 on top of the store credit is going to be split in top 8 pricing. As well, we're going to have Journey Together packs per entry. We're also going to have Journey Together booster boxes for the event. For our judges, we have something very special for you guys. You will get goodie bags. You will get sealed product in your goodie bags for participating as well getting paid. Once we find prospective casters, we will update this video and we will let people know about our casters. This is going to be a really, really big event. We are trying to provide the best experience that people could possibly have. We're trying to make this into a mini regional. We are going to make it one of the best events in New York City.
I'm waiting until.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I was just checking out this really cool event coming to daBasement of Collectors on Sunday, March 30th. It's our upcoming trades bazaar, where we invite a bunch of local vendors and they go ahead and trade all their fun products from Pokemon, Lorcana, Magic, Warhammer, 3D prints, games, and all the rest. Come check it out. You can also win a Nintendo Switch just by showing up this particular day, Sunday, March 30th, in daBasement of Collectors. At 2705 Hempstead Boulevard, daBasement of Collectors, Sunday, March 30th. Our graded Pokemon.
Hi, my name is Anthony Vola. I'm RX Painkiller RX. As you guys know, I'm your Pokemon professor within New York City. In regards to the event that's happening on April 19th, we are running a doubleheader cup. We're opening up our doors at 8 o'clock in the morning. We are taking team sheets and we're taking deck lists via email. Another thing is pricing. So it's a $25 entry. That whole $25 is going into store credit. And on top of that, we are going to have a pop bonus for each event. $1,000 for TCG, $1,000 for VGC. That $1,000 on top of the store credit is going to be split in top 8 pricing. As well, we're going to have Journey Together packs per entry. We're also going to have Journey Together booster boxes for the event. For our judges, we have something very special for you guys. You will get goodie bags. You will get sealed product in your goodie bags for participating as well getting paid. Once we find prospective casters, we will update this video and we will let people know about our casters. This is going to be a really big event. We are trying to provide the best experience that people could possibly have. We're trying to make this into a mini regional. We are going to make it one of the best events in New York City.
I'm waiting until.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I was just checking out this really cool event coming to daBasement at Collectors on Sunday, March 30th. It's our upcoming trades bazaar, where we invite a bunch of local vendors and they go ahead and trade all their fun products, from Pokemon, Lorcana, Magic, Warhammer, 3D prints, games, and all the rest. Come check it out. You can also win a Nintendo Switch just by showing up this particular day, Sunday, March 30th, in daBasement at Collectors. At 2705 Hempstead Boulevard, daBasement Collectors, Sunday, March 30th. Our graded Pokemon.
All right, and welcome back. We are here. I am Tyson, joined here by Courtney for our round 2 here today. Super excited to get back into the action. If you missed it, our round one was Dan versus Tim Edwards, and that was a super exciting match of Miraidon versus the Cataract Shadow, which we talked a little bit about in our pre-show, but our round 2 here, we have tons of possibilities. We got a little bit of a sneak peek here at our top Pokemon graphics for both restricted and unrestricteds. Those are going to be super exciting to see when those do get pulled up on stream. As we see Urshifu, the bear in charge, leading the charge at 41%. Kind of maintaining that dominating reign that we talked about a little bit before, just having such control over the metagame. Basically almost 50% of the teams that you're going to see in tournament today are going to feature that Urshifu. Some other cool picks here that me and Chad that we got to see round 1, Chiyu, Grimmsnarl, but who cares about those? We have Walking Wake at 25% as well. The same amount as Rillaboom. Yes, Rillaboom, the other stable Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm like, is Rillaboom a fraud or is Walking Wake going crazy right now? I know I saw it last weekend in the Stockholm Regional Championships on stream, and it's one of those Pokemon that I feel like has always kind of been there. It's always been lurking a little bit, but I feel like when you can really piece together a team around it, it's really fascinating to go ahead and see. But it is, I know before we got back on air, me and you were like, Walking Wake? What? At 25% is insane. And not only that, but being above Clefairy and Mienshao, and especially Chiyu, our favorite goldfish. Craziness right now.
Like, a lot of these Pokemon make sense with the Urshifu, the Fluttermane, the Ogerpon, and the Rillaboom, but seeing Walking Wake up there as well is just absolutely mind-boggling to me. But let's take a look at our restricted Pokemon as well. Let's get the percentages on those. Calyrex leading the charge on this one. Actually, almost double the amount of Miraidon there and then Koraidon. And then the Calyrex Ice, I guess you manifested it. He's not even, he's barely even on the graphic. He doesn't even belong in the box.
But
that's just how out of the meta he is, I guess.
Exactly. But I think we are forgetting about the elephant in the room, or maybe the big bird in the room. A Ho-Oh? Huh? What?
Yeah, Ho-Oh, big the same percentage as that Calyrex Ice. The Terapagos at the Zapazenta is just absolutely diabolical to me. Of course, the percentages here are going to be a little bit skewed because of the amount of players, but that is still crazy to see that someone brought Ho-Oh today. I'm just confused what Ho-Oh does. I know it has the Sacred Fire. I know it has Recover, Regenerator, but that's about it. I also know it gets one shot by Miraidon, so I'm really curious to see what it can do today if it does get featured on stream.
Well, I'm just saying, if it does get featured on stream, you are definitely going to be hearing me say, "Hey, oh, hey, oh," because
You get a little cheer
I'm so excited to see Ho-Oh, especially being at the same percentage as Calyrex Ice Rider. I am just, as we all have known, I am just not a big Calyrex Ice Rider fan, and I'm also not a big Zamazenta fan. So seeing both of those Pokemon being under Calyrex Shadow Rider and Miraidon and Koraidon makes me one happy caster today, let me tell y'all. But I am very fascinated to see that Calyrex Shadow Rider being above Miraidon, especially with how strong Miraidon has been into this regulation, and being the same percentage as Koraidon as well. Maybe Wolfglick did something to Koraidon's stocks and now it's up. Who knows?
Yeah, I think Koraidon was super, a really cool team. And then not only did Wolfie kind of like not pioneer, but like kind of reinvented with the Life Orb set and winning EUIC there, but having the Koraidon team kind of before be the clear Amulet one, him kind of inventing on it is really, really cool, and I'd be interested to see which version the players are playing here at the tournament today. The Calyrex Shadow, though, makes a lot of sense here in this tournament. When you have something like a lot of Miraidons in the field, Calyrex Shadow does really well, especially those bulkier teams there, as we saw with the Mienshao, the Calyrex Shadow with the Citrus Berry, and the Clefairy. Teams like that really excel into the Miraidon, being able to, as we saw in that round one, kind of out-sustain the Miraidon. And because Miraidon doesn't have extra things like healing, really, you just out-damage a lot of the time the other Pokemon.
Well, and I think one Pokemon we didn't talk about is Terapagos. Terapagos is on that set. It's at that 8.33%, especially with those other Pokemon too. And I think it's been very fascinating. I feel like when this regulation really started, that we saw Terapagos a lot more at the beginning of this regulation. A lot of people were running it. A lot of people were like, this is the Pokemon to beat. But now we're not seeing it played around that much anymore. And I think Urshifu is kind of the cause of that, especially when it's holding that 41.67% in this cup right now. As I feel like people are very scared of that bear, especially when it comes to Terapagos.
Yeah, that bear is what's going to be the problem there. It just does so much damage into something like Terapagos, just threatening the super effective damage. So you really have to be careful how you position it. It's kind of like Calyrex, except it's going to be super effective damage into the Terapagos compared to the Calyrex, where it's just completely immune to those close combats. And with something like Citrus Berry as well, those Surging Strikes are going to be able to whittle down the Calyrex, and then with the Citrus Berry, you heal back up. Urshifu is just such an important piece that you have to build around. There's not really a way you can kind of avoid it in team building. So small optimizations like that on the Calyrex really kind of make or break the team. Our two players here are beginning to set up a little bit. I'm super excited to get into our round two here, though. Our featured players today. We're going to feature Vincent Mateo here as, wow, I'm just stunned by this team. I want to start explaining the player, but I see a lot of unique picks here. Courtney, do you want to break it down for us?
Yeah, for sure. And I think if you have gone to the Tri-State or been to any locals, you all know Vincent. I even know Vincent. I'm all the way in Chicago. An amazing player, an amazing person as well. And bringing a very interesting team. Calyrex Shadow Rider coming in with those choice specs. So putting on those glasses, ready to go. But I think the more important Pokemon to talk about is the Galarian Weezing, especially running that Covert Cloak. And then you also do see that, our favorite family, our Tandemaus of growing ahead with those safety goggles, the Roaring Moon with the photosynthesis, Urshifu with the Light Orb, and of course, once again, our Ogerpon with the Hearthflame, Mousehold, because it's a household of mouses. But
Yeah.
Vincent, interesting team. Talk to me about it, Tyson.
Absolutely. And not only are all these Pokemon here super interesting, I think you could dive into every single one of them. But we'll get back to that in a second. Max here is going to be our second player running that fabled Calyrex Ice there. I believe, I don't think it's the exact same team as Michael Kelch. It might be. I'm not too familiar with that team, but we have a very similar build, that's for sure, with the hard Trick Room there. We have the Indeedee and the Smeargle, as well as two choice Pokemon, both on the physical and the special end. You have the Urshifu and the Torkoal, both able to do so much damage. The Urshifu there, the Urshifu Dark, able to throw out those blows and close combats, as well as the Torkoal firing off those sun-boosted fire eruptions with that choice specs boosting it up as well. Raging Bolt there to take advantage of that sun. Fun in the sun with Raging Bolt, those boosted Thunderclaps and Thunderbolts, as well as Draco Meteors if they do opt for it. And two Redirectors to make sure that Trick Room gets to go up in the Indeedee and the Smeargle. And not only are they going to be able to redirect those attacks, but they'll be able to stop any other attacks as well with double Follow Me, as well as Fake Out on the Smeargle, and the Psychic Train on the Indeedee. So lots of different tools here from Max. Kind of a very front-to-back team, if that makes sense, where you kind of set up your Trick Room, you let your partner go down, you bring in a special damage dealer or a physical damage dealer, and then the other one. And then Trick Room goes up, or Trick Room is up, and then you win the game. If it goes down, you probably lose. So it's a very honest team, I think. Like, a lot of the times, people kind of disrespect these teams, but I think they're very honest teams. And they teach you to play Pokemon very fundamentally. Like, you have to be able to play and understand game plans, which I think is a core part of the game, and a lot of people struggle to understand, myself included. But I wanted to honestly touch on the first team a little bit because its matchup into Max's team is really, really interesting. The Weezing there are going to be able to shut down the abilities of everything, but the Calyrex there is going to be super, super cool. You're stopping things like Psychic Terrain, you're stopping things like the Photosynthesis, as well as the Drought as well. So I think this Weezing is going to be a pivotal piece for Vincent as we get into round 2 here of Max Gelman versus Vincent Mateo, where Max leads the Raging Bolt and the Indeedee, and Vincent leads the Urshifu and Weezing.
Yeah, very interesting lead. Kind of a Max aside personally for me. Seeing that Indeedee there, of course, we all know what Indeedee does best, and that is setting up that Trick Room, which is going to be Max's #1 priority. However, I think Max has to keep in mind that there is that Weezing that's staring it down right now, and that is a Pokemon that Max just does not want to see. And Vincent knows that that is such a pivotal piece to his team. We do see that Urshifu sitting right next to that Weezing, just ready to go. Of course, you know, just how Urshifu does. We saw that 41% does not shy away at all. And we're going to see that Urshifu kind of a little bit more. But we do see the Weezing come back in exchange for that. Let's see. I always forget about the neutralizing gas, of course.
And yeah, what I thought was going to be really cool there is you have a potential interaction where Max could go for something like the Thunderclapper and the Urshifu because there's no terrain. But if you're Vincent, you could switch out the Weezing and actually have gone for an attack with the Urshifu. Instead of opting for Detect, Thunderbolt going off into that Weezing slot, the Ogrepon is going to take it very nicely. And this Indeedee is going to get Trick Room. So a very good turn 1 from Max there. I was thinking Vincent could have gone for an attack there. Maybe you don't want to lose Urshifu there to a Thunderbolt, but you're kind of pivoting now, and both these Pokemon don't really want to be a Trick Room. Yes, you have Follow Me, but this is just really unfortunate. There's a redirecting attack. This Raging Bolt is going to be able to fire off Thunderbolts into the Urshifu slot, and you kind of force Vincent to go for Follow Me. Everything in the back there for Vincent is going to take damage from the Thunderbolt. Urshifu switching out there. The Calyrex comes in. Yes, it's not super effective anymore, but you are choice, so you have to make a decision under Trick Room what to lock into, while Max just kind of gets to play around with their pieces.
Yeah, I think Max really played that turn 1 very, very effortlessly. I think understanding and saying, hey, you have to do something, but for me, I can just kind of click the buttons that I want to, running that Thunderbolt and running that Trick Room. Not really scared, but we do see a double into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it living on just 2 HP, which is pivotal for Vincent, making sure that that restricted did not go down. And I know Max is saying, huh? Wait a second. Is that right? And Vincent, switching it in was a little bit of a daunting task, but I think is very, very happy that that Calyrex Shadow Rider did survive that double up into it.
Yeah, because I think the important thing is not losing a restricted in this matchup because they're both able to do so much damage. Again, both of those horses able to fire off those 100% accurate moves, the Calyrex in its Astral Barrage, and its Calyrex Ice in its Glacial Lance. You do have the option to follow me here with the Ogre Pawn to redirect those hits from Max's Pokemon, but Raging Bolt here is instead going to switch out into a different Pokemon. It's going to be the Urshifu able to take whatever hit Calyrex locked into. Follow me coming out here. Max is going to be able to fire off an attack, though, with this DD. As it is, the Psychic, this is going to be boosted in terrain, doing a decent chunk to the Ogre Pawn. I don't think another one's going to get there. Astral Barrage fires off. Not only is it going to be immune to this DD, though, but it's going to be resistant and to Max's Urshifu, but does 50% with that choice specs.
I think one thing I do want to kind of mention, Tyson, is that something I kind of was like, wait a second, is that Calyrex Shadow Rider is running a very unique set on Vincent's side. And something that caught my eye personally is the Pollen Puff. That we're running the Calyrex Shadow Rider with Pollen Puff instead of Protect, which is something that I've not personally seen kind of playing throughout these different types of games. I think Protect is so necessary, especially when we're talking about Calyrex Shadow Rider, which because at this point, Vincent has to switch it out because he can't lose that restricted in that momentum. But running Psyshock and Pollen Puff was just something that I thought was very fascinating on Vincent's side, especially with the way that his team is kind of played around.
Yeah, and a really well played there from Vincent. This was an amazing switch, bringing in that Wheezing, allowing the neutralizing gas to go up, meaning Urshifu doesn't get its Unseen Fist, meaning it's not able to go through Protect there, and actually takes a little bit of chip from that spiky shield. That was super, super well played, and you're kind of burning these Trick Room turns if you're Vincent. Because your Calyrex did live, as long as you can preserve it for out of Trick Room and get it back in, you can kind of start going on a tear. You have to be very, very careful which Pokemon switch in, though. I think Wheezing, you kind of have to let this Wheezing go down as well as this Ogre Pawn, so that next turn you can bring in your other Pokemon, that being your Urshifu and your Calyrex. But Max here is still in a dominant position having all four of the Pokemon. Urshifu actually switching out there.
Interesting. Seeing it coming into the Raging Bolt again. And as we all know, Max is currently running that Indeedee, the Raging Bolt, the Urshifu, and assuming the Calyrex Shadow or Ice Rider in the back. But we see that Indeedee goes for that Psychic into that Ogre Pawn, taking it out, which for Vincent is not something that he wants to see. But what he does want to see is the fact that Twisted Dimensions are no longer, and now he can just start to speed through things, but has to respect Max and that Raging Bolt, especially with Thunderclap in its toe.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only is Thunderclap such a threat, of course, if you are Vincent, you go for a fight, you just go for Protect, or you could risk the attack, maybe go for an Aqua Jet. The problem here is you don't have a Terastallization either to switch out against this Raging Bolt. Yes, you can go into Terastallization Water. You can hope this Aqua Jet picks up the Indeedee, but knowing most Indeedee are physically bulky, this most likely will knock out. And that's going to be a problem here for Vincent. You do probably have to go, you have Taunt on your Wheezing, which is definitely an option to prevent this Trick from going up. But then the problem is, how do you get around Thunderclap? Everything on Vincent's team is within Thunderclap range.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's one thing it's very scary for Vincent. I think they really have to kind of think about, how can I get into a point where it's checkmate? And I think it's going to be very difficult for Vincent to kind of play around these different types of turns, especially with that Indeedee sitting there very comfortably, especially bringing back that Psychic Surge, going ahead and making that field a little bit weird and possibly running up that Trick Room once again, because one thing that Vincent does not want to see right now is another Trick Room setup, because at that point, it's going to be a very, very steep hill for Vincent to get out of. But we do see that Surging Strikes going into the NDD, going ahead and getting a little bit of chip from the Rocky Helmet, but knocking out that NDD on Max's side of the field, which is a great position for Vincent. Making that switch out, understanding that that Thunderclap was probably going to go towards that Weezing, making that read, and then going for that Surging Strike was a great, great play done by Vincent.
So even less than that, I think that was a phenomenal turn. I want to like kind of break that down where the Weezing actually switched out to remove to reinstate the terrain because of the neutralizing gas. Knowing that Thunderclap is going to go in either, instead of playing that Mind Gamer or the Urshifu slot, just making the terrain go back up if you are Max, forcing the terrain to be against him in his favor, or using it in Vincent's favor there, allowing the Urshifu to get off an attack. And now that there's no Trick Room and this Calyrex is on the field, with the Psychic Terrain reinstated on the field, this is a super dangerous position. Even if Urshifu is brought back in here, it can't Sucker Punch because it already is. It's Choice Bandit in Psychic Terrain, so you have to pick a move. And this Calyrex is going to be able to fire off it's Astral Boshes plus Surging Strikes, and I think this match is going to be in Vincent's favor.
Yeah, wow. What a comeback on Vincent's side. Especially, I think what we were talking about before this game started is that Galarian Weezing really being a pivotal Pokemon throughout this set. Really going ahead and making abilities happen and making them go away, which has been really, really fascinating, especially when you're talking about a Pokemon that's a little bit more niche, especially when we're talking about this regulation a little bit more. But we do see that Terrestrialization going ahead and going on on Vincent's side, actually, into that Terrestrialization of that Cali Shadow, into that Ghost type to make
so
sure.
Tiny.
I know. It's so cute, though. Come on. Come on.
The Ghost is so tiny on Calyrex's head, and that's definitely another Terrestrialization that we don't get to see often. Terra Ghost. Calyrex here is going to Terrestrialize into that fire type, but that is not enough. This Urshifu is also attacking into that slot. We know that the Terra Ghost, Choice Specs, Astral Barrage is going to fire off here, most likely knocking out this Bridge Watching Bear Supply. Didn't. Calyrex takes so much damage, and this Urshifu is able to follow up, and yeah, this is going to be game one for Vincent here. Very well played, and I think that Weezing is super interesting, right? Because you don't really have terrain control in this team, so being able to control your opponent's team or terrain whenever you want it to go up is super, super pivotal. And just really, really well played from Vincent on that last turn, switching out the Weezing and reinstating that terrain.
Especially when you're talking about having that Raging Bolt and that Urshifu with both that Thunderclap and Sucker Punch, is that Psychic Terrain can be either in your favor or extremely against you. And Vincent understood that and really made sure that Weezing was going ahead and moving in and out at the correct times to make sure that, hey, you can go for Thunderclap, but I'm going to make it punish you just a little bit, truthfully. And I think that was just such a phenomenal game done by Vincent, understanding that, hey, I know you're going to set up Trick Room. There's no way that I can get around it. However, I'm going to go to punish you for that. And then being able to move those pieces around, make that Trick Room go down, and then really just put the pressure with that 2 HP Calyrex, which is just so fascinating to me. And once again, talking about that set was so interesting, especially when we're running that Choice Specs, is that Pollen Puff is just something that I don't see very often, and it's got me all jazzed up. I really want to see it. I really want to see it, truthfully. But Vincent, phenomenal game done by them.
Yeah, and I think actually preserving their pieces so well, that Spadef drop was really, really unfortunate from that Psychic there on Max's side, but Vincent's Calyrex able to hang in there, even with the special defense drop. The Thunderbolt not able to knock out that Calyrex ended up being that pivotal piece that we kind of talked about. I think Pollen Puff is definitely an interesting move for sure. If you are Choice Specs, you don't really have room for the Protect, obviously, but I don't know what else you would run in that slot. Maybe Leaf Storm or Dark Pulse, but I think Pollen Puff is just a great move as well to keep the rest of your team alive. A lot of the Pokemon here on Vincent's side don't mind the Pollen Puff, things like the Urshifu with the Life Orb, Ogerpon from following me their attacks. The Pollen Puff also hits a lot of things that Kyrex might want to terastallize against your Kyrex. Things like the Dark type, Pollen Puff hits that super effectively. It's also immune to Psychic moves, so having a way to hit Dark types is really nice. So Pollen Puff might be there for that, as well as the healing.
Hey, as everybody knows, if you know me, I am the bug girl. So anytime I can see a bug move, it makes me so excited. And this set has honestly got me all jazzed up. But one thing I think we have to kind of keep in mind is that Urshifu is still making sure that it's there. I think one thing I do have to say about Urshifu is that it is the bare necessities to bring that Urshifu to each match. And as we go ahead and get into this next one, this will be game 2 of round 2 at the PC at Collector's Emporium. And I am so excited as we see Max bring out Indeedee and Calyrex. So a switch up on Max's side, and we see on Vincent's side as well that Weezing and Urshifu, making sure that that psychic terrain does not go up and goes ahead and makes sure that, hey, these abilities, what are they? What are they actually?
Yeah, and the cool thing here is that Kyrex is actually going to be immune to that neutralizing gas. So not only does it get its Unnerve there, but it still gets its Grim May boost. Kyrex being the interesting Pokemon there to not really be affected by the Weezing, which is always interesting mechanic-wise. But the Weezing and Urshifu here are a great duo here. This Weezing opting for Taunt and this Urshifu opting for Life Orb, able to do lots of damage and Weezing just being an amazing support piece. The unfortunate thing is you are only able to taunt one of these Trick Roomers, so if you are Max, you can easily go for something like a Follow Me and a Trick Room here, and there's nothing really Vincent can do other than taunt your Indeedee. And taunting your Indeedee just makes sure you can't follow him in subsequent turns, but the damage would have been done, aka setting up Trick Room. Vincent is going for the Terror of Water here, which is very interesting though. Maybe the taunt is not enough. I think Vincent might believe that Surging Strike is able to get the knockout here on Indeedee. If it does, that would be huge. The Life Orb plus Terra Water actually might be enough to get there. That's going to be huge if it does. Yeah, it does look like it's going to get it. So that means Weezing's going to be able to get a taunt off from this Kyrex, and it's going to come down to what this Kyrex opts to do. If it did go for a Glacial Lance, it's going to get Urshifu in very, very low range, and maybe bring Weezing to half. But if it goes for Trick Room there, that's going to be a very good turn on for Vincent.
Yeah, we see that Indeedee was just not able to take that terrestrialized water Urshifu Surging Strikes, which once again just shows us that that bear is just so strong. We see that taunt going into that Calyrex Ice Spider, and as we saw that the Calyrex went for that Trick Room and not able to pull it out because of that taunt. Vincent playing that turn 1 masterfully, understanding that Max, hey, you have to Trick Room something. Let's see which one you're going to, and really played that hand so well with that terrestrialization and that taunt pair up. As we see the Urshifu on Max's side come in, it is just such a tricky situation for Max. He needs that Trick Room. He needs to be able to move that Calyrex Shadow or that Calyrex Ice Raider a little bit faster, but not sure how he's going to go ahead and get that set up, especially with that taunt.
Yeah, and Calyrex switching out there to bring in Torkoal, wanting to lower the damage of these water moves that Urshifu with the Life Orb is threatening on the field, but not actually going to get the sun up. I forgot. The neutralizing gas is neutralizing my thoughts, and my brain is completely shut off there. This Urshifu, though, on Max's side is going to terrestrialize into the grass, and that won't be affected by the neutralizing gas, so you're not going to be able to do much damage to there. But the Torkoal with no sun, Aqua Jet does so much damage. Iron Head from the Urshifu there. Choice Banded, not able to knock out that Weezing, and Will-O-Wisp, of course, not able to affect the Torkoal.
Wow, what an interesting turn that was. I think once again we have to talk about the turtles. Our Terapagos, our Torkoal are not faring too well right now, especially as we saw how much that Aqua Jet did because that there is no sun in the sky right now. Just a little bit cloudy, It's giving a little bit, EUIC this last year, a little rainy, but it's okay because Max is just really going to figure out how they're going to go ahead and say, hey, is my Torkoal pivotal for this at this point. We do have a terrestrialized Urshifu. We understand that Vincent can't go ahead and terrestrialize with the other two Pokemon, but what are those other two Pokemon? Definitely one has to be that Calyrex Shadow Rider. If might not be, but probably is. But what is that last one that Vincent has brought with them as well? We see that Torkoal going back onto Max's side with that Calyrex Ice Rider coming back onto the field, taunted no longer, and still being able to get those abilities off as well.
Yeah, my issue here with Max's position is that Vincent is just threatening so much damage with this Terra Water Urshifu. You're going to do about 50% of this Calyrex, and we already know what's waiting in the backs, as you kind of alluded here for Vincent. It's going to be that Calyrex Shadow, and with the choice specs, is definitely going to be enough to just totally run through the rest of his team. Ironhead is going to be able to knock out the Weezing, but it's too little too late. We know the Calyrex is going to come in here, and in combination with this Urshifu, is going to be able to mow through the rest of the team. Yes, you can bring in the Sun, but Torkoal is also low. This Urshifu, being Choice Bandit, can't even go for a Sucker Punch, which is kind of why Vincent went for the Aqua Jet. A lot of people would be maybe curious of why. You know that you're faster than the other Urshifu because a lot of the time they're like no speed on these Shuriken teams, but you know that Max might want to go for something like a Sucker Punch, so going for Aqua Jet there makes a lot of sense, and then if they don't, they just attack, then you get dropped down, but because you're not choice locked, if you're Vincent, you can just go for Surging Strikes, because as we saw the past 2 turns. But now you have your Urshifu and your Calyrex on Vincent's side, and you're able to just kind of click buttons and tear through the rest of his team.
Yeah, one of the things that I have been doing, especially while prepping for the Atlanta Regional Championships, is that I've been working with a really close-knit team, and this is what we would call a barrage bowl. This is something that an Astral Barrage at this range with that Calyrex Shadow Rider is in just such a comfortable position, because right now Vincent has the speed, he has the momentum to go ahead and just really, like you were kind of saying, press buttons. Press that Astral Barrage. We have that Ogre Pond there if we want to go ahead and start redirecting things. But that Calyrex Shadow Rider is really not threatened at all at this point. It is really just sitting there comfortably. As we see that Astral Barrage going off, the Calyrex Ice Rider, of course, goes ahead and protects. But that Astral Barrage does go into that Torkoal who just joined the field and does knock it out, putting Max to his last 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, and if you are going to make a play like this, if you are Max, this is the best way. You have a way back into the game because Vincent's Ogre Pond is here, or sorry, oh, it did switch in that turn actually, so never mind. Vincent covered for that perfectly there. I was saying if you kept Urshifu in, Max made the best play you could. Assuming you keep an Urshifu, then you don't have Ogre Pond to redirect something like the Sucker Punch for Max next turn. But because you did switch Ogre Pond that turn, this Calyrex is able to just fire off another Astral Barrage and take the knockout and get a 2-0 win here against Max.
An incredible game done by Vincent Mateo. And once again, if you've ever been to any of the Tri-State locals, you know Vincent and just what an incredible play that was. Especially, I'm actually really excited about that Galarian Weezing. I have not seen a Galarian Weezing play that well since it's been a minute, honestly. So it's been really exciting to see it, especially with that Indeedee there. And like you were talking about, how masterfully Vincent played that, especially when understanding that you've got that Thunderclap, you do have those Sucker Punches, but also kind of disrespecting Max's game plan with that. So yeah, phenomenal. I'm like jazzed. I'm like, wait a second, should I start running Galarian Weezing?
Yeah, Weezing's definitely an interesting Pokemon there, and it being able to have so much control for that battle, kind of making Max have to think about when the Indeedee is kind of going down. Not only are you making Max think, but you also, as the Weezing player, have to think of when do I want my Weezing to go down or when do I want it to switch out so I can kind of take control of their terrain. And that last turn there, being able to switch out the terrain or switch out your Weezing to get the terrain and then having the Thunderclap be neutralized in that game was really, really smart from Vincent and just really well played. I think the choice specs, Calyrex as well as the Life Orb Urshifu also were just damage calcs that people aren't normally ready for. I definitely know I wouldn't be. That extra damage that you get from the Life Orb compared to something like the Mystic Water does add up. And as we saw in that match, was able to actually knock out something like the Indeedee, where I think normally a Mystic Water would not be able to. And especially with something like Sun in the back potentially for Max, Urshifu normally isn't a problem, but who cares about sun when you have neutralizing gas? I think Vincent played that game absolutely amazing. So congratulations to them for their 2-0. But if that's all, I think we're going to cut to a quick break after this. Thanks for watching, guys, and we'll be back for more VGC action soon enough.
I'm waiting until.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I was just checking out this really cool event coming to daBasement at Collectors on Sunday, March 30th. It's our upcoming trades bazaar, where we invite a bunch of local vendors and they go ahead and trade all their fun products, from Pokemon, Lorcana, Magic, Warhammer, 3D prints, games, and all the rest. Come check it out. You can also win a Nintendo Switch just by showing up this particular day, Sunday, March 30th, in daBasement at Collectors. At 2705 Hempstead Boulevard, daBasement Collectors, Sunday, March 30th. Our graded Pokemon.
Hi, my name is Anthony Vola. I'm RX Painkiller RX. As you guys know, I'm your Pokemon professor within New York City. In regards to the event that's happening on April 19th, we are running a doubleheader cup. We're opening up our doors at 8 o'clock in the morning. We are taking team sheets and we're taking deck lists via email. Another thing is pricing. So it's a $25 entry. That whole $25 is going into store credit. And on top of that, we are going to have a pop bonus for each event. $1,000 for TCG, $1,000 for VGC. That $1,000 on top of the store credit is going to be split in top 8 pricing. As well, we're going to have Journey Together packs per entry. We're also going to have Journey Together booster boxes for the event. For our judges, we have something very special for you guys. You will get goodie bags. You will get sealed product in your goodie bags for participating, as well getting paid. Once we find prospective casters, we will update this video and we will let people know about our casters. This is going to be a really, really big event. We are trying to provide the best experience that people could possibly have. We're trying to make this into a mini regional. We are going to make it one of the best events in New York City.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collectors Emporium CPC. I am Courtney, and I'm here with Tyson today, and we're going into our round three, which I'm very excited about, especially after seeing the last two sets. So, what have been your thoughts so far, Tyson? I know my thoughts are a little crazy right now, truthfully.
Your thoughts are crazy because you've gotten to see your Clefairy and your Calyrex Shadow, and then you got to see another Calyrex Shadow with a bug move on it. So you're ecstatic right now, and I'm ecstatic too to see all sorts of different versions. We saw the Miraidon team, kind of the staple team. We've seen two very different versions of Calyrex Shadow, kind of the bulky one where it's able to sit there, click Nasty Plot, and then do its damage. And then we saw one with choice specs able to do tons of damage just off the bat with a wheezing Maushold that we didn't see come to the game. Tons of different stuff there at the Calyrex Shadows. We also got to see a really cool hard Trick Room team that did really well recently. So seeing it actually in another tournament is also really exciting to watch as well and see what it does. We didn't get to see the Smeargle that game, but having the really cool tools like the Choice Bandit Urshifu, we've kind of got to see parallels of all sorts of different Pokemon today. So like Urshifu Water, Urshifu Dark, Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow. I don't know what the parallel is for like the Paradox Pokemon, Raging Bolt. I don't know. If someone brings Raikou, maybe. I don't know, but I don't think so. But you never know.
I'm just saying, I would go bananas for Raikou, especially. But for me, I think really the biggest surprise today has been that Galarian wheezing and how masterfully Vincent Mateo played that into that last set. I'm extremely excited to kind of see if Vincent's going to keep climbing their ranks. He's starting out 2-0, which is fantastic. And I really would love to see kind of where they go ahead and take it after this, too. But I think you're right. Hard Trick Room, especially after this last weekend in Stockholm, has really been making a splash. And I know every single Hard Trick Room enjoyer is reminiscing right now and how amazing that this is in this current regulation. But I think we also need to keep in mind is that once again, as we know, I am not the biggest Calyrex Ice Rider fan. And, I'm not saying
Yeah.
I'm praying on its downfall, but
I mean, it did just lose the last round of Swiss. Unfortunately, I am the same. I'm like the opposite. I want it to do so well. It's such a fun Pokemon to me. I love the Ice type moves, and it looks like my cat Zeus also likes the Ice type moves of that Calyrex, and he likes to use them. But we're not going to be able to click them today, buddy. The Calyrex Shadows are kind of tearing us down. The choice specs, the Citrus Berry are going to be able to do so much damage, and like they either do so much damage or with like something like the Citrus Berry, they just live forever that they're not able to do as much to you because you have something like the Clefairy on the side and they just kind of sit there and do their thing. And that takes a lot of skill for the Calyrex player to maneuver around. If you are the hard Trick Room player, you kind of have to use your turns wisely. You only have 5 turns of Trick Room or the 4 turns of Tailwind and stuff like that. So you have to be very conscious of how you're using your speed control, whether that's the Trick Room or the Tailwind, for both the Calyrex Shadow players and the Ice Rider players.
Oh, no, 100%. And I think one thing that we also kind of have to keep in mind as we're going into this game 3 is these new 2 trainers that are going ahead and going to be sitting down for our live stream and their teams. Because talk about interesting Pokemon. Let me tell you. Starting off, we're going to have Noah Pilo on one side with a Grimmsnarl with Light Clay, Raging Bolt with an Assault Vest, Ogerpon Hearthflame. We got a Zamazenta. There it is. Where I was going to be here sometime. A Champa with the Focus Sash and a Choice Scarf Rapid Strike Urshifu. And then on Andrew Cornfield's side, we've got an Iron Crown. And I just know that Justin Karras is ecstatic about this one. Running that Expert Belt, a Farigiraf with that Electric Seed, Ogerpon Hearthflame, once again making a comeback. Blood Moon Ursaluna with a Life Orb, Whimsicott with the Focus Sash, and Miraidon, of course, wearing its trusty little choice specs. So 2 very interesting teams, but also a little weird. I'm kind of surprised by this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I actually want to touch on Andrew's team before we touch on Noah's, where I think Noah's team is more of like a normal Zamazenta team, but there's still stuff to talk about there. But I'm really interested in Andrew's team, where I think normally you have the Farigiraf, Ogerpon, Whimsicott, and Miraidon, but instead of the Iron Hands and opting for a bulky bulky piece, you kind of have this offensive Blood Moon Ursaluna as well as the Iron Crown as well. But really, the Iron Crown is not something you see on the Miraidon teams, because normally, right, you see it on those expanding force teams, those teams that might like to go a little bit faster, or have maybe like a side trigger mode. Honestly, just the expanding force teams is what you see it on. Its Quark Drive ability doesn't really synergize too well with Miraidon besides Tachyon Cutter. You mainly want to use it because it gets access to Expanding Force. So I'm really interested to see what Andrew does with it here using its Quark Drive. It's also opted for an Expert Belt on this team, so it's going to be able to do a little bit more damage when it hits super effectively. That with like a Tachyon Cutter, maybe to pick up a KO on a Flutterman, or something like a Psychic move, or potentially whatever coverage move it decides to run as well into the opposing Pokemon. The Expert Belt actually might come up as well if you are Tachyon Cuttering into something like the Grimmsnarl. The other piece on this team that isn't normal is the Blood Moon Ursaluna, opting for that Life Orb, which is normal. Those Terra Normal Blood Moons are going to do lots of damage under Tailwind.
Oh yeah, and I think you bringing that up for that Grimmsnarl is such a pivotal thing to kind of keep in mind, especially for me, as Grimmsnarl is one of those pesky Pokemon that I feel like I always match up into and I always don't have an answer for. And so Noah having that on their team is really fascinating to really just kind of disrupt that flow by putting up those screens, causing a little bit of havoc, making things a little bit, maybe a little bit more grim for Andrew on their side of the field, but also running that typical Raging Bolt with that Assault Vest and that Ogre Pond kind of in tow with it too. But Zamazenta is always in a comfortable position, especially when we're talking about having that wide guard, when you're looking at that Ursaluna, and especially looking at like that for Rigraff as well, making sure that if you need to go ahead and use those different types of moves that you have it. And then Chiempao. Of course, I am a lover of Chiempao, and it makes me so happy to see it. And that is one of those Pokemon I feel like at the beginning of this regulation, we really didn't see a whole lot of. We really kind of saw that a lot of people were pushing it to the side, but now I feel like it's really starting to make that momentum come back, especially with that devastating sucker punch that it can come out with. Although, one thing Noah has to keep in mind is that for Rigraff and making sure that, hey, that Armor Tail will go ahead and shut down all of those different types of things on that side. And that Urshifu with that Choice Scarf is making sure that, hey, you can move fast, but I'm probably going to move faster. So really fascinating team on Noah's side as well. And once again, if you have ever gone to any of the tri-state locals, you know both of these players good and well, both fantastic trainers, and also really great team builders, as we can see with these crazy teams that they've brought up for this PC today.
Yeah, Noah here opting, as you kind of said before. You touched on a lot of the pieces there. A very interesting team, very basic, but still very interesting in a way that it can be piloted. And some of the small moves on here, or small item choices, I should say, that we normally don't get to see, like the Soul Vest on Raging Bull. That's kind of normal. A lot of people opt for either the Life Orb, I believe, or Goggles, but the Assault Vest there makes a lot of sense as well to give the team some special bulk compared to the Zamazenta, who definitely has you covered on the defensive end. I think not only is its massive defense stat big enough, but I think its Rusted Shield plus the ability that it gets, Dauntless Shield allows you to get that extra +1 defense, is going to be super huge there. And then Choice Scarf on the Urshifu as well is just able to move super, super fast, as you kind of said before. The Grimmsnarl also a very annoying piece too.
Every time I feel like I face a Grimmsnarl, I am always just kind of feel like I'm behind the 8 ball, because that Grimmsnarl is just so powerful with those different types of screens, and it really makes my brain work a lot harder with all those different calcs that I have to keep in mind too. But I think Andrew is going to have to really figure out what is a good way around that, especially with their current team. I'm a really big fan of Ursaluna Blood Moon. I think it's just so powerful, especially if you go for those hyper voices, those Blood Moons, or even like an Earth Power. It can do so much damage, especially paired with that Life Orb too. And that Miraidon, as we've talked about again and again and again, Miraidon is truly such a disruptor with that terrain, really causing some issues. And as we can kind of see on Noah's side, he doesn't really have an answer for that currently. So it's going to be interesting to see how Noah is going to play around this Miraidon and see, hey, I know you're going to be able to have that electric train up, but how am I going to not let you use it that well?
Yeah, and I think mastering that or kind of positioning around that is going to be the big thing here. Not having access to terrain and kind of having to play around your resists and bulk in just general bulk is something I think a lot of players struggle with. So being able to play around that is going to be super, super interesting to watch as we get into team preview here. Waiting for both of our players to kind of lock in their teams and make their selections in before going into game one. I think an interesting lead there for Noah could be something like the Zamazenta Ogre Pawn to redirect any of the attacks that either the Miraidon or Iron Crown could throw out, even potentially a Blood Moon if you're willing to sacrifice it, while the Zamazenta can fire off things like the Body Press or Heavy Slams into the opposing Pokemon. One thing I do think you do have to be careful of is allowing Noah to set up the screens with Grimmsnarl if he does decide to opt into it. The cool thing about Grimmsnarl being a dark type is that it can't get encored by the Whimsicott as it is immune to those prankster moves. So if you do go for a screen with your Grimmsnarl, if you are Noah, you don't have to worry about Andrew's Whimsicott going for those pesky encores. You do have to worry about Tachyon Cutter and Moonblast though.
Yeah, I do think that for me, a person that Grimmsnarl out front would be such an amazing lead for Noah to really go ahead, as you were kind of saying, is that since it is that dark type, Prankster means nothing. You can't play any games with me. But what game we can go ahead and play is getting into our round 3 as we see Andrew going ahead and leading that Miraidon in tow with, of course, Iron Crown? Crazy to see that. But then on Noah's side, we do set that Qianpao and that Grimmsnarl paired right up to it. So we are seeing that Grimmsnarl lead on Noah's side, probably to go ahead and start setting up those screens and just applying that pressure, especially with Qianpao next to it, having that focus sash, knowing that it can take 2 hits regardless of what you bring it that way.
Yeah, and what's really interesting here is that we're going to see the Thunder Wave go out there, slow down the Iron Crown there. This Qianpao is going to move before it, hopefully, there. And with something like Ice Spinner as well, you're going to be able to remove terrain. But Andrew's Miraidon is going to move first before the Qianpao, maybe alluding to some speed tiers there. The Qianpao is going to be able to get off the spinner, but what slot is it into? I'm really curious here.
Yeah, and I think what we saw that Volt Switch going into that Grimmsnarl did so much damage, and we see that Farigiraf takes that spot of that Miraidon previously, and that Ice Spinner from Qianpao going into that Farigiraf slot, only doing about maybe 20-25%. Really great switch done by Andrew, and making sure that it really kind of disrespected on that side, and that Qianpao going down to its sash.
Yeah, and Tachyon Cutter able to get the 2 guaranteed hits there, that multi-hitting move. Able to break that focus sash from the Qianpao. This is kind of an awkward lead, and why I didn't really want to lead the Qianpao into Andrew's team. Yes, you have something like the Ice Spinner, but you really need some bulky Pokemon to deal with this Iron Crown. Otherwise, it's just going to kind of tear through you, and you've kind of lost your Qianpao for nothing. You lost it for maybe a 4th of the Farigiraf HP there, and the terrain is still intact with Andrew's Miraidon, who is comfortable in the back as Grimmsnarl goes for a light screen here. As long as the Terrakion, Iron Crown does not get paralyzed here, it will be able to go from the Tachyon Cutter into this Grimmsnarl as it does, and is able to finish off the Grimmsnarl. So now you've lost 2 Pokemon for effectively a 1/4 damage and a light screen, and this Raging Bull goes for a Snarl as well. Not able to do too much, but I guess slowing the attack of this Iron Crown.
Yeah, no, I think Miraidon is sitting back on the bench on Andrew's side, enjoying the nice scenery that is around it right now. Maybe taking a lounge on the beach, ready for its next time when it comes in. But we do see that Farigiraf going for that Trick Room, really going ahead and making things a little bit more in Andrew's favor, making sure that that speed is no longer there and no longer an issue for Andrew on that side. As we see that Zamazenta coming in as Noah's last Pokemon. And we do see that Terrestrialization going off on Andrew's side of the field, going into that Iron Crown. Very interesting going into that Terrestrialized ground. I love the ground terrestrialization. Can I just say that?
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Absolutely. Not only does it look pretty, but it has potentially a lot of synergy on this team if Andrew decides to opt to run something like the Discharge on the Miraidon. Could have a lot of synergy there. The ground also allows you to hit electric types like this Raging Bolt. But with the light screen and the -1 and the Assault Vest, all those modifiers, unfortunately, the Iron Crown is not going to be able to do much. And now that's -2 if you are Andrews there. The body press is able to finish the Iron Crown, but I think if you're Andrew, you're very, very happy with how much value you were able to get out of this.
Oh, for sure. I think that Roaring Moon is just one of those Pokemon, especially with that Assault Vest, is just so bulky. I know it's one of those Pokemon that I hate to see on my opponent's team sheet, but I know one thing that Noah is hating to see as well is that Ursaluna Blood Moon sitting across from it in Trick Room. This is going to be a very tricky situation for Noah to kind of get out of this, especially with that Ursaluna kind of sitting on Andrew's field pretty comfortably, as we see that terrestrialization going into that Roaring Moon, going out and terrestrializing into that Fairy type. Of course, very defensive, very bulky. What else could you ask for with a Raging Bolt?
Yeah, and Andrew going for the helping hand here, knowing the Furgraph is just the helping hand bot. The Earth Power goes into the Raging Bolt instead of something like the Blood Moon. Very interesting play there. I would think if you go for the Blood Moon, that gets the knockout regardless. Snarl going into the Ursaluna and Furgraph, though, able to get the knockout there on the Furgraph. And something like the body press here should be able to wrap it up. And because Miraidon is in the back for Andrew, we already know Trick Room is actually going to kind of hurt Andrew here in this endgame.
Yeah, very interesting that Ursaluna getting completely knocked out with that body press, leaving Andrew just that lone Miraidon, which is interesting to kind of see because, as you were saying, that Miraidon is pretty speedy and it's not really liking this Trick Room on that side. But we do see the electric terrain coming back up on Andrew's side. Of course, it's something that, you know, Miraidon loves to have in tow, but this is actually going to be a very tricky endgame for Andrew. And if he can get out of this, especially with Noah putting so much pressure on, having that wide guard, and also having that Raging Bolt sitting there pretty comfortably at this point. I think you were right, Tyson. That Blood Moon really would have done a lot of damage onto that Raging Bolt, but we saw that the Draco Meteor did even more damage and takes out Andrew's Miraidon, putting Noah up 1 in this set.
Yeah, I think what was really interesting in that turn is that if you were the Blood Moon there from Andrew, if you do go for the Blood Moon and able to get a knockout in the Raging Bull instead of going for getting a little greedy and going for the super effective Earth Power there, if you're going to helping hand, you might as well commit all the way. If you are going to Earth Power, you Earth Power into the Zamazenta slot, but I think against Zamazenta, the Miraidon should be able to win the 1v1 compared to the Raging Bolt with the AV and the light screen. So your best bet is the Zamazenta. If you do Blood Moon there, you're able to knock out the Raging Bolt, and then it's a 1v1, assuming Body Press is just able to knock out the Ursaluna there. And hey, if Ursaluna gets to live on 1 HP or something by some miraculous miracle, that's only a positive, right? It's just more a cherry on top. But because your Ursaluna did go down and you weren't able to get even one knockout there, the Miraidon cannot deal with 2 Pokemon in that scenario, especially when it's staring down a super effective Draco Meteor.
Exactly.
I think in game 2, if you are Noah, I want to see a little bit of a different lead. Maybe not 2 Pokemon that are weak to that Tachyon Cutter. That seemed kind of be the bane of Noah's game plan there. I'd like to see something maybe like, if you are going to lead one of those weaknesses, maybe something like the Ogre Pawn or the Zamazenta to kind of have those resistances to maybe deal with the Tachyon Cutter menace, Iron Crown itself.
Yes, I was really thinking maybe Grim paired into something like, let's say, a Grimmsnarl with Ogre Pawn or Grimmsnarl with Zamazenta. I think those would be in good tandem. I think that Grimmsnarl really did a lot for Noah in that last set, but as we both kind of discussed, that Shampoo did not. But we'll go ahead and see what our leads are, if they've changed, if they've stayed on each side of the player's field. We see Andrew's going to go ahead and lead with that Furgraph and that Miraidon, while Noah leads with that Shampoo Grimmsnarl lead again. Very surprising for me, especially after seeing not a lot of work that Shampoo did in game 1 from Noah's side.
I mean, Noah did win the game. I critique Noah's lead a little bit, but I mean, hey, if you won the game 1, then why change it?
Yeah, a win is a win. A win is a win, truly. And I think that's going to be interesting. I think Noah's feeling very confident about this. But we'll go ahead and see kind of on Andrew's side, as the traders go ahead and lock in their moves, we see that Andrew is going to go ahead and go for that terrestrialization over onto that Miraidon, of course. And Miraidon does not want to take anything that's coming its way, and we see that terrestrialization of electric. So making sure that with that terrain boost and that terrestrialization, that you're very, very strong, that you can go ahead and take all of that. We see that Electrodrift going into that Grimmsnarl, going ahead and making it a one-hit KO on Andrew's side into that Grimmsnarl. What a interesting and perfect play for Andrew, as we see that Ice Spinner going into that Miraidon, taking it down to half. So honestly, a fantastic turn one for Andrew, as we go ahead and break that Focus Sash with that ball play coming into that Ferrograph and a Raging Bolt entering in the field on Noah's side. I truthfully think that terrestrialization on that Miraidon, making sure that you got rid of that Grimmsnarl, was fantastic. Awesome. When we go ahead and see on Andrew's side, we withdraw that Miraidon, because obviously we don't want that Miraidon to play any single games in there. And we go ahead and see that Ogerpon is now entering the field on Andrew's side. You know, it's one of those Pokemon that loves to be on the field, especially in these types of situations. We see the Champao protecting on Noah's side, and that Snarl going into both that Ferrograph and that Ogerpon, getting that special attack drop, of course, on both of those Pokemon on Andrew's side. We do see the Trick Room going up on Andrew's side to really go ahead and start changing the flow of this. Maybe turn it completely upside down. As we both know that Qianpao is a very speedy cat and does not like to be in this Trick Room situation.
Yeah, and seeing this Raging Bolt and Qianpao here on the field, against this Ogerpon Hearthflame is kind of dangerous. The Psychic Noise there against Raging Bolt. Not that Raging Bolt has any healing moves, but if it did, it can't heal anymore. Snarl going off there, making sure the Ferrograph can do even less with those Psychic Noises. Ogerpon not being too affected by it, but definitely able to do lots of damage here. Attacking into the Champao there, knocking it out completely, considering that Focus Sash was before.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that Champao did a little bit more in this game. However, it really still didn't do that much, in my opinion. As we see that Noah's going to go ahead and get into his Zamazenta, and Andrew right now is kind of sitting pretty comfortably with 4 Pokemon on his side, while Noah's currently down to his last 2, that Raging Bolt that does have a Salt Vest and is really not taking any damage, and that Zamazenta. This is going to be very interesting. We still have our Trick Room up on Andrew's side. We still have not seen the last Pokemon on Andrew's side, so we don't really know if is it going to be that Iron Crown? Is it going to be that Ursaluna? We'll just have to kind of wait and see of what Andrew is going to do.
I mean, we kind of saw this last game where Noah was down to their last 2 Pokemon, that being the Raging Bolt and the Zamazenta exactly, and they were able to kind of clutch it out. But the difference this time around is that Andrew does have a lot of their Pokemon as well. And they're not staring down our Blood Moon this time. The Ogerpon there is able to do lots of damage with this Pokemon. The Spiky Shield comes out there. Zamazenta goes for Protect as well. Neither Pokemon willing to let damage come to them. Noah's Pokemon, the Psychic Noise from Andrew, is not going to be able to hit the Zamazenta. Let's see what Noah's Raging Bolt decides to do. Goes for Draco Meteor into that Protect. Nothing really happened this turn, and the Protect is burned on both sides.
Yeah, and I think honestly the biggest thing that did happen this turn is one of the turn of Trick Rooms went ahead and gone away. And so I think that's one thing Andrew has to keep in mind, is that you have a limited amount of turns of Trick Room, and you need to make sure that you are respecting that, especially with kind of how your team composition is. We know, as we know from last turn, that Miraidon really doesn't like to be in that Trick Room situation, so maybe that's what Andrew's kind of holding off for. But that Ogerpon is still playing a very pivotal piece when we're kind of looking at this crypt board state. We see that Ivy Cudgel going into that Zamazenta, taking it a huge hit, but that body press going right back onto it and getting the knockout on that Hearthflame Ogerpon on Andrew Cornfield's side of the field.
Yeah, and that's a really big knockout. No, they're kind of popping off. Andrew was maybe hoping for an Ivy Cudgel crit to kind of speed up the game. This Ursaluna, though, onto the Trick Room. Last turn, you could go for protecting the Zamazenta, but we know that this Blood Moon could do a lot of damage to the Raging Bolt. With a helping hand and a blood moon, because of this HP range, you should be able to live. If you don't terrestrialize though, an earth power might knock you out. Let's see. Instead it goes into the Zamazenta. Wow, not even respecting the protect that could come out that turn. Against the last turn trick room.
Yeah, I think what Andrew kind of took from the last game is that he knew that Noah was pretty okay with going ahead and doing a lot more damage and being a little bit more aggressive as he went ahead and did that body press into that Ursa Luna, taking it out. And you know what? Andrew was like, hey, if you're not gonna protect, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that Zamazenta goes down, because that Zamazenta is kind of an annoying Pokemon for that Miraidon in the back. However, as we both know good and well, is that Raging Bolt is one bulky Pokemon, especially with that Assault Vest tied to it.
Yeah, and the thing is Andrew has to make a call here. Electro Drift going into Noah's Pokemon. This is an amazing turn because Noah didn't opt to Terastallize. So this is going to be a resisted hit, doing no damage. And if Draco Meteor is able to land into this Ursa Luna, you're going to get a knockout.
Wow. What an impressive turn done by Noah. Making sure, saying, hey, you're Terra Electric. You're in your electric terrain. Obviously, you're going to use electric moves. There's no reason for me to terrestrialize at this point, but there is a reason for me to get rid of this Ursa Luna, and that is what Noah did, taking out that with that Draco Meteor, eating up these electric drifts from Miraidon and going for another Draco into that Miraidon, getting it down into the red. And then we go ahead and see that the Electro Drift is once again going into Noah's Raging Bolt, and it's going to say, I'll take those for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. As we can see that it's not going to take it out. You see the Draco Meteor going into the Miraidon once again and knocking out Miraidon on Andrew's side of the field. We go ahead and see that Noah is going to win this round 3 set and continue to advance into the Collector's Emporium PC. What an amazing game. I love Pokemon. Let me just say that. I think some key takeaways, especially when we're kind of talking about that game too, and especially for Andrew's side, is I feel like they didn't really bring into that Ursa Luna very much. I feel like they didn't really play into the trick room needs and things like that. They were being very cautious with it. They didn't apply enough pressure, and Noah really took advantage of that. And it's one of those things, it's like, it's kind of trying to weigh those different types of turns, especially when you're talking about Tailwind, or with Trick Room as well, of like, hey, what am I going to do and how am I going to optimize it as well? So I think that was an amazing set by both trainers. And I think it's one of those things I'm so excited to kind of see what comes out next. We saw the Iron Crown, we saw the Grimmsnarl, we've seen Galarian Weezing, we've seen Clefairy. What weird Pokemon do we have next in the Collector's Emporium PC? We'll find out after this break, and we'll see you guys soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collectors Emporium VGC PC. I am Courtney, also known as Wigglier, and right with me, I've got Tyson. And what an amazing round that was. Truthfully, I'm still jazzed about it. What are your thoughts, Tyson?
All I'm thinking is that we get to see more Pokemon, and I'm excited to see some maybe more cool, unique picks. That last game between the Zamazenta there and the Miraidon was a test as old as time, or tale as old as time. That Miraidon not able to take against the Zamazenta showing its bulk. Actually, more than the Zamazenta, I feel like the Raging Bolt was the star of that show. Maybe the electric types are kind of what this regulation is all about. The Raging Bolt was able to do so much in that matchup where you were able to kind of outbulk everything with the Assault Vest, and it just kind of ended up working there and allowing the win. It was all the games have been close, even though they've been 2-0s. But they've been all really, really close, and the matchups have all been really interesting. And speaking of interesting matchups, here in our round 4, we're featuring Ho-Oh. That's right, round 4, Ho-Oh. And we're walking away.
Oh, hey, oh,
Wait,
what
and
can we
Rhydon.
say? What? Rhydon? Oh my god.
I see 3 Pokemon here that are just not common at all.
One of these things is not like the other, or maybe 3 of these things are not like the other, as we see this Ho-Oh with a clear amulet, a Rillaboom with an Assault Vest, a Walking Wake with some glasses, rocking those choice specs, the Fluttermane with that Photosynthesis, a Grimmsnarl with that Light Clay, and Rhydon with that Eviolite. What an interesting team that we saw.
Oh, and Jacob here. Didn't even know that Wellspring was going to pop up.
I know.
Jacob's team is also very interesting.
Oh, extremely interesting as we see that Ting-Lu making a comeback, and that Glimora, the Calyrex Shadow Rider as that restricted on Jacob's side, that Ogrepon Wellspring, and of course, the double duo, the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri. And you know what? That's just making me hungry for sushi. I'm not gonna lie to you, Tyson.
Yeah, and I think both these teams are super, super cool. Both have their own unique way at approaching the game. I think the Ho-Oh team kind of turning on the pressure there with something like the Walking Wake with the choice specs, kind of doing a lot of damage there. If you have something like the Sunny Down the Fluttermane, you might be able to activate the Photosynthesis and boost up your Ho-Oh damage as well. That could be super cool. I could totally see that being a part of the team. You also have mitigation with the Grimmsnarl as well as speed control in Thunderwave potentially. Jacob's team, though, is really, really cool, though. I think the Ting-Lu Dondozo are such an unbreakable wall, and with something like the Glimora as well, you're able to set up those toxic spikes, get those mortal spins, just be a really annoying piece to deal with. All the while, Ting-Lu is setting up things like Stealth Rocks or Sand Tombs, ruinationing the team down to 50%. And then Dondozo comes in. And
of course. And we see on Jacob's side, we do see that Glimora and that Ting-Lu lead. And then on Brian's side, that Walking Wake paired up with that Fluttermane. So Brian being very, very speedy, but Jacob being a little bit more, some people would say a little sturdier. But I think you're right with those toxic spikes, as we saw last weekend, are extremely volatile into this format, especially with the concept pivoting. As we see that double to protect going on Jacob's side, just to scout out what might be happening on Brian's side.
Yeah, and the Shadow Ball there in the Hydro Stream, I believe, going into that Glimora, actually Draco Meteor. Just trying to get rid of this Glimora here as soon as possible so it doesn't get to go for Mortal Spins. But now that Jacob knows what this Pokemon is locked into, he can Terrestrial, or they can Terrestrialize into whatever they choose to kind of prevent that Draco Meteor and Shadow Ball from knocking out. Or if there isn't a Terrestrialization there to kind of mitigate one of those damages, you can always switch out the Glimora as well. Ting-Lu here is going to be fine against the Draco Meteor and the Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball going into Glimora to break that Focus Sash, though. I think Brian kind of analyzing and realizing Glimora is going to be really annoying if you let it stick around. So getting rid of it this early is pretty good. But that does mean your walking weight is going to go to -2 there. And your Flutter Mane has to target the Glimmer, of course. But Sandtomb going off into that walking weight, meaning it's going to be locked in. That -2 is there to stay as long as it's taking.
Yeah, and it being choice specs means that it's completely locked into that Draco Meteor, which is just something that Walking Wake really doesn't want right now. And we see that Don Dozo hitting the field big and mighty, and that is just something that we don't want to see for Brian. But we do see that Brian is also running a Flutter Mane with Sunny Day, which is a great counter to that Don Dozo, even though it's rocking those leftovers.
Yeah, so the Sun here is actually going to be really important as well because it's going to give that photosynthesis boost to the Walking Wake, allowing it to do more damage. But because it is choice specs locked into that Draco Meteor, it's going to be able to do no damage into this Don Dozo, which it did opt to target into. So that photosynthesis boost isn't going to do much there. I think the synergy there is super cool as well because the way it works with the Draco Meteor is that you're able to go for first one with the choice specs. Then with Sunny Day plus the choice specs, you kind of counteract the -2 from the Draco Meteor drop, if that makes sense. So you're able to fire off really strong moves. But because of the Terra Fairy, you don't take any damage if you're Jacob, and you get a free set.
Yeah, I think Jacob played that turn extremely well, understanding that, hey, your Walking Wake literally can't do anything to me if you go ahead and try to target into Don Dozo, because I'm just going to Terrasilize and Terrasilize into that Fairy type, making sure that if you're going to try and attack me, it's not going to happen. But we do see that Brian's going to go for that Shadow Ball into that Don Dozo slot, into that substitute, and fading it out, which is a big thing for Brian, as we saw that side. And that Draco Meteor going into the Tinglu, obviously it only doing such a small scratch to it. The Wave Crash at that point going into that Flutter Mane, bringing it down to 46 HP, taking a little bit of recoil, but that doesn't matter because that Throat Chop is going to come in from that Tinglu and knock out the Flutter Mane on Brian's side of the field.
And if you are Jacob, you're really excited about that because the Flutter Mane was really the big thing that was kind of damaging this Tinglu potentially with the Moonblast, but actually decided to go for Shadow Ball to break that substitute. I think it's a win-win if you're Jacob there. If you do Moonblast into the Tinglu, it's living the turn, and then on top of that, the Don Dozo substitute gets to stay, or if the substitute gets to stay, then Tinglu has more HP. The Ho-Oh does come in here, though. We do get to see it brought to this game, but this Walking Wake is slowly burning out of Draco Meteors it can use. It's currently 4 out of 8. It can only target so many times. Dodoza goes for Protect, going for the Leftovers Recovery, and Ho-Oh is going to fire off attack after attack. Draco Meteor not able to do anything with this Tinglu. Let's see what Sloppy Ho-Oh can do, though. So they can fire into the Dodoza.
But I think Ho-Oh is kind of sitting pretty nice here with that Sunny Day being up. However, we see that Ruination going into that Ho-Oh, taking it down to that 50%, which is not something that it wants to see. I do think Ho-Oh, when it came in, if Brian would have targeted that Tinglu, might have been in a little bit of a better position. But I do think Jacob has just really played this well. That Sandtomb locking in that Walking Weight has been such an annoying pivotal piece for Brian, as he's not able to utilize that Mon the way it really should be utilized. And I think when we're talking about those different types of Pokemon, is that Choice Specs is an amazing item to bring along, but things like this can really cause some issues, as you see that Draco Meteor is really not doing anything to that Tinglu anymore.
Yeah, and you do get the 50% there from Sacred Fire from Ho-Oh. Body Press, though, able to do not actually that much without the Tatsugiri. You actually don't have that much. And you Ruination there coming up from the Tinglu, though, lowering the Ho-Oh down bit by bit. I would have liked to see a Wave Crash maybe into the Ho-Oh there, just guaranteeing the knockout, but this works as well. If you're Jacob, again, you still most likely have Tatsugiri in the back, and you're just kind of able to sit there and not get knocked out. This Sandtomb has lasted for, I think, a little too long if you're Brian. The Rillaboom here switching in for the Ho-Oh, not to take a Wave Crash, but if there's a Ruination going in for that slot, Jacob potentially could get a free 50% on this Rillaboom.
Yeah, it is really fascinating to kind of see that. Like, the burn on the Don Dozo really does a lot. I think it really kind of maybe stopped the momentum a little bit on Jacob's side, but Jacob has just been in a comfortable position this entire game. As we see the Rillaboom going ahead and dropping into the field, making that grassy surge go ahead a little bit to life, and that Tinglu going back onto Jacob's side as well. And as we see, of course, like you just said, Tyson, the Tatsugiri hitting the field, and of course, gonna go take a little rest in Dandozo's mouth.
And not only is he taking a rest, he's taking command with that commander ability, allowing Dondozo to get +2 in every single one of its stats, making it this kind of behemoth that we've known to love or hate, as Draco Meteor unfortunately does fire off into the Tatsugiri slot, which is not going to be able to hit. Wave Crash going to go off into that Ho-Oh slot, but there's a Rillaboom there and is going to be not only in the sun, not only burned, but resisted as well, doing no damage to that Rillaboom at all.
Yeah, I think one thing that we also have to kind of mention, Tyson, is that Jacob did not bring their Calyrex Shadow Rider. They did not bring their restricted Pokemon into this matchup, which is very interesting, especially as we both know is that Tatsugiri and Dondozo really work in tandem together, but not to bring it is something that's kind of pivotal, and we don't see that very often. Usually those restricteds are so important to bring, especially when we're talking about this regulation, especially when you're looking down, let's say, a Ho-Oh, especially.
Yeah, you have to be very careful though if you are Brian. This game is still losable. Yes, the Dondozo is burned, and but your sun is down, and your walking wake is kind of really low. Fake out there into the Dondozo so you can get a free pivot, and to the Ho-Oh is fine. Grassy Terrain is going to be mitigated by this burning here, but Ruben is going to be able to heal back up.
Yeah, I think right now Brian is saying, okay, Walking Wake has taken a little bit of too much damage, has definitely used way too many Draco Meteors, but at least I have it now in the back. And we go ahead and have that Ho-Oh back onto the field. Ho-Oh is still kind of sitting pretty nice in this situation. As we kind of can see from there, we do see that the Rillaboom is also still full HP and is able to go ahead and start pivoting in and out, especially with no Sand Tomb even in its direction, because that Tinglu is still sitting on the bench for Jacob. We do see that Terrestrialization going into the Ho-Oh, making it a grass-type Pokemon, which is a great thing, especially when we're talking about that mighty Wave Crash that can come out of that Dondozo, sitting right across from it.
Yeah, but no Wave Crashes here. It's going for the guaranteed body press damage there. Critical hit. It's not going to really matter that much considering the Dondozo is kind of a sitting duck anyways. I guess if you're Jacob, you maybe want an extra turn or two to do more body press chip, but you're really just hoping that you can time your Dondozo to get knocked out so that Tatsugiri can pop out and be somewhat healthy. The problem here, though, with that critical hit, I'm realizing as the Rillaboom switches out, is that Walking Wake is going to be able to go for one of those Draco Meteors into the Tatsugiri. But I believe the Walking Wake should be faster than the Ho-Oh, just based off of speed. So if it is, you have to be kind of smart how you play this out. Because if the Ho-Oh is faster than Walking Wake, then yes, you can go for Draco Meteor. But this is also really well played from Brian there. If Jacob does go for a Protect this turn, trying to heal up an extra bit, this is a free fake on body press going into the Rillaboom instead.
Yeah, I think like you were kind of saying, like Dondozo is sitting here not very comfortably. I personally would not say sitting duck. I would personally say like a sitting whale. But tomato, tomato, what can we say? But we did see that Ho-Oh went ahead and targeted into that Dondozo, and that Dondozo is just getting chipped away little by little, and that burn is really not helping it out as well. Like you were saying, that Rillaboom has now pivoted back out, so you do get that fake out proc that you can go ahead and utilize on that Dondozo, making it kind of a Cinderella story that is probably going to go down this turn, leaving Tatsugiri a little bit vulnerable on that side. Keep in mind that we still do have the Tinglu in the back, but it's going to be a very kind of steep hill for Jacob to climb, especially with that Walking Wake sitting pretty in the back of Brian's team.
But this is actually fine, I think, if you're Jacob, where the Tatsugiri comes in, but it's taken no damage, and there's no fake-out pressure as there would have been last turn if you did get the knockout. This time around, though, Tinglu is going to be able to come in. Still has its berry. Grassy Terrain is also gone. Tatsugiri is not as in much as trouble as some might think. The only issue here is that Tinglu is weakening your Tatsugiri's damage, so kind of biting yourself or kicking yourself in the foot here if you are Jacob.
I really think it is fascinating to see Tinglu kind of it's one of those Pokemon that you don't see very often, but it's one of those that you do have to really respect because it can really disrupt a lot of your team, as we've seen this exact game with that Sand Tomb. But we see that Draco Meteor going into the Ho-Oh, but not doing very much. That special attack drop going onto that Tatsugiri, and its Sacred Fire going into that Tinglu, paired with that U-turn, leaving it on maybe 5 HP. That Tinglu's sticking around because, hey, it said, I'm hungry. I'd rather eat a berry than getting knocked out.
I think Jacob actually wanted it to get knocked out there, so at least you have a chance, if with a critical hit, to get a knockout at Tatsugiri. But with the walking wake here, the Ho-Oh, it's going to be such an uphill battle here for Jacob. Sand Tomb going into the Ho-Oh to do maybe a little bit of chip damage, but it's looking very rough for Jacob in this game one.
But I think now we have to kind of think about what if we are Jacob, what would we do different kind of going into that game two. For me, I personally think that Glimora really didn't do much this entire game, and having that double protect at the beginning was good for scouting purposes, but I feel like that was kind of the start of everything slowly going bad for Jacob. I think what he really needs to bring is that Calyrex Shadow Rider. I think a restricted is really needed in this matchup, especially with such bulky mons that we go ahead and kind of see from there.
Yeah, and I mean, Jacob is making every single turn he can out of this game, trying to claw his way back in. The Sand Tomb is able to whittle down that Ho, even through the recover. The Throat Chop is able to get the knockout into the Walking Wake, in which the Draco Meteor would have knocked out Tatsugiri here. If you are reliving the Grassy Train does go back up, but that's very, very scary here. I think what Jacob is maybe playing for is to miss a couple safety fires, and then you have to Brave Bird and take damage. That's kind of your way if you 1v1 this Ho-Oh, but Draco Meteor goes into the Rillaboom, does no damage. Let's see what the Rillaboom opts for. I think a Woodhammer should just be going to knock out. Brave Bird, though, instead of the Tatsugiri, is going to do so much to yourself, plus Rocky Helmet.
Oof. That is something that Ho-Oh does not want to see, but we really don't want to see that Woodhammer going into that Tinglu, knocking it out, leaving the little lone piece of Nagiri sitting on the field right now. I think Jacob, like I said, really has to kind of figure out what ways that they want to go ahead and kind of come into game two a little bit more in a commanding position, in my opinion. I think this is very interesting. I do think the Pokemon that Jacob does have are good. I think that it is a very winnable situation. But like I said, Tyson, I really think we need to see that Calyrex Shadow Rider. And I'm not biased, guys. I'm just saying. I do love my Calyrex Shadow Rider, but I do think it's going to be very important to go ahead and start chipping away more at Brian's team.
Absolutely. I think the problem is there, like you kind of said with the Glimora, it didn't really do anything in this game. At least if you get the Toxic Spikes, all the pivoting that we saw happening that game would kind of be mitigated because they'd have to take the Poison Ticks or switch in on the Poison Spikes. But because no physical attackers hit the Glimora, you actually weren't able to get those Toxic Spikes set up. So Jacob was kind of in this awkward spot where you have these bulky pieces, you're able to stall time. I think he played that. Like that wasn't the problem in this game. You were able to stall the time. It's just you had nothing to stall for. Like you're stalling for the Sand Tomb chip, but you eventually have to switch out Tinglu into the Tatsugiri, so when that happens, the Sand Tomb goes away. So what are you really stalling for? There's no Poison Chip, there's no like Calyrex in the back if you're Jacob. You really have to be you have to set something up to stall for if you're the Dondozo player is my big thing.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. I either would not bring that Dondozo and Tatsugiri core. Maybe I would switch it out for that Ogre Pawn and Calyrex Shadow. Maybe in the back, maybe still leading that Tinglu and Glimora to maybe start setting things up a little bit more aggressively, kind of trying to really start to disrupt the beginning of the game so that Brian can't really build that momentum like they did previously. I'm not sure if I'm really liking the Dondozo Tatsugiri. I do think it's a great pivotal mod. I do think Jacob got a little bit burned last game because of the burn, but I think it's one of the things you really have to play it very strategically in order to really build that momentum with Dondozo. It can be a huge disruptor, but looking down, that Rillaboom staring it down very menacingly. But as we get into our second game of our round 4, we see Jacob leading with the same lead with that Tinglu and that Glimora, and Brian as well leading with that Walking Wake and that Fluttermane.
And this is such a dangerous lead here from Brian because you have things like Sunny Day to boost up the damage of the boost the photosynthesis on this walking wake here, allowing you to do lots of damage. And also has unique synergy here in the sun as well, actually amplifying the water move instead of lowering it. If you choose to lock into that on the walking wake.
Yeah, and I think Brian is also going to say, hey, maybe we're not going to do Draco Meteor this time, because last time it really didn't do that much for me. We do see that Shadow Ball going into that Glimora and that Hydro Steam going ahead and knocking out that Glimora. Turn 1 of our round 4 game 2, which is a huge piece for Jacob to lose again. We do see that Sand Tomb going into that Walking Wake. But you know what? Honestly, the Walking Wake is in a little bit better position, especially going for that Hydro Steam instead of that Draco Meteor.
The thing is, the Hydro Steam, though, isn't going to be able to hit Dondozo, so Jacob doesn't have to burn a Terastallization here on the Dondozo. But instead, Ogerpon is coming in, maybe taking your advice, having the Ogerpon and the Kyrex in the back. This Ogerpon, though, is going to be perfect at redirecting something like the Hydro Steam into the choice specs, against the choice specs Walking Wake.
Yeah, I think Jacob maybe heard me from very, very far away and said, hey, Courtney says maybe I should bring Ogerpon. So maybe I should listen to her. Maybe I should listen to her and respect the girls. What can we say? As we see that Fluttermane on Brian's side is going to come back into the bench, and that Rillaboom is going to make its mark onto the field, sitting right across from that Ogerpon. We do see the Grassy Surge coming up onto the field, which of course, always will happen, and that Protect coming from that Tinglu. Really kind of understand Jacob knows that, hey, you have to go for Hydro Steam, you can't move, and now I have Overbound. So what are you going to do to kind of go ahead and really understand me? As we see that Horn Leech going to the Rillaboom, not doing too much damage, but hey, as I've always said, chip is chip, and you'll take anything from it. Now we do go ahead and see that Hydro Steam, like we said, is going ahead and been locked into, but we don't see any reaction on Jacob's side as that Hydro Steam goes into the Tinglu, doing over half, and that Horn Leech going into the Rillaboom as well, making it go down almost to halfway. That Wood Hammer going into the Ogerpon and bringing it down into the red. The Rillaboom does take damage, but you know what? It's not too much as that Ruination goes into the Rillaboom and brings it down to the red as well. Very interesting game done by Brian and Jacob. Jacob saying, hey, I know that you do have to get locked into the Hydro Steam, but maybe you're going to go ahead and mess up maybe a little bit and not doing a follow me. But then going ahead and saying, Brian's going, hey, I'm going to Hydro Steam into that Tinglu, and I'm also going to go ahead and Wood Hammer because this Ogerpon is a problem, and I need to make sure that we can try to get rid of it ASAP. We do see that follow me coming from that Ogerpon Wellspring, as we can see that Hydro Steam is going to go straight into it, but also that Grassy Glide, an amazing play done by Brian to make sure that we could get rid of that Ogerpon, so that Hydro Steam is going to go into that Tinglu, and what do we know? Going to go ahead and knock it out on Jacob's side of the field, leaving Jacob with 1 Pokemon against Brian's 4. An amazing turn done by Brian, understanding that, hey, this Ogerpon probably isn't going to want to take this Grassy Glide. So I might as well just put the pressure on a little bit more. We do see that Jacob does have that Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back ready to go. And we know it is probably a little bit speedy as well. But this is just a very tough situation for Jacob to get out of this now, as Brian has all 4 of his Pokemon still in tow.
Yeah, and Kyrex here is not able to wrap up this game, unfortunately. Here, I think Jacob just didn't have enough tools to really break through. But both of Brian's Pokemon actually getting knocked out by the Kyrex here.
Hey, it's that Life Orb Calyrex Shadow Rider. There's nothing better than it. What can I say? As one of my favorite restrictions in this format, we do see that it's going to get that Grimnay boost, which is something that we have to keep in mind. And also keep in mind is that it is pretty speedy. We do see that the Fluttermane is going to head and going to hit the field once again, right next to that Ho-Oh. And of course, give us a little razzle dazzle. But unfortunately, it's not going to get any boost because that photosynthesis has already been used. So we'll see how well this endgame is going to go. That Calyrex is extremely powerful now. But as we can see that Fluttermane is running a Terra normal, which is going to be a huge problem for Jacob because what can Jacob do? Astral Barrage and get rid of the Ho-Oh, but it won't get rid of the Flutter Mane. Do I go ahead and maybe Psychic the Flutter Mane, but then the Ho-Oh can come after me? And I think this is just a really uncomfortable position for Jacob because we don't really see Flutter Mane running that Terra Normal that often.
Yeah, and this is just an amazing. Psychic does go into the Flutter Mane. They're able to get the knockout at +3 now. This Kyrex, the Grim May, able to maybe clutch this up. You have to really hope if Ho-Oh is able to get the knockout here. If it's not, this is going to be curtains here for Brian in this game too. It all comes down. Is Ho-Oh able to get the knockout?
The Sacred Fire, it's a crit! It's a crit, a critical hit, Sacred Fire into that Calyrex Generator, taking it down on Jacob's side. And as you see, Brian is up for round 4. What an amazing game. What an amazing game. Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh believers, everybody. Ho-Oh believers in
I see
chat.
the flush.
Ho-Oh believers.
But Ho-Oh there, I'm actually surprised you went for the Sacred Fire compared to something like the Brave Bird, which was 100% accurate. That could have been very scary if you missed a Sacred Fire on Ho-Oh. Maybe the Ho-Oh stand themselves or just wanted to, I don't know, go for it and show them who's boss, not use Brave Bird. Who needs that? But that was a very scary endgame. Jacob almost pulled it back there, going for the Psychic there into the Flutter Mane. Just really well played. Not getting too greedy and going for the Astral Barrage makes a lot of sense.
I think we had a
well
more
played from
brave
both players.
Seriously, I feel like the bravest one of all was Brian going for that Sacred Fire and not that Brave Bird. But hey, after that set, I'm a Ho-Oh believer, and I wasn't before. Let me just tell you that, Tyson.
Yeah, it's such a strong Pokemon. I think in this matchup it got to excel. Having that special bulk against something like the team and with the Grass Racialization and Recover was able to keep tempo with something like the Dondozo and burn it with those Sacred Fires as well. So you were able to kind of match that stall pressure, and then also you had your damaging pieces like the Walking Witch, which honestly was the more of a star than Ho-Oh for me. The Walking Witch actually was able to put out consistent damage into the enemy team, which was really, really cool to see, but well played from both players there for sure.
Yeah, no, fantastic set. And we're going to go ahead and go into our next round, which I think might be top cut. But we will go ahead. We're going to bring it out into a break, but we will see you shortly for our next round at the Collector's Emporium PC4 VGC.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Collector's Emporium Top Cut Round 1. I'm Tyson, joined here by Courtney for our first round of Top Cut. We're going to be featuring both rounds of our Top Cut matches into our finals, so 3 more sets before we close off the day. I've been so impressed by the level of gameplay that we've gotten to see today. Courtney, how do you feel about the games?
Oh, you know how I feel. I am all jazzed up seeing all these unique Pokemon, so many amazing trainers, some notable names, some names that we haven't really heard about that much, but all playing at the highest caliber that I've seen in quite a while, truthfully. From watching Stockholm last weekend and then watching this, it's honestly really been exhilarating. And also seeing the craziest Pokemon that I've seen in quite a minute. Seeing Ho-Oh, Galarian Weezing, all these different types of Pokemon that I've just not really seen that much. Even like Mienshao. Huh?
Yeah.
Mienshao? Ugh.
Exactly. And all those Pokemon are really cool too because they're not just cool to be cool. They have a lot of different adaptations depending on the team, and they still use a lot of the same restricteds. For example, the Iron Crown earlier that we saw on the Miraidon team, where it took advantage of that electric train, was really cool to see. You're kind of able to pick and choose these pieces on teams like that, and it's really cool to see what people decide to do, or go out of the box completely and use something like that Ho that you mentioned before. I think another thing that's really cool, as you said, is that it's kind of a blessing to see that these stream games in general at all. A lot of the local scenes don't really get to do a lot of these streamed opportunities. So getting to see something like that here and having that be streamed to everyone is so awesome. And getting to cast it as well with you as well has been a blast.
Oh, well, same to you, Tyson. And I do want to give a shout out to our amazing crew on the scene. I know that they're working so hard to make sure that this production is here for everyone to see and to really recognize the trainers that are in their scene. But I do want to give a major shout out to them because I know they've worked so hard today to make sure that we've got this up and running. And I know that they've really made sure that these trainers are having the best PC that they possibly can have. And honestly, I'm excited for our first round of our Top Cut featuring Tim Edwards, which we all know and love, and Corey Okatsui. You gotta help me. Gotta help me out. I'm bad with last name.
I believe it is Corey. Oh, okay, I can't do it either. I apologize, Corey. Okanowitz.
Hey, we'll take it. But he has no worries, but an amazing team to see. We see that Terapagos, which I know I've kind of said I'm not the biggest Terapagos fan, but seeing it with leftovers is very interesting. And that Incineroar running safety goggles, Amoonguss with that rocky helmet to make sure that if anything comes towards it, it can take it. That Ogremon Cornerstone, which, as we know, that sturdy ability is so prevalent in this current regulation. Heat Ram with Citrus Berry and at Urshifu with Mystic Water. So Corey is really coming out with something a little bit more unique, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. The Heatran here being kind of the staple version of the team. This is my favorite iteration of the Tropicos team that's come out. It relies, again, on your fundamentals of Pokemon, where it's all about the fake out positioning, when to follow me, when to attack. It really, really does come down to your fundamentals in Pokemon and how well you can kind of set up this Calm Mind Terapagos. And Terapagos is one of those things that we haven't seen a lot of today, but getting to see it in Top Cut is no surprise either. It is such a strong Pokemon in the right hands, and if Corey is able to find something like a Calm Mind against, Tim's Calyrex team that we get to see in round 1, I think this could be a very scary matchup. Of course, it could go in both ways. While Terapagos can't hit Calyrex with its normal move in base form, it can, when it terastallizes, hit onto the rest of the team for neutral damage, which is what Terapagos excels at. Is it doesn't do super effective damage, but it does neutral damage to everything. It does so much.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we do have to keep in mind, kind of going back into Tim's team as well, running that Calyrex Shadow Rider, that Clefairy with the Eviolite, the Mienshao with that Focus Band, Rillaboom with the Self Vest, Fluttermane with that Booster Energy, and that Chi-Yu with that Covert Cloak, which I really, 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 really want to see that Bianchao come onto the field, truthfully. So I'm crossing my fingers that Tim is going to go ahead and bring that Pokemon. But honestly, I feel like Tim, the earlier game that we saw in our round one was fantastic. And I really can't wait to see how Tim goes ahead and like really plays this to go against that Terapagos that Corey might have.
I think if there was a matchup for it, I think Mian Shao is definitely, or the Tropicos is definitely the matchup to bring the Mian Shao in. Those close combats are going to do so much damage. But the thing is, with Focus Band, is you're actually able, I believe, to eat the Surging Strikes, because as long as you have the Focus Band, you get the Focus Band proc, you actually could potentially eat the Surging Strike. The last one. That would be a very hype to see if it is the Focus Band. I'm still confused if it's actually Focus Band or not. We literally just have to wait and see. But I think the
Yes.
core thing in Tim's game plan is making sure you can do enough damage to the opposing Pokemon so that you can get Mian Chao in a position where you can close combat the Tropicos. Because obviously, the Tropicos players know what their weakness is. They know that the close combat is coming towards them. It's just a matter of managing that and getting yourself in a position where the close combat doesn't hurt. Things like Incineroar, though, aren't going to be much use, though, because of inner focus on the Mian Shao, stopping both the fake out from flinching you and from the intimidates from the opposing Incineroar. Normally against Urshifu, even though you don't want to normally intimidate against Surging Strikes, once in a while the Incineroar can actually come in and intimidate so that close combat doesn't kill the Tropicos or not get the Tropicos. But in this case, the close combat's not going to be able to be mitigated at all. So it's really going to be up to Korea how they want to mitigate the close combat, either just taking the hit because they're bold or redirecting into something like the Ogre Pond.
Yeah. Inner focus, as some would say, locked in. Once again, tomato, tomato. I'm just really excited to see that Mian Chao, especially having possibly that wide guard, which is so important, especially when we're talking about Terapagos in this matchup. I do think Calyrex Shadow Rider does kind of like to see Terapagos across from it, especially when it has a Pokemon with that close combat. But I think it's going to be extremely imperative for Tim to bring that Mian Chao because, of course, like you said, we need to make sure that Terapagos does not set up. We need to stay calm and make sure that for Tim to take out that Terapagos in order to go ahead and start to really build that momentum to get into that grand finals. But I know Corey is not going to let that happen easily. Let me tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why Corey is here in this top cut. It's not their first rodeo. Again, Tri-State is such a strong region. Even if Corey was a random, right? The field is so strong that I believe anyone here in our top cut could definitely take the crown home today. And because of how small cut is as well, all he has to do is win 2 more sets. I say all he has to do, but I mean, who knows? Corey might have it. I'm a Tropicos believer, so I'm rooting for Corey, but no bias.
But no bias, no bias. But what are your thoughts on Heatran? I like that is just one of those Pokemon that I've been seeing crop up every now and again. But tell me your thoughts on it, especially when you're talking about built into Corey's team.
Yeah, so Heron is definitely interesting. I don't think we'll get to see it this game because it's not really a tool used in this game. Heatran is one of those Pokemon that you kind of throw last second on the team to fix a matchup. So something like the Dondozo, Heatran is very strong against because you can lock it in with Magma Storm, and it also kind of just sits there. You would think a fire type isn't good into Dondozo, but with something like the Terra Fairy, Heatran actually is a really good piece at sitting against those kinds of teams. It's also just a really good balance breaker. So against those Incineroar, Rillaboom, Amoonguss teams, Heatran can also sit there and continue to click Magma Storm, as well as just do good damage with Earth Power or Flash Cannon or whatever other moves you decide to opt into. Heatran is also just kind of there. Fire and Steel is really good against something like the Chi-Yu Fluttermane teams. We're able to resist the Fluttermane and then also be immune to the Chi-Yu heat waves and overheats. So having a tool against those, all 3 of those things are really annoying for Tropicos to beat. So Heatran is just that perfect Techmon, I think.
I know. I'm excited. I don't know about you, but it's been
I'm very
such
excited.
good Pokemon today, and
I
I'm so
cannot wait.
excited. Ah, I'm so excited to get into this team preview and go ahead and get into this game as well. Like we were kind of talking about, Tim is such an exceptional player, but Corey has made the ranks to get up here too. But I do want to see Clefairy. I'm a little biased towards that Clefairy.
I mean, our casters have our picks here, but let's jump into team preview here and team select and see what the players are thinking. We see Tim kind of hovering around. That Fluttermane Chiyu is like I said, going to be very, very strong into this Terapagos team. Maybe Corey wants to bring the HRB because of that, but it is really such a liability in this matchup. It's not as impactful because of something like the Clefairy and the Mienshao. It's just another Pokemon you have to worry about getting close combated, and you really want to save your Terastallization for Terapagos this game. And of course, Tim knows that. If you are playing against a Terapagos player, 9 times out of 10, the Terapagos is going to be the thing that Terastallizes, especially against Calyrex Shadow, where you have to Terastallize to kind of hit it. You do have other game plans where you maybe can hit the Calyrex Shadow with something else, but you have to be very, very smart about that. But this is an amazing lead here. Corey is going to lead Ogerpon as well as the Terapagos, and Tim is going to lead the Fluttermane and the Chiyu.
Yeah, one thing I do want to kind of quickly mention for everybody who is watching, in Tim's team preview, we did see that Mienshao is actually focused Sash. So that is just one thing that we want to keep in mind kind of going into this game, especially with this crit lead with that Fluttermane and Chiyu. It's really interesting that Terapagos and Ogerpon really don't like to see these two together, because if Tim goes ahead and let's say does an Icy Wind and a Heat Wave, or an Icy Wind and something else, it can really do a lot of damage to that Ogerpon, because Sturdy only lasts once, everybody. So we need to make sure, if I'm Corey, to keep that Ogerpon from not getting knocked out.
The problem here, though, is that if you are Terapagos, your shield is going to get broken by the Icy Wind. There is no following me here, so if you are Corey, you're hoping for a Heat Wave miss from this Terapagos, or excuse me, from the Chiyu. But the cool thing is against these two special attackers, you are able to go for a Calm Mind. The Ogerpon actually hangs on, though!
Yo, Ogerpon said, I'm that girl, and they live on 1 HP, going ahead and Ivy cudgeling the Chiyu slot and knocking it out in a one-hit KO. What an incredible play by Corey. I don't know if they count that, but hey, if you're watching right now, y'all better.
Wow, that was absolutely outstanding there from Corey. Maybe leaning to the fact that Corey's Ogerpon is a little bit more bulky. Obviously, that was a roll, but what a clutch survival. Getting rid of the Chiyu. There's going to be no more Beads of Ruin. No chance that Corey's Terapagos is going to have its special defense lowered by the Chiyu. Instead, now, having the +1 from that Calm Mind is going to be absolutely huge. And Tim can't bring in both the Mienshao and the Calyrex at the same time, so you have to be very, very smart now of when you protect it, when you don't, so that you don't get Terra Starstorm, because now that Corey's at +1, you can go for that Terastallization and start firing off those Starstorms, and it's going to be very, very strong. Ogerpon has kind of done its job here, knocked at the Chiyu. I'm just baffled at that turn 1 still.
Oh, same here. But I will say that we got to keep in mind that that Corey is currently losing that speed war because of that Icy Wind, both on that Ogerpon and that Terapagos. So that's one thing that Tim has to keep in mind. We do see that the Ogerpon on Corey's side is going to go back into their hand, and then we see our big old cat hitting the field, Incineroar, doing the Intimidate on both Fluttermane and Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it doesn't really matter too much, and we do see the Terastallization coming out on Corey's side, obviously going on to Terapagos, making it one of the most beautiful Terastallization animations I've seen.
And not only is it beautiful, it's powerful here, and turning Terra Starstorm into a spread move. Moonblast there going to do a decent chunk to Incineroar as a Nasty Claw is fired off there from the Calyrex. This is going to be dangerous there. Starstorm fires off into both these slots here. The really cool thing about that turn, though, is the Ogerpon is back a free redirection later in the game. That +1 is still not enough. It does no damage to that Fluttermane and the Calyrex. Incineroar here, though, is here to help out, though, with potentially a knockoff or a Flare Blitz to knock out one of these Pokemon. If you are Tim, though, you have the option to protect on either of these Pokemon, depending on what slot you think Corey is going to go into. Either way, Starstorm has a chance to knock out this Calyrex as well, but can't knock out the Fluttermane. If the Ogre or if the Terapagos did low roll, then it potentially could knock out the Calyrex, but I wouldn't count on it. If I am in Corey's spot there, I would probably double into the Calyrex to maybe get a knockout onto it. But of course, as I mentioned before, Tim could just go for Protect.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that Corey really has to kind of decide of, is Tim going to go for a double protect, or are they going to be playing a little bit more aggressively? And can I get another Calm Mind up on my Terapagos? We do see that the Calyrex Shadow Rider on Tim's side does go for the protect. The Moonblast does go into the Incineroar, taking it down into the red, lowering that special attack, which means pretty much nothing for Incineroar. And that knockoff actually going out into the Flutter Mane, which very interesting on that side. And then Corey going, of course, for the Terra Starstorm into both of the slots. Doing nothing to the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but it will go ahead and knock out Tim's Flutter Mane.
So this is kind of scary because I actually think if you were in Corey's spot, you actually would have preferred to attack into the Protect on the Calyrex. And the reason I say that is because knocking out the Flutter Mane gives Tim a free switch into Mienshao here. But if you kept the Flutter Mane around another turn, then you could have just gone for another Starstorm and bait out their Protect, and there's no Wide Guard. But now that Mienshao's on the field, you have Fake Out, you have Close Combat, you have Wide Guard, you have Feint. You've kind of enabled Tim to set up this end game, something like a Fake Out and a, or even a Terra fighting Close Combat. But I think a Fake Out and an Astral Barrage is honestly super fine here as well. Or if you want to knock out the Tropicos, Close Combat plus the Astral Barrage is also fine here.
Yeah, and we can see that Tim is kind of hovering back and forth regarding that, but I do think that might be the best play, either that Fake Out or that Close Combat. As we both know good and well, that Astral Barrage is just such a powerful move coming out of Calyrex Shadow Rider. And we do see that Terrestrialization on that Mienshao is going to go ahead and make it Terrestrialize into a fighting type. And one thing I do have to say, I love Shiny Mienshao, and it's so amazing to see it, but Tim is not really liking to see that Terapagos went for that Protect. That Astral Barrage, of course, gonna do nothing to Terapagos, but it will do something to Incineroar. What's gonna happen? It's going to go ahead and knock it out, give Tim the Grimnay boost, and honestly put Tim in a really good position at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. You do have the potential of bringing Ogerpon here, but that's not going to really be able to do too much because the Mienshao is slower than this Calyrex, so you are just going to get redirected. The scary part is depending on what Corey's last Pokemon is, I guess. So depending on what that is, this could change the outcome of the game, but Ogerpon is going to come in here at 1 HP here to hopefully save the day. I don't know if it's enough, though. Mienshao does have access to Feint as well if they think that Corey's maybe going to get the Protect again. But I think going for just a Close Combat Astral Barrage is the safest move you can make.
Yeah, I 100% agree, Tyson. I think Tim really does not get punished at all if they go ahead and go for that Close Combat into that Terapagos and going ahead and doing that Astral Barrage as well. I think it's one of those things that Calyrex Shadow Rider really brings to the table is Astral Barrage and just how much of a powerful move it actually is. And with that Terrestrialized fighting onto that Mienshao, that Close Combat is not going to feel good for whatever Pokemon goes ahead and locks into it. We do see that Follow Me going ahead and redirecting on that side, but we do know that this Astral Barrage is going to go ahead and knock out that Ogerpon, making it so that that Close Combat coming out of that Mienshao will go ahead and target into that Terapagos, which is just something that Corey did not want to see.
Yeah, this Close Combat is going to do so much. If it is bold, it has a chance to live.
It
Tropicos does
lives!
hang on. Corey is super, super happy with that. Both the Ogerpon and the Tropicos there are able to live on 1 HP and Starstorm is going to go off. I think Tim kind of regretting that decision, not going for the Wide Guard instead to just guarantee the game. Calyrex actually doesn't go down, though, and Mienshao is going to hang on that Focus Sash, so this is still a game for Tim.
It's still a game for Tim, especially if we have that Citrus Berry coming onto that Calyrex Shadow Rider. I think it's one of those things that Tim really is showcasing, is that sometimes a bulkier Calyrex Shadow Rider is the way to go, because to survive that Terapagos Terra Starstorm is impressive, but we do see the Amoonguss hitting on to Corey's side of the field. Tim does have quite a few boosts of that Grimnay onto that Calyrex, but it is going to be a very tricky situation, especially with that Amoonguss staring down Mienshao and Calyrex.
Yeah, the problem is, though, that you're going to be able to knock out this Amoonguss regardless of what happens. So your best move is to just Astral Barrage, yeah, and then the Tropicals goes for Protect there, maybe trying to get a cheeky Spore into this Calyrex, but Astral Barrage should be enough to knock out the Amoonguss. If this doesn't, I need to talk to Corey about these spreads, because these Pokemon have all lived on 1 HP every single time, but no, the Amoonguss does just get knocked out.
And it's a one-hit KO coming from Tim Edwards, Calyrex Shadow Rider, giving it another boost onto that special attack. I think you're so right, Tyson. I feel like we need to have a conversation with Corey after this, because the amount of his Pokemon hanging on by just 1 or 2 HP has been so impressive, especially when you're talking about how fast and strong Tim Edwards' Pokemon are against them. But we do see that the battle is canceled on Corey's side. Them understanding, hey, I don't really have any momentum to get back into this. Let's take a second, go back into our team sheet, and really going to figure out what is the actual way that I'm going to be able to beat Tim's Calyrex Shadow Rider and Mian Shao.
Yeah, and normally what is a negative matchup here for the Calyrex Calyrex Shadow player was turned around with something like the Citrus Berry and the Nasty Plot on the Calyrex, which is normally not seen. I think just being able to position the Calyrex and get those Nasty Plots off is what allows you to kind of start to steamroll, because if you can get rid of everything else next to the Tropicos, then something like the Mienshao with that Terra Fighting is able to do so much damage, and it's really impressive kind of how Tim was able to position that and get that into a spot, even with Corey's Ogerpon getting a critical knockout on that Chi-Yu turn 1. I think one of the things I would have liked to see change from Corey is maybe having a bit of a stronger game plan instead of playing it turn by turn. Something I noticed in that game is that Corey kind of was on the back foot in a couple of those, and that might have been because of your game plans, maybe adjusting around those. Planning around something like the Urshifu potentially could be definitely smarter, or trying to get more damage on the Calyrex, so you're guaranteed to get a knockout after +1, because if you don't have +2 on the Terapagos, you're not doing any damage, as we saw in that game.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things that maybe for me, it's just really not as somebody who might not be a Terapagos believer, it's just one of those things that I don't really love about that Pokemon, is that you really need to set up with those Calm Minds in order to really do damage in games. And for me, it's just not something that I'm really used to. But when you do see it performed well, it's incredible. And I think Corey actually is playing a phenomenal game with that Terapagos. I think they really just need to figure out, hey, how do I get around this Mienshao? Because this Mienshao is kind of causing me a few problems. It does just have its focus sash, so maybe I'm going to be able to dance around it a little bit better. But how can I go ahead and make sure that wide guard isn't a thing for me, but also how can I break through and take out that Calyrex Shadow Rider as well?
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what both players are thinking as we get into our game 2 here. I think Tim still has adjustments he can make as well, but considering how close all the Pokemon came close. But Corey's going to lead the Ogerpon, Cornerstone, as well as the Ogerpon. Tim is going to switch it up, actually bring out Clefairy and the Calyrex Shadow.
I can't tell you how excited I am to see Clefairy on this field right now. We do see the Terra shift for that Terapagos over on Corey's side. And of course, Calyrex going ahead and popping its abilities as well. A very interesting board state. I'm surprised that Corey didn't change their lead. But however, this is kind of in Corey's favor, not being able to see that Flutter Mane Chi-Yu sitting across for them. Honestly, I feel like it makes them a little bit more comfortable at this position.
Absolutely, and the Calyrex here is going to be able to go for another Nasty Plot, I believe, just like last time, where it's kind of a setup war where you can just continue to set up against each other until one of you clicks an attack. If you do go for this cheeky move here on Tim's end, a Sing could be very scary. No, follow me here. There's a 55% chance that Tim just is able to put something to sleep, and that could definitely be detrimental, but Ivy covers with a critical hit.
A crit!
Berry there on the Calyrex, so something like a Calm Mind on this Tropicos is definitely going to be impactful, considering it's going to do a lot more. The Stellar Shield, or the Shield is on Tropicos is definitely going to be impactful as well, considering it's not broken. Let's see if Sing hits. It does!
Sing hits! And unfortunately, the turtle goes into its shell to go ahead and take a quick nap on Corey's side. What an amazing land on that sing, showing that Clefairy really loves to sing along. And we see that, hey, that Calyrex did take a big hit from that Ogre Pond, but honestly, it was not for anything because that sing is going to be such a pivotal move onto that Terapagos. Wow, what an incredible turn one.
Yeah, and I think even with that critical hit, being able to put the Tropico to sleep, it has to use this turn to burn a turn of sleep. So that's another free Nasty Plot you can put on your Calyrex, or you could just attack with something like the Draining Kiss to eat another Ivy Cudgel from this Ogre Pond. And the Unshallow here is also perfectly positioned to close combat next turn. Spiky Shield coming out from the opposing Ogre Pond there. Really smart play from Corey. Draining Kiss is actually a contact move. You are going to take damage, but instead goes into the Tropicos, breaking that for a close combat next turn.
Wow. Very interesting play on Tim's side, going ahead and locking into that Terapagos on that side, but also bringing in the Mienshao pretty much for free at this point, as that Ogre Bomb went for that Spiky Shield, which is just, at this point, Tim is in a very comfortable position, especially with these two next to each other. Hey, it's like Calyrex and Clefairy, Calyrex and Mienshao. Like, we got some perfect double duos today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this Ogre Pond Cornerstone has a free sturdy still, but I don't think that's going to matter too much. I think if you do go for a Draining Kiss here, that would also be smart, but you have to be very careful if you are Tim when you want to Terastallize. Otherwise, you could be susceptible to be taking super damage from the Tropico Starstorm. Of course, that's if Tropicos wakes up.
Yeah, and I think that's just one thing that we have to kind of be aware of, is that we did burn that one turn of sleep, but what's going to happen now? We don't really know, but we do know that the Ogre Pond on Corey's side is going to go ahead and back into the team, and that Incineroar is going to land onto that field, causing that Intimidate to go ahead and lower the attack on Calyrex, which doesn't really matter, but Mienshao not taking anything because it's so focused on making sure
locked in.
that locked in, exactly, Tyson. And you know who else is locked in? That Terapagos, as we see the Terastallization on Corey's side of the field. But now we just have to cross our fingers to see if it's going to wake up or if it's not.
And waking up is what you would hope for here, as Astral Barrage is going to go into an immunity and a resist here on the Incineroar, though. It is +2, so this is going to do a lot of damage to that Incineroar. Tropicos does wake up, though, and Starstorm is going to fire off here. I think this is going to be enough to knock out the Shadow. Let's see if it hangs on, though.
It lit! It survives!
Wow.
I need to message Tim after this and ask Tim what their spread is, because that is incredible survival on 26 HP. Of course, that Mienshao living on 1 because of that focus sash, but what an incredible spread that we have on that Calyrex on Tim's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, even with that, though, you're still in a really scary spot because you know that the Mienshao eats a close the Tropicos eats a close combat even if you Terastallize. So you have to kind of be very, very smart this turn. Something like a double from the close combat and a Draining Kiss might be very obvious into this Tropicos. And if you could do that, you can go for Protect, and then you can attack with the Incineroar, and that can be very scary. So if you are Tim here, you have to kind of make a decision of what you're going to do. Predicting a wide guard here from Corey, or if Corey predicts a wide guard here as well, that could also be very scary, getting another free Calm Mind, or just potentially setting up a substitute.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very pivotal turn, especially on Corey's side, as we see that Incineroar going down, getting that critical hit as well. Truthfully, I don't think that really mattered for Tim. We see the Grimnay boost happening, but what did Corey go ahead and do? And they did go for that Terra Starstorm, that wide guard, making sure that everyone is a little bit more protected on Tim's side. So an excellent read for Tim.
Yeah, I think a substitute there obviously would have been optimal, but you have no idea what Tim is going to click there. You know they have a couple options, but you can't always 100% guess which one they're going to go for. The Airstream for Corey, as that final Pokemon, we didn't get to see it last game, is going to come in here. It's going to it's going to be able to threaten a lot of damage here into the Kyrex and the Mian Chao, considering they have very low HP. So when I say a lot of damage, I mean they're in Aqua Jet range, and that's very important to note here.
Oh, it's very, very interesting. Tim is in a really interesting position. He's got that +3 special attack on that Calyrex, but he also still has a Pokemon in the back that we really haven't seen yet. So I'm kind of excited to see what might come out to go ahead and maybe disrupt just a little bit more during this. But we do see that terrestrialization on Tim's side going into that Mienshao to try and take out or at least do as much damage as possible to that Terapagos, as Tim now realizes, hey, I really need to get rid of this Pokemon on this field. We do see the Aqua Jet going into the Calyrex, going ahead and knocking it out, but honestly, not a bad thing for essentially Tim to see, because that wasn't that Mienshao, as we do see the close combat going ahead and targeting into that Terapagos, bringing it down to about 20%. But you know what? I feel like Tim kind of set themselves up in a pretty decent position, knowing from what is in the back of their team right now.
And Terapagos is actually opting for Earth Power instead of Substitute, so I was just spitting like absolute blasphemy, where the Terapagos didn't even have Substitute. Actually, is opting to run 2 attacks, and then Calm Mind, Earth Power, Starstorm, and Protect. Very interesting set here from Corey, but hey, I mean, they're in top cut and I'm not. Chiyu and Clefairy, though, are going to be the last 2 Pokemon for Tim, and against an Urshifu Water and a +1 Terapagos, this is looking very scary.
Very scary indeed. But also one of the things that we do have to keep in mind for Tim as well is that we do not have any more terrestrialization available. So this Chiyu is a little bit nervous, especially with that Urshifu sitting across from it. However, this Clefairy is at full HP and does have that redirection with Follow Me. But keep in mind, this Clefairy has no other damaging moves, but it does have a little help that it can go ahead and give a hand to Chiyu, as we see that the Terapagos is going to go ahead and protect at Corey's side. The Surging Strike is going to go into the Chiyu, and it's going to go ahead and knock it out.
Yeah, if you are Tim, you're hoping there that Corey, for some reason, goes into the Clefairy there, just targeting it, assuming it's going to get Follow Me, and you can somehow get a Heatwave burn or see for like critical hit or something like that. But unfortunately, Corey's going to take it here, and this is going to be, I believe, our first game 3 of the day.
Yeah, I'm pumped right now. Can I just see that? What an incredible set by these trainers. Corey really understanding how they can go ahead and go around what Tim was doing and be able to kind of punish them a little bit more, especially that Mienshao. Really understanding, like, hey, your Mienshao cannot OHKO me. So let's go ahead and change this game plan a little bit.
And what is a very negative matchup there for Tim? I think Tim still played that very amazingly, and was able to bring it down to the wire. I mean, they won game 1 and then almost winning game 2. Very, very thin margins. I think this game 3 is in either player's hands for sure. The Calyrex and the Clefairy, though, I don't think was cutting it. I think the pressure from the Chiyu Fluttermane was just really, really good at trading damage and cleaning up with the Mienshao and the Calyrex was definitely the smarter move. I get maybe wanting to switch game plans, but I think as long as you don't miss the Ogre Pawn, the knockout, the game becomes infinitely easier.
I agree 100%. And I do think, especially with that Terapagos having those leftovers, is really kind of an interesting thing for this team. And also, I find it fascinating that Corey, instead of bringing that Amoonguss, instead brought that Urshifu with that Mystic Water, and that Mystic Water really kind of being that pivotal item to go ahead and take out that Chiyu with those Surging Strikes. So I think they really made the correct correction into game 2 to go ahead and punish Tim a little bit more, saying, hey, I know you're going to bring Chiyu. You're not going to fall for the same thing as before with this Ogre Pawn, but let me just put a little sneaky surprise in the back for you as well. So incredible change for Corey on their side, but we're going to have to see what happens into game 3, which I'm so excited for. Our first game 3, Tyson.
And in top cut, nonetheless, we see Corey lead the Terapagos and the Ogre Pawn as always, and Tim going back to the tried and true Fluttermane and Chiyu. Just threatening so much immediate pressure here against Corey, it's going to be really hard to kind of maintain it. I think the important thing is breaking that Terra Star Shield and then also doing chip to it so that close combat later is much more of a threat. Because if you do leave the Tropicos like you did last game, you kind of give Corey an option to protect the Tropicos and then eventually live the CC, which is very, very scary in a late game scenario. But if you can do chip damage to it with Flutterman and Chi-Yu in the early game, then you're better off a lot of the time if you're 10.
Exactly. And I think really talking about that Ogerpon over there, it's still one of those Pokemon that you really have to be careful, especially with that Chi-Yu swimming over on Tim's side. So I think at this point, Tim is going to have to say, hey, am I going to try and get rid of this Ogerpon? Or am I just going to let them go ahead and do some shenanigans over there? We do see that the Ogerpon is going to go for that spiky shield over on Corey's side, and that Terapagos is just kind of sitting there, just ready to go ahead and have this Icy Wind and this Heat Wave coming from Tim's side. So very fascinating first turn that we're seeing. The Spiky Shield is very interesting for me to kind of see, especially with those two Pokemon sitting across from it, but I don't think it's necessarily the wrong play. But we do see that Heat Wave is going to do so much damage that Terapagos, almost bringing it down to half HP, tied in with that Icy Wind.
Corey not relying on the Ogerpon living there, trying to get an extra turn, because if it does live this next turn, then you've at least burned a turn with Spiky Shield, and that's another Calm Mind on Terapagos potentially. But you do have to be very careful if you do want to preserve this Ogerpon or not. If you don't Heat Wave here, if you're Tim and you go for Snarl instead, yes, you're lowering the Terapagos, but if they Calm Mind again, then you're not really doing much, and you're not getting the Ogerpon, and you're also getting knocked out by an Ivy Cudgel. So you have to be very smart with your turn here if you are Tim.
Yeah, and I think that fish is just really not going to want to see anything kind of coming towards it, especially from that Ogerpon. Keep in mind, everybody, that they are running a Covert Cloak Chi-Yu, so having the ability to kind of switch things around is really nice as well. But we do go ahead and see that Terastallization on Corey's side going into that Terapagos, of course, making that Terastallization happen and making that Terrastar Storm go ahead and hit both of those Pokemon across the field. An incredible animation. Once again, we do see the Icy Wind come out from that Fluttermane onto both of those Pokemon and going ahead and dropping the speed just a little bit more as we go ahead and see that Heat Wave connect to both of them as well. And the Ogerpon living again!
Wow. And Ivy Cudgel able to knock out the Chi-Yu there. So that's 2 times Corey's Ogerpon is able to live that combination. That's really good to know if this is a game 2. Earth Power going into the Fluttermane stuff, looking at the Starstorm. Interesting choice there. Not going to do about the same damage, a little less if you do a Starstorm there, considering it would have been single target. But that was a pretty good turn, I'd say, for Corey. The unfortunate thing, though, is that Mienshao or Calyrex could come in here and finish off this Ogerpon.
Yeah, but I think Ogerpon really did what it wanted to do in the sense of it really wanted to make sure that Chi-Yu was gone with the wind and making sure that it survived both that Icy Wind and that Heat Wave. Once again, I am gonna need to know what how Corey trained their Ogerpon, because that is incredible. What a sturdy Ogerpon that we've seen today. But we also are going to go ahead and see that Tim is kind of going around, seeing what they want to go ahead and do. It's going to be a really interesting scenario at this point. Is the Mienshao going to go ahead and Terrastallize and try to take out that Terapagos? Or are they going to go ahead and Wide Guard? It's going to be very fascinating. We do see them to go ahead and lock into that Terrastallization. So we're going to see the Terrastallization on Tim's side into that Mienshao, making it that Terra fighting once again, giving that fist on top of its little head, and locking into that close combat into that Terapagos. We do see the Spiky Shield coming on Ogerpon's side to make sure it can live another turn, and going ahead and seeing that Shadow Ball lock into it, doing obviously nothing, of course, because it's protected, and that close combat locking into that Terapagos, hitting it 1, 2, 3 times, and they're out as the Terapagos goes down on Corey's side, taking out Corey's restricted in this game 3. Now we go ahead and do see that Corey is going to bring out their Urshifu with that Mystic Water. So one thing that we do need to keep in mind is that it is pretty strong. There's no Chiyu in sight anymore, but that Urshifu is still such a pivotal Pokemon that we can interact with at this current board stage. That Flutter Mane is really not going to want to take a Surgery Strikes, nor is that Mienshao. So it's going to be really interesting. Protects don't matter here because of that Unseen Fist ability, and it's just going to be kind of a Rochambeau on who Corey is going to lock into. Is it going to be the Flutter Mane, or is it going to be that Mienshao?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think both players here have done a great job at kind of positioning with the tools they have. And again, in this upward hill matchup that Tim is kind of fighting in, to see him kind of position his pieces and get them into a spot where he's able to take them one by one, this is just really, really well played from Tim. So seeing both the Ogerpon and the Tropicos be down, this close combat is going to fire off an Urshifu. This is looking very, very rough for Corey.
Yeah, that close combat going into the Urshifu, taking it down to about 20-25 HP, but that Surging Strike going into that Flutter Mane, knocking it out, and putting Tim down to their last two Pokemon as well. As we all probably can assume, it probably is the restricted of that Calyrex Shadow Rider, which is something that Corey just might not want to see right now, truthfully.
Yeah, you know it's coming though. And I don't know what Corey really can do here. The Focus Sash is still intact for Mienshao. Incineroar comes out here, but it's staring down in the inner focus, terrifying Mienshao, and it's just going to be faster than both it and the Urshifu. And because Terrestrialization is already spent on something like the Tropicos, close combat should be enough to just knock out the Incineroar. And in combination with an Astral Barrage, I don't think Corey has a response to this.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a tough decision for Corey right now. You're really trying to have to bank on maybe some different types of misplays kind of on Tim's side. But I feel like with, let's say, this close combat going into that Incineroar, it's just a really good clean play. But we do see the double up onto the Mienshao.
And that was a really smart play from Corey. If you do want to weigh back into this game, Fake Out and Aqua Jet has to be enough to knock out there, and it was. So now it's an Incineroar versus Calyrex 1v1, and with Terrestrialization spent, this game might have just gone in Corey's favor.
Wow, especially if that Incineroar is running that knockoff, it is going to be kind of a tough decision for Tim because that knockoff can go ahead and go into that Calyrex, knock off that Citrus before it can even eat it up. And we see that their Astral Barrage is going to go into the Incineroar. It is a +1, but it's going to go ahead and bring it down to 25 HP. We see the knockoff going off, and it's going to one-hit KO!
And really well played from Corey there, recognizing that Fake Out and Aqua Jet. You don't really care about the Fake Out stopping the Mienshao from attacking. You care about the damage it does. So Fake Out, because of how many close combats the Mienshao had gone for, Fake Out Aqua Jet actually gets that knockout where it normally would not. And then you're able to 1v1 against the Calyrex. Really, really well played there from Corey.
A crazy game played by Corey and an incredible end game. Literally, me and you were like, hey, this looks a little tough for Corey. And then Corey came back and clutched it. And it's really showing once again that Incineroar is the greatest of all time. LeBron, Michael
He
Jordan,
is LeBron. He is the
Incineroar.
LeBron of VGC.
Exactly. And it's so wonderful to see that Corey went ahead and took that game 3 and is now into grand finals.
Yeah, and congrats to Corey for making it all the way to finals. First time being featured here on stream today is going to be in finals, and that'll, I know, will be a great match to watch. I'm rooting for the Tropicos. Sorry, Calyrex, and sorry, Clefairy, but maybe you guys could try it another time. Maybe you'll show off in Atlanta. Who knows? But let's see what our next match at Top Cut is. But before we do that, I think we're going to take a quick break before we get to that other Top Cut match. So let's do that, and don't go anywhere. We're going to be back for more VGC action. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Collector's Emporium second semifinal match. I'm Tyson, joined here by Courtney. Again, for the second semifinal match, we just had Tim Edwards narrowly lose that other semifinal game to Corey, who is going to be moving our two finals, our first finalist. And in this second game here, we have a little bit of a surprise. Some of you might be surprised to see them. It's the Ho-Oh is back in the semifinals, or not back, but they are in the semifinals fighting for that finals spot.
Yeah, incredible. I'm so excited to see Ho-Oh as one of the restricteds in our semifinals and seeing our trainers go ahead and sit down as well. We do go ahead and see on Brian's side, of course, the shenanigans themselves, that Ho-Oh with that clear amulet, Rillaboom with that assault vest, Walking Weak with those choice specs, Flutterwing with that photosynthesis, and the Grimmsnarl with that light clay, and the Rhydon with the Eviolite, which we still have not seen yet. So kind of crossing my fingers that we do see that Rhydon come into this gameplay.
Yeah, so I think Rhydon, like I was thinking about it a little bit in between breaks, and I think Rhydon, what it was really used for is Miraidon, where Miraidon kind of destroys this team, right? You could Draco Meteor or Electro Drift the Walking Wake. Obviously, Ho-Oh is susceptible to those things as well. And Rillaboom sometimes isn't enough, and neither is Grimmsnarl. So just being able to have an immunity and a redirector of the electric moves is very, very strong.
Yeah, I agree. But I think one thing that we're not going to see, unfortunately, is that Rhydon because of what Songli is running, which is that what we know good and well that Calyrex Shadow Rider, however, this time running a spooky blade. So things are going to get a little spooky around here with that Clefairy, with the Eviolite, the Incineroar, with the Rocky Helmet, which is also so fascinating to see. The Manchow with the Focus Sash, Rillaboom, and Urshifu as we go ahead and get into our game one of our second semifinal set. Song leading with that Incineroar and Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Brian leading with that Grimmsnarl and Fluttermane.
Yeah, this is a very interesting lead from Brian here. Somewhat a little passive. I mean, Fluttermane does have the super effective move into the Calyrex, but Song has the potential of just protecting the Calyrex, of course, and kind of playing around. What Brian decides to do. Ho-Oh is going to be interesting in this matchup with his large special defense. Going to be able to kind of wall out this Ho-Oh with Recover and Regenerator. Grimmsnarl switching out here for the Ho-Oh instead. I'm really curious what the Ho-Oh is going to do here other than Recover and be a wall. Maybe he can go for a Sacred Fire, Brave Bird in the future. We see the Calyrex Shadow actually go for Precision. Opting to go for Attack. Just going on the offensive, not wanting to waste any turns, any sort of momentum. This might be a draining kiss into the Grimmsnarl. Fluttermane does go for Protect though, making sure it doesn't get Astral Barraged. Nasty Plot instead.
Ooh, that Nasty Plot is very interesting to see on Sung's side, and that Incineroar going for that parting shot as well. But as we know, Fluttermane did protect themselves, so it's not going to go ahead and be able to get that switch out very easily. We do see, remember, as we learned from an earlier match, that Brian is running a Terra Normal Fluttermane, which is extremely good against that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So it's going to be a very interesting turn at this point.
Yeah, and the Calyrex is posed here with +2 special attack. It doesn't do so much damage. Yes, you can hit the Fluttermane this turn, but Fluttermane isn't able to do much back. So I would still be fine with going for an Astral Barrage as long as we double up into the Ho-Oh to make sure we get the knockdown hit. Going for Protect also makes a lot of sense. You weren't able to get the parting shot with Incineroar last turn, so this just kind of secures you getting a attack off next turn. And if the Ho-Oh does decide to attack into the Incineroar, it will have to deal with the Rocky Helmet chip. So a really good protect there from Song, as the parting shot from the Incineroar is simply going to come out here. But instead it's a knockoff, knocking off that clear amulet, so something like a Astral Barrage should be able to knock out the Ho next turn. And Incineroar can follow up with a parting shot, then hopefully into the Fluttermane. But here is still an option on the Ho-Oh.
Wow, Sung, I feel like really played that turn really well, understanding that, hey, that Calyrex is really not going to want to take a double up, especially for those two Pokemon, and making sure that it can go ahead and knock off that Clear Amulet on the Ho-Oh. We do see that Incineroar swapped out for that Clefairy. The Ho-Oh did protect, and that Moonblast is going to go ahead and target into that Calyrex, taking down about 20%, and that Calyrex going for the Astral Barrage, which is going to do no damage to Brian's side due to that protect and that terrestrialization of normal on Fluttermane.
And I mean, we got to see it kind of in Tim's games where the Clefairy is such a pivotal piece in these matchups where you can just kind of redirect any sort of damage that are coming to you. Any strong single target damage is usually what Calyrex struggles against. It's still like, even though it is kind of frail, it's still a restricted Pokemon. It has bulk to it, so something that has spread moves, which you don't see here in Brian's case, but in other teams, the Clefairy kind of excels at just making sure those moves are even less, and then also redirecting those strong moves. Redirection in general, plus the fake outers from Sung's side, are just so strong in tandem with this Calyrex Shadow, and considering it's +2, you do want to make sure that it's as much as possible. Sung here is going to have to take a little bit of damage from that Shadow Ball as he does get dropped down to -1 there. Astral Barrage is going to fire off restricted and, or excuse me, resisted, and then immediately Grimmsnarl is definitely not restricted, but it takes more than 50% damage.
Yeah, and I think this is a very interesting play from Sung's side. He brought out that Clefairy into the Rillaboom, making sure that they had that fake out pressure, because as we know, since Fluttermane is now normal, it can go ahead and get faked out by that Rillaboom, and another Astral Barrage will take out that Grimmsnarl pretty easy peasy lemon squeezy. So that Fluttermane just kind of in a weird position this turn. What is it going to do? The Calyrex definitely doesn't really want to take another hit from anything, but kind of has a free turn to do that Astral Barrage. We do see the fake out going into that Fluttermane. Obviously, Brian understood that, and it's going to go ahead and have that protect. Light screen will go up from that Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl really saying, hey, my biggest thing here is to make sure I get those screens up, and that Astral Barrage coming from the Calyrex Shadow Rider into that Grimmsnarl, and going ahead and see, it lives 11.
Wow, being able to live there is really, really good for Brian. You're able to just kind of be annoying the following turn, going for a parting shot potentially into the Calyrex here, into something like that Ho-Oh. Normally not a move we see. Normally offer something like the Thunder Wave, but Parting Shot is really annoying. Parting Shot not going to come out, instead protect on the Calyrex. Let's see what the Rillaboom does. I think wanting to go for maybe an attack into this Fluttermane, if you can kind of get rid of it, I think Calyrex honestly destroys the rest of the team. Moonblast and Parting Shot into the Calyrex, though, a little bit of an interesting play. The Rillaboom instead is going to go for, it's been followed for putting him in Fluttermane.
And it's an, a one-hit KO from that Rillaboom onto that Fluttermane. And like you were kind of saying, Tyson, I think that Fluttermane was Sung's biggest problem when talking about Brian's team. And now that it's out of the way, that Calyrex is kind of sitting in a really good position in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's still like, the way Sung's play this game is kind of very honestly, where it's protect, set up, then protect, and then maybe attack, and then protect. It's this kind of cycle again, playing around the follow me and the fake outs that you have, and kind of creating these turns where you get something and then you wait a turn, think, and then get something again, and then you're trading less than your opponent is basically how I feel like Sung is playing this game, where yes, you're taking damage on your Calyrex, but you're trading less because you got to knock out this Fluttermane this turn, and so forth and so forth. And I mean, this Incineroar comes in here, you're going to be able to hit from the Ho-Oh, hopefully with the -1. Parting Shot is coming out here. The Clear Amulet being knocked off of Ho is actually really interesting, because that -1 might matter on the Ho. But this Calyrex Shadow is still going to be at +1. Is going to do so much damage here as the Walking Away comes in. I'm really curious if this is Astral Barrage or Drain Kiss.
Oh, and we do see the Astral Barrage. Oof. And it's going to go into both Pokemon, taking a huge chunk of damage onto that Walking Wave.
Oh, and Brian actually going for Sung's Rillaboom instead. That means the Incineroar is going to be able to eat it. And this is really scary because you have a free fake out into the Walking Wake and another Astral Barrage.
Yeah, this is a really tough position for Brian right now. Really trying to figure out how they can go ahead and pivot around these Pokemon. That Walking Wake is really low right now, and if that Incineroar goes for that fake out onto that Pokemon, it's not going to be. But it goes into the Ho-Oh instead. But that Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to go for a Draining Kiss to get some HP back, and into that Walking Wake, knocking it out. And you know what? Any health is health where it's needed. So we're going to see that Walking Weight go down on Brian's side, leaving Brian pretty not in a great position, especially since Sung has all 4 of their Pokemon still.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the Calyrex is faster than the Walking Wake, so faking out the Ho also makes sense there. And getting that 3 HP, exactly as you said, this Ho cannot switch out anymore, will be permanently -1 the rest of this game. You can parting shot the Calyrex to hopefully live some attacks, but I think the game is kind of done. You see a protector from the Calyrex song playing this as smartly or smart as possible, where just protecting and resetting the fake out, bringing in a redirect like Clefairy or even another fake out like Rillaboom just to kind of secure this game.
Yeah, I feel like Sung is in a really comfortable position as we see that parting shot go out into that Ho-Oh, getting that minus attack and minus special attack onto it. You see that Incineroar going back, and we're going to go ahead and see Sung is going to go ahead and swap out Incineroar for that Rillaboom, for that fake out pressure, especially going into this actual end game.
The really cool thing here, I mean, it doesn't really matter which one you bring in. Either way, I think you're in a winning spot. You have all 4 Pokemon, and you only continue to lower this Ho-Oh down turn by turn. And even if you do get in a situation where you're able to critically hit every single Pokemon, it's going to be Ho-Oh versus Incineroar, where Brave Bird plus the Rocky Helmet is going to be very hard for you to break. So I think Sung has this game won on lock. Brian is going to continue to play it out, though. Parting shot this Calyrex, making sure you can get it as low as possible. Maybe hopefully surviving a turn or 2, and then you get a Spirit Break. But again, it's such a difficult battle, and with the grassy terrain recovery here as well as the Draining Kiss, this is going to be kind of hard for this -2 Ho to break through.
Makes me a little sad. I am such a Ho-Oh believer. What a beautiful Pokemon on the field, but it's just no match against that Calyrex Shadow, especially when it's got so much boost onto it. We do see that Brian is going to lock in with that Sacred Fire into that Calyrex, but Sung sitting so comfortably with every single one of their Pokemon on their side still. And Incineroar is just going to be such a problem for this Ho-Oh, regardless of how or what happens. As we do see the inner Incineroar coming back in, making that Intimidate drop onto that Ho-Oh. And we do see the Astral Barrage going ahead, coming out of the Calyrex into that Ho-Oh and making it a knockout on it, with Sung taking game 1 of the second semifinal set.
Yeah, really well played there. I mean, that was a 4-0. Yes, Sung's pieces got like damaged throughout that game. Calyrex Shadow was in the red, I believe, at some point in that game. But with the grassy terrain and the Draining Kiss, it was actually in the green, almost at full HP at the end of the game. Almost as if Sung's Pokemon didn't get hit at all, which is really impressive to see them kind of pivot. And we saw how much mileage you get out of something like the Clefairy and the double fake out as well. That's what I think of. I think of Sung's gameplay when I think of that team. When I see the Clefairy and I think of the Calyrex, I think of a game plan like that, where you go for the fake out, you go for follow me, you get a nasty plot, and you protect every other turn, and then you attack. And that +2 doesn't seem like a lot in the moment, but it really does add up, and being able to set up like that on a turn allows you to get so much mileage from the game.
Oh, exactly. And if it were me in this situation, especially as Brian, I have to really figure out what I can do to kind of re-change and reinvent the battle at this point and not let those pivotal Pokemon keep swapping in and out and causing the fake outs, the protects, and things like that to continue to happen. And for Sung, honestly, that set of 4 that they brought is pretty impeccable into Brian's team. So I would be more than happy to be comfortable to do the same for once again. We're going to go ahead and see the Incineroar and Calyrex Shadow Rider going out onto Sun's side. And we're going to see the Walking Wing and the Flutter Mane on Brian's side. So a little bit of a change up over there.
Absolutely, the Calyrex Shadow and the Incineroar is going to allow you to get that fake out nasty plot, as we mentioned before. And because the Walking Wake is choice specs, it's not going to be able to stop it. The Flutter Mane definitely will have a say in this, though, as it will potentially force a Terrestrialization. But what was really interesting there is the Walking Wake is actually Terrestrialization Ghost, so you have to be very conscious of that if you're Sun Lee. The scary thing about that, though, is if you do, instead of going for fake out, you switch out Incineroar like this, and you can use Terra Fairy and Astro Barrage, and that would be very, very scary.
Yeah, and we see that Sung is going to bring out that Incineroar, instead bring in the Rillaboom, and we're going to go ahead and see that Terrestrialization going over on Brian's side into that Walking Wake, terrestrializing into that Terra Ghost. Maybe trying to read that there might have possibly been a fake out going into it, but no can do, that Sung said. But we do see the Protect on the Calyrex, which maybe wasn't the best thing that Sung wanted to do, but it is kind of a little bit of a safer play. We do see the Sunny Day going up from that Flutter Mane, and that Photosynthesis going ahead and being activated, making that Walking Wake just a little bit speedier as well.
Something that Sung is going to have to deal with in this game is Brian might recognize that Sung is playing very safe or very passively, and in games like that, if you are Brian, you can kind of play into the fact that Sung is playing very standard or very safe, and you can make riskier plays because you know what your opponent is most likely going to do. So I'm very curious to see if that happens this game. Brian actually opting to switch out there.
Yeah, and I would say I am someone that's very similar to Sung. I feel like I do play quite safely, especially when talking about teams that I'm not really used to. And we do say that Sung is going to bring up the Clefairy instead of that Calyrex, and that Shadow Ball for the Flutter Mane going into the Clefairy. And as we both know, Clefairy is going to take it pretty well, but it is going to get that special defense drop while that Woodhammer goes into the Ho-Oh, taking little damage onto it.
Yeah, not wanting to waste the Terrastal, or not wanting to waste the Terrestrialization there on the Calyrex Shadow. Very smart position. The Clefairy also makes a lot of sense if Ho-Oh were to come in. Now you can redirect those Sacred Fires and those Brave Birds away from the Rillaboom, but instead opting to switch back in to Incineroar, the Pokemon of choice there for Sung, is going to be able to do not too much damage. Knock off into the Ho could be important again. It's also important to note because the Ghost on the Walking Wake knockoff would be super effective, as well as removing a choice specs. Moonblast, though, going into the Incineroar, if this is a double up, that can be scary, but it misses the Incineroar. I actually think that would have done a really good amount of damage, even though it's resistant because it's in the sun. I actually had faith that Ho was going to do a decent bit to Incineroar.
Yeah, that is one of those things about Pokemon that you do have to keep in mind, is that the accuracy can come back and bite you a little bit. And I think that Ho-Oh is not very happy for missing that Sacred Fire into that Incineroar, because like you said, the sun is up, which does give it an incredible boost. But we do see the Ho-Oh going back on Brian's side for that Walking Wake to come back out and maybe shake some things up over here. We do see the Photosynthesis activating again, heightening that speed over on Brian's side. But Sung is also going to bring out the Clefairy and go ahead and put in the Rillaboom. So these two Pokemon in tandem are probably the most annoying core that we know. But we do see the Moonblast going into the Rillaboom and getting the critical hit. Incredible.
Oh, and knockoff going into the Walking Wake, removing that choice specs and doing super effective damage. That's definitely going to be in range of whatever Calyrex throws its way. Sung Lee has both the fake outers on the field, Rillaboom and Incineroar, Shaq and Kobe. This duo is inseparable, and they are going to cause havoc on this field.
Oh, and you are so right. And it's going to be kind of a this game state for Brian right now. That walking wake being so heavily damaged from that knockoff and needing to go back just in case, because I think Brian realizes he needs to keep that walking wake alive to go ahead and have in the end game, and switches out for that Rillaboom. The Grassy Glide going to go into the Rillaboom, just doing a little bit of damage, and that Moonblast going into the Incineroar, going ahead and bringing it down into the yellow.
Yeah, Spartan Check going out there into the Rillaboom, going to lower it down. Not that it matters too much, those Grassy Glides hurt just maybe a little bit less. We do have to be mindful here of the Grassy Train as well. And one of the Rillabooms are still on the field when the train goes up. They're going to have to switch out to reset it. Just because when you're switching in and out Pokemon as much as both these guys are, it's kind of hard to maintain the terrain because there's a good chance that your Rillabooms are going to be in when the train is gone. The Sunlight fades here as well, which is important to note. The Ho-Oh and the Walking Wake aren't going to get that boost unless Fluttermane sets it up again, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. The Grassy Train went down, so your Wood Hammer and Glide that you potentially were going to use to pin this Kyrex here aren't going to be doing as much. So something like a Shadow Ball and a Wood Hammer, which would normally knock out this Kyrex, I don't think would in this scenario, especially if a Incineroar comes in for this slot to bring that Rillaboom down to -2.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things that Incineroar really just brings into all of VGC, is the fact that not only does it have Intimidate, but it's also such a bulky Pokemon and can really be that pivotal piece to move in, move out, and sit right next to Rillaboom, Clefairy, or even Calyrex, as Calyrex Shadow Rider goes ahead and terrestrializes into Fairy. That Fluttermane on Brian's side going to protect. And what we're going to see from that Rillaboom from... Oh, actually, the Astral Barrage first coming from Sung's side, going into that Rillaboom, and we're going to go ahead and see how much damage it's going to do, and it's going to bring it down into the yellow, while that Wood Hammer is going to go into the Calyrex, take it down about maybe 20%, but also getting the recoil as well. So very interesting game right there. I would say if I'm Brian, I really need to figure out, A, how can I bring in a different Pokemon safely, but also how can I make sure they do the most amount of damage possible?
Yeah, so this is very scary because a free knockoff into the Rillaboom as well as an Astral Barrage would guarantee knockout on the Rillaboom and knock off an item. If something like the Ho-Oh comes in, or you get a knockout if the Walking Wake comes in. So this Calyrex is really, really well positioned, and because you bring Terrestrialization on that turn 1, assuming it was a fake out, Sung is able to just kind of click Astral Ball down. You don't have an immunity or resist. So this is very scary. Song actually opting to switch out the Incineroar though for Clefairy to mitigate any sort of damage to not rely on Brian maybe getting a critical hit or something like that. Friend Guard there to save the day. After Roger out though, is so much damage, knocking out the Fluttermane and doing so much solo as well. Critical hit on the Fluttermane, not really battering there.
Yeah, that one hit KO is pretty big for Brian. It was expected, especially for that Fluttermane, but I feel like Fluttermane was a pivotal Pokemon that Brian really needed to keep around, like that Walking Wake. So this is going to be a very interesting end game for Brian of how they can go ahead and try to get back into this. I will say, like I was saying earlier, one thing that we need to know about Calyrex Shadow Rider is that when it's able to do this Barrage Bowl, it can be so damaging in this end game. We do see that Sung is going to bring back the Clefairy in exchange for that Incineroar once again to get that Intimidate drop onto that Ho-Oh and to that Rillaboom. But guess what? It's wearing a little amulet, so the Ho-Oh doesn't even care about it. We do see the Protect coming from the Calyrex Shadow Rider from Sung's side, that Fake Out going into that Incineroar, and then getting a little bit of recoil from that Rocky Helmet, but the Sacred Fire going ahead and not landing due to the Protect.
I think what was really well played about this game as well so far is that Song has been able to just find a position for his Kyrex every single turn, even if it's just protecting and switching in an option, or hard switching Incineroar besides Parting Shot, just finding a way to get this Kyrex in spots where it's attacking and doing either a lot of damage or getting a knockout, and just getting the most amount of value out of this Kyrex. And Brian's team is slowly, as we see, getting whittled down turn by turn. You're able to hit hard back, but this Kyrex hits even harder and hits spread as well. This Incineroar here goes for Fake Out into the Ho-Oh, but it doesn't matter because of protect. Calyrex, though, is still going to be able to fire off an attack. Grassy Glide able to do a lot with the critical hit, but
Wow.
Astral Barrage, I think, is going to be able to get the knockout here.
Wow, an incredible turn done by Sung, as we're going to go ahead and see that it is going to go ahead and take out that Rillaboom, but that Calyrex really did not like to take that critical hit from that Grassy Glide as well, but it will go ahead and take that Grenade boost. And we have to keep in mind the item that Calyrex is holding right now, which is that Spooky Plate. So any single one of those Astral Barrage that is coming out is going to just keep doing more and more and more. And as we saw before, is that Walking Wake did terrestrialize into that Ghost type, which is something that is not good when you're staring down that Calyrex Shadow Rider with that Spooky Plate.
Yeah, you do have to be careful here, though, as to make sure your Incineroar can get out safely. This makes a lot of sense, because you know the Walking Wake is actually faster than the Calyrex. Brave Bird doesn't knock out Incineroar, but it's less about knocking it out. You know, Sung is going to go for Parting Shot here, or Knockoff. That also makes sense. Just guaranteeing the knockout. You could also have Parting Shot or pushing Rillaboom, but then you're relying on Grassy Glide knocking out. So this also makes a lot of sense. The thing is, though, is that Sung, again, has all 4 pieces against this one that Brian has, and I don't think you have enough gas in the tank if you are Brian to make it out. And Sung there is going to be our second finalist.
Wow, what an incredible set done by these two trainers. Sung really going ahead and understanding, like, hey, these 4 Pokemon all together is what I need to do in order to win this semi-final. And not only that, but the fact that they can go ahead and just pivot in and out and in and out and make sure that that Calyrex Shadow Rider is staying around is so important. I am a little bit sad about the Ho-Oh. I'm not gonna lie. But I am really excited to see Sung go into the finals as well. So I'm just really excited. It's been a great day for Pokemon. What do you think, Tyson?
Absolutely. I think both of the players that are in finals currently played very, very well in the stream games that I saw. I can already tell, though, that we're going to be in for a very long finals. Both of those players are all about switching and positioning, as all great Pokemon trainers should be, but it's going to be a long finals for sure. It's going to be Calyrex Shadow Rider from our Sung, and then Brian, or excuse me, our other finalist is going to be using Terapagos, and that'll be a great finals. But before we get into that, let's take a quick break before we go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our grand finals of the Collectors Emporium PC. I am Courtney here with Tyson, and we have an amazing finals with Corey Okonowitz and Sung Lee. We found out some things in the background during our break that we didn't know about till now. Sung Lee actually went ahead and top 16 at EUIC just recently, and Corey and Sung also faced out in round 4, and Sung went ahead and won that set. So it's a rematch in grand finals, and I am so excited. What about you, Tyson?
I mean, all I'm saying is that my point earlier about how Tri-State just has talent that you'll like play a EUIC finalist or EUIC top 16 or a world champion. You just never know at these Tri-State locals. And this is just on a Saturday. Like, imagine you pull up and boom, you're in finals again out off your EUIC top 16. That is amazing too. And Corey, I'm sure, has done amazing things that we'll like. I'll probably find out like later that he's like a junior like world champion or something. But
I think that's how it
anyways,
always works.
yeah, exactly. But this finals is going to be super exciting. Both of these players have not only played each other in Swiss, but they've also been featured on stream here today. Corey rocking that Terapagos team, that very standard with the Heatran, the Cornerstone Ogre Pawn, and friends. And then, of course, Sung using that Kyrax Shadow team, pivoting with the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, and all the Clefairy as well. So both me and you are going to be fighting it out here through them, living vicariously through both of these players.
I'm excited, especially that we have Calyrex Shadow and Mien Shao, which is definitely going to make an appearance for Sung Lee, as we see once again that Incineroar with the Rocky Helmet, the Clefairy with the Eviolite, Mien Shao with that Focus Sash, Rillaboom with the Assault Vest, Urshifu with that Choice Scarf, and the Calyrex being a little spooky with that Spooky Plate as well. And what I went ahead and I went back into the old EUIC roster, and Sung is actually running the same team that they did bring to EUIC. Maybe it's not the same stats, but it is the same core 6. So I'm really excited to go ahead and see what Sung might have up their sleeve. But as we know, I'm a Calyrex Shadow Rider girl. But what about you, Tyson? Go ahead and talk about your Terapagos.
Terapagos is just the go. I mean, what can I say? It has an inherent matchup here against the Calyrex Shadow team. Of course, you do have to be careful of not only the Mien Shao this time, but also the Urshifu. If you thought one close combat was going to be annoying, imagine 2. And that it probably explains why Sung was able to take the game 2-0 in their Swiss rounds. I think it's still going to be a very, very close game here. But Corey is definitely going to have to fight uphill, where normally Terapagos has an inherent matchup against the Calyrex Shadow Rider. But again, 2 close combaters are going to be very, very annoying. I think if I am Corey in this matchup, Amoonguss is going to be a very, very pivotal piece here. Of course, it's going to have to deal with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the other pieces there on Sung's team, that being the Incineroar and the Rillaboom with Fake Out and their immunities. But I think Corey still has a chance.
Yeah, and I think you're correct. I'm actually kind of surprised during our stream games today that we really haven't seen Amoonguss come around, which is kind of surprising, especially with it rocking that Rocky Helmet on Corey's side. So this is going to be kind of fascinating to see what Corey is going to do in this matchup now to make sure that, hey, maybe I want to have a fighting chance in this. I don't want to get 2-0'd again. I want to go ahead and win this grand final. And what is Corey going to do in order to make that happen? But we'll just kind of have to see. I think you're right, Tyson. I think that Amoonguss does have to come into this game to go ahead and make sure that whether it's the Mien Shao, whether it's the Urshifu, or both of them, that it can go ahead and take those close combats easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Let's dive into our team preview here, though, to see what our trainers are thinking. Corey is already locked in, and Sung is also thinking about what they want to do, but looks like both trainers have locked in here. Perfect timing, as we are going to see the leads from both trainers. Corey is going to probably lean on that Amoonguss, as we talked about before. We didn't really get to see it much, but having that resistance to those close combats is going to be so pivotal. I think what you're going to have to do if you are Corey is try to figure out a way to get Urshifu locked into a move that isn't going to destroy your whole team, which is easier said than done. Spore pressure is also going to be very, very important here. But we see Tropicals and Incineroar come out from Corey with the fake out and Calm Mind pressure as Song leads Mianshao and the Shadow Rider.
Ooh, very interesting leads from both trainers. I think that Mianshao, once again, is putting on so much pressure against these two Pokemon in particular. One thing that Incineroar does have is the ability to do that fake out. And even though Mianshao's attack did not get lowered with the Intimidate, it still has the ability to go ahead and get faked out if it does not terastallize. And with that close combat in tow, it can do so much, but we do go ahead and see the terastallization on Sun's side going into that Mianshao, making that Mianshao a Terra Ghost. So everything's getting a little bit spookier over on Sun's side.
And I really like this play from Song because we saw in their last game they kind of played very passively. Calm Mind and attack. Just immediately putting our foot on the gas here, going for an Astral Barrage plus a close combat here from Incineroar to knock it out is super, super smart from Song, getting rid of the Pokemon with the knockoff that could do damage to this Cataracts Shadow Rider. You know that if you can get rid of the Incineroar, that's going to be super strong. The Starstorm going in the Mianshao. Oh, wow, that turn is just, I feel like very, very bad for Corey. I mean, the Ogre Pond does come in here to redirect. The damage is kind of done. This Mianshao doesn't have Fame, so you aren't able to break through something like Spiky Shield on the Ogre Pond. But a close combat and this drop goes to break the shield, plus a Astral Barrage makes a lot of sense as well. Or if you want to get a little bit greasy, you can go for an S. But I think Astral Barrage is perfectly fine at breaking at 30 on the Ogre Pond.
Yeah, and I do think Sun knows that. I think they don't want to go ahead and risk maybe that nasty flop, but we do see that the Terapagos is going to go ahead and protect on Corey's side of the field, and that Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to go for that Astral Barrage into that Ogre Pond, taking it down just into the yellow. Keep in mind is that it does have Surdy, but it doesn't need it here, while that Mianshao goes ahead and close combats into the Terapagos, but obviously it protected, so it's a-okay. While that Power Whip from that Ogre Pond goes into the Calyrex, bringing it just under half HP.
Yeah, and the important thing about that turn is that the Terapagos shield is still going to be up, so that close combat is not going to be doing nearly as much as you would want it. Incineroar could come in here, but this is very scary in case the Ogre Pond does want to quick Ivy Cudgel. That Power Whip was able to land that turn. It did so much to the Calyrex, and they're actually going to put it in range of an Ivy Cudgel next turn as well. The Incineroar is not going to come in here, though. Calyrex instead just going to go for a very safe protect and try to fish for this Mianshao to attack. The Ogre Pond there is going to kind of go for a Telegraph protect there. Let's see which target the Mianshao targeted. Looks like it is going to be the Terapagos still able to break through that Terra Shield, which is very, very good because next turn, guess what? This Terapagos still can't hit your Mianshao with the Starstorm. So if you go for a Calm Mind this turn, that's fine. And go for Earth Power.
Ooh, yeah,
with Focus Sash, it would be able to win anyways, and then going for a close combat and an Astral Barrage this turn is very, very safe for some.
Yeah, I think Corey is in just kind of a rough position right now, especially when you're looking at this board state. That Mianshao and that Calyrex, both being ghost types, don't really care about what this Terapagos has in store. That Earth Power can only do a single target, which is obviously maybe not the best position for it. And that Ogre Pond being now low, making sure that, like, hey, take maybe one hit, but probably not. It probably will go down to this Astral Barrage that Sung went ahead and locked into. Corey's really got to decide, do I protect? Do I pivot? What do I do to try to contain this actual game right now? And you can see that Corey is going to go for that protect on that Terapagos that went ahead and that Mianshao targeted, and that actually the Mianshao went for that wide guard just in case of something happening to it, while that Calyrex of course goes for the Astral Barrage because it knows that Ogre Pond cannot take it here, as we see that the Ogre Pond on Corey's side is going to get knocked out, putting that Calyrex up to another boost with that Grim Neigh.
And not only are two Pokemon gone on Corey's side of the field here, so Corey is going to be down their last two Pokemon. That Terra Shield is not going to get back online. We haven't even seen Sung's last two Pokemon. It's just been this Mianshao and the Calyrex. But here's Urshifu with that Mystic Water, can go for something like an Aqua Jet this turn into the Mienshao and then knock out the Kyrex. But the issue is, if you are Sung, you can target the Urshifu here, or you can just protect, thinking that Urshifu's going to target to you, or excuse me, you could just drop to like an Aqua Jet or something like that. This turn is going to be very, very scary though if you want the Corey or if you are Sung.
Yeah, and we go ahead and we see the terrestrialization go over onto the Urshifu on Corey's side. Corey recognizing that, hey, this Terrapagos really can't do much, especially with that wide guard from that Mienshao. So let's go ahead and make sure that my Urshifu can do quite a bit of damage with these Surging Strikes or this Aqua Jet. We do see the wide guard coming out of that Mienshao, and that Aqua Jet going ahead and targeting into that Calyrex, going ahead and bringing it down to 18 HP. And I'm sure Corey really wanted that to go ahead and go down with that Aqua Jet, but it just wasn't enough. And we do see the Urshifu getting one hit KO'd from the Calyrex Shadow Rider on that. And we see that Corey just has one Pokemon left, and it really is in such a tough position to get out of this. We do see the Earth Power going into the Mienshao, but I'm sure if I was Corey, I really would hope that that Aqua Jet would have knocked out that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and that was really well played from Sung there. I was a little scared that that Aqua Jet.
Yeah, I think that Aqua Jet just is one of those moves, especially with that terrestrialization of water, that they were really worried about actually knocking out. We do see that the Urshifu is going to go ahead and enter back into the field, and it's going to go ahead and go into that Terrapagos, close combat it, bringing it down into the red, and just being a little bit scared of what's happening now. We do see the Draining Kiss going and giving that Terrapagos a smooch, taking it a little bit HP and knocking out the last of Corey's Pokemon for our game 1 of the Grand Finals. We do see, I think when we're talking about that set, I do think Sung is in a really good position, especially kind of doing that same core once again. Bringing that Calyrex, bringing that Mienshao at the front was such a pivotal thing for them. And I think they really recognize that maybe in their round 4 match, but also in the match that they currently have right now. And I think Corey's really got to analyze, hey, where do I bring this Terrapagos? Do I bring it into the front? Do I bring it into the back? And I need to start to think about maybe bringing that Amoonguss, especially for rerouting some of these hits. For me, maybe I would bring Amoonguss, Ogerpon, Amoonguss, Urshifu, Amoonguss, even Incineroar. I really need to start doing more damage from the beginning to get rid of those pesky Pokemon that are causing me problems like that Mienshao and that Calyrex Shadow Rider. But we go ahead and see that Corey's thinking a little bit more about this. And as we're going to go into our game 2 of our grand finals between Sung Lee and Corey Okonowitz, we're going to go ahead and see that Corey is going to lead with a Terrapagos and an Urshifu. So a little bit of change from the last set, while we see that Sung is going to lead with that Incineroar and Calyrex Shadow Rider. So a little bit of a change. We do see a little bit of a shift with the Terrapagos and going ahead and seeing the Calyrex go ahead and pop off its abilities, as well as the Incineroar, of course, giving that pesky Intimidate, which is not very good for that Urshifu sitting right across from it. This is going to be an interesting start of this game, especially when we're talking about, hey, this Astral Barrage that's going to come out is not going to be nice to this Urshifu that's right across from it. As we see the Astral Barrage coming from that Calyrex Shadow Rider, going ahead and bringing the Urshifu down into the red, with that Surging Strikes going into the Calyrex, going ahead and doing quite a bit of damage into it, which is great for Corey right now, especially depending on what they did with that Terrapagos. We do see the Calm Mind from the Terrapagos on Corey's side, which is great. As always, you need to be setting up that Terrapagos, because if you don't, you're gonna be quite in a pickle. And that Party Shot going into that Terrapagos as well. A very interesting turn 1 for this game too. What do you think, Tyson?
that parting shot mitigating the calm line that Corey was just able to put out there was very, very smart by Sung. Kind of knowing that you have to mitigate its damage. The problem in game 1 is that Sung didn't allow Corey to get that setup turn by just attacking. So the other way you can do that, obviously, is playing a bit more passively and just going for the parting shots instead. The Urshifu from Corey makes a lot of sense, though, knowing that Sung doesn't have any boosts, so your Urshifu is actually going to be able to live. And if you do terrestrialize to get the KO with the Draining Kiss, then that means you're susceptible to a Starstorm later. So Corey taking advantage of that and getting some free damage into the Kyrex there, as we see. Amoonguss actually comes to this game as well. Love to see this guy. We also see a terrestrialization here from the Galapagos, and this could be very, very dangerous if the Kyrex doesn't protect it from Song.
Yeah, I think Corey really understood that those close combats were not anything good for them and brought that Amoonguss. We do see that Sung is going to opt in for that U-turn into that Terapagos to go ahead and bring that Urshifu back into their team while they go ahead and swap out into the Incineroar to go ahead and maybe get a little bit more Intimidate drop, have a little bit more fake out pressure as well with it. We're going to go ahead and see that it is going to drop it a little bit. We see the Draining Kiss giving Amoonguss just a little bit of a smooch, of course. And we're going to go ahead and have that little bit of healing back, but also a Rocky Helmet. Terra Starstorm is going to go ahead and go into Sung's side of the field. And you're going to go ahead and see that Incineroar is going to take a big hit. And also the Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to go down from it. So Corey in a much better position than the game prior.
Yeah, and not only is it a critical hit, but that brings Incineroar down to about 50% there. And it has the potential to take a lot of damage from the Starstorm next turn, or a Earth Power that can come out of Corey, because that's something we have to remember in this matchup as well, as Sung actually just forfeits the game, knowing that Urshifu is not going to be enough there, knowing that Amoonguss can just redirect it. Song throwing in the towel, just saying, I have a better game plan potentially for game 3. Let's speed this up. Let's get the final game 3 on for our finals.
Wow, what an interesting game too. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Especially, I think Corey maybe heard from us, a little bird from all the way from Chicago said, hey, you should probably bring Amoonguss. And they did, which I think was such a good change in the actual pace of the game. Understanding that any close combats coming its way was going to be able to eat it up a little bit more, especially with that Rocky Helmet, which Mianshao doesn't want anything to do with. Truly, truly.
Yeah, and I think that Urshifu lead was also really smart for the reasons I kind of described before, where against the Calyrex lead, you get to go for free attacks, because if they go for an Astral Barrage, you know you're a bulky Mystic Water set, you're most likely going to live. And if they do go for a Draining Kiss to try to do super effective damage and get the knockout, then they have to go for the Terrestrialization. And if they do Terrestrialize, that means they're susceptible to effective damage from something like the Galapagos later. But I'm really interested to see how Sung is going to adapt to that leading game plan from Corey, as Corey leads the Urshifu and the Tropicos again, realizing how strong that game plan is. Sung leading the Incineroar and the Calyrex this time around. Let's see what Sung is able to do differently in this Game 3 Finals.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Once again, we do see the Intimidate drop going onto the Tropicos and that Urshifu, which we know that Urshifu does not really like that much. And we're going to go ahead and see that maybe Sung is going to play this a little bit differently, maybe be a little bit more aggressive or be a little bit more passive. We do see that Corey is going to go ahead and swap out that Urshifu into the Amoonguss right away, which Sung is not really going to like to see, because that fake out is directed into it, which is going to make Incineroar take a little bit of chip due to that Rocky Helmet. The Nasty Plot is going to be set up on that Calyrex Shadow Rider on Sung's side to go ahead and maybe make it a little bit beefier, as well as the Terapagos going for that Calm Mind, as these restricteds are trying to go ahead and beef up their stats as much as possible.
Yeah, and you don't really have a lot of options here if you are Sung. I actually think Taunt might be a little stronger than the Parting Shot, because you don't mind Incineroar staying in here. And the problem with this play is if you do Parting Shot, you have to re-bring Incineroar in eventually. And against Urshifu, it's not really going to be that handy, besides the Final Helmet. But I think you'd much rather Incineroar on the field is taking the hits. We do see a Translation from Corey here, going for the Terra Starstorm. This could be an Earth Power or Starstorm. I think Starstorm is more consistent here. You're able to damage both. Amoonguss goes for Protect as to not get knocked out by this Calyrex potentially. Incineroar is going to have to take a hit here from the Tropico's regardless, though, as a Parting Shot is going to go into that Pago slot next. So kind of neutralizing this +1. It is going to be Earth Power. I wonder if this gets the knockout. I actually don't know.
Oh
it
my
does
gosh.
get the 1-hit knockout there.
Holy cow, that Incineroar is going to go down to that Earth Power from that Terapagos, putting Corey into a great position. Now that not having to deal with those weird, pesky parting shots, fake outs that Sung has used over and over and over again, but it's going to allow Sung to get into that Mienshao pretty easily and cleanly, which is something that Corey really has to respect. Is it going to wide guard? Is it going to close combat? We don't really know because of just how powerful this Terapagos is sitting next to it. We do see the Amoonguss coming back on Corey's side in exchange for Corey's own Incineroar. It said, hey, you lost your cat, but I didn't lose mine, and brings it out, lowering the attack on the Calyrex, but not the Mienshao, but causing a lot of issues over for Sung right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way Corey is playing this is so smart, where you know that terrestrialization is a key part of the game and a key part of a lot of people's game plan. So bringing Pokemon that force out those terrestrializations or force different kind of plans like the Incineroar into the Calyrex, just forcing that out so that you're able to hit super effectively eventually onto one of the Pokemon is very, very smart from Corey's end. The Incineroar coming in takes so much damage from the Astrobot, but it almost doesn't matter as Sung goes for their own terrestrialization response. The Terra Ghost on the Mienshao to avoid something like a fake out to remove the damage. Yes, it wouldn't flinch them, but it would remove the Focus Sash on the Mienshao. Wide Guard coming out here as well to protect against the Terra Starstorm. But yeah, fake out not going into the Mienshao. Perfectly played by Sung there. That's probably leaning toward a sign that Earth Power is going to be the move of Corey, trying to get that knockout on the Mienshao. You're able to get the knockout on Incineroar. That is absolutely huge.
A pivotal turn for Sung as he gets that Grimnay boost on the Calyrex, and we see the Earth Power coming out from Corey into the Mienshao, bringing it down to 6 HP. It's not going to want to take another one, but you know what? Terapagos does take a little bit of a bite of its leftovers, and now is a really interesting board state. Corey still does have that Urshifu and that Amoonguss with them, but this Mienshao is going to cause a lot of issues kind of looking into this.
I'm still baffled about that Terra Ghost play. That was just really well played. That's the second time today I've seen on stream Corey go for a fake out into an inner focus spawn, but it actually have a purpose. Unfortunately, the second time around, it didn't pay off, but this Urshifu here is able to finish a job with something like an Aqua Jet. You can go for a wide guard if you are allowed to get it, but the tech there from the Urshifu not giving Calyrex a free boost. Let's see what the Mienshao goes for. It doesn't matter, as the Tropicos also goes for a protect.
Well, and as they always say, Tyson, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And Sung was going to make sure that that was not going to happen with Corey. So we do see the double protect on Corey's side, just to kind of scout out what's going on, as we saw that wide guard from the Mienshao, as well as that Astral Barrage coming from the Calyrex. I do think I would have maybe have Earth powered instead with that Terapagos and detached with the Urshifu, just so I could get rid of that pesky wide guard that has been causing me a ton of issues. But you know, this is a very close game, and I am not a Terapagos player, so maybe, obviously, Corey probably knows better than I do.
Urshifu coming in here for the Mienshao, not needing for the wide guard, able to eat the Aqua Jet. Let's see what move Corey opts in for here. Astral Barrage, most likely going to be able to knock out this Urshifu. It is +3. The Urshifu does go down. That's +1 Calyrex, but I'm just confused at how you can get rid of this Terapagos. You need this Mienshao in combination with Calyrex to take it down. Earth Power is the move of choice instead of Starstorm. It's going to go in the Urshifu. Oh, that's huge.
And the Urshifu survives.
Yeah, exactly. That parting shot from earlier, allowing Sung's Urshifu to live. The problem here is that you can't really go for a close combat like you can, but the Amoongus is going to be directed or protect. Wait! You let the
Wait a
close
second.
combat from Choice Guard first to go into Galapagos. That's going to be so much damage.
Oh my gosh, so we see that close combat went into that Terapagos, going out and lowering Urshifu's stats a little bit, and that Astro Barrage obviously not connecting just due to it not affecting that Terapagos. We do see the Terra Starstorm coming out from Corey's side of the field, and we're going to go ahead and see that it will knock out that Urshifu and take quite a bit of damage onto that Calyrex.
The problem now is that Corey's Pokemon can't protect. The Amoongus can't protect now. Of course, you don't want it to get knocked out by that Astro Barrage, but if you do want to way back in this game, this is the way you do it. You have to play the mind game now of, do I protect? Do I Earth Power? Do I Starstorm? That Earth Power, like, extra layer of, I don't even want to say mind game, but that extra layer of skills is so interesting from Corey there. Going to go for the protect instead, though, to stop fake out. Amoongus gets the double protect against the fake out Mienshao, and that means it's going to be able to redirect next turn.
Wow, what an amazing double to protect. I will say I've never been able to pull off a double protect, but Corey, I'm sure, is very happy right now with pulling it off, as we see that it will go ahead and make sure that Sung has nothing that happens to it this turn. And Amoongus has to do what Amoongus does best, which is redirect all of that damage onto its little mushroom self. We're going to go ahead and see that Sung is not, he might be a little down, but he's not out. As you see that Rage Powder coming out from the Amoongus to make sure that anything that's coming that Terapagos' way is not going to go ahead and hit it. We see the Astral Barrage going ahead and getting and connecting onto the Amoongus. But you know what? It's going to do a one-hit KO!
That's absolutely huge. We knew that was
baffled.
coming. The Calyrex is like +4 by now. The close combat's going to come out. It's enough to get the Terapagos, though, and that is going to be game. Sung is going to be your Collector's Emporium winner.
What an amazing grand finals, and it's such a nail-biting one as well. I think, honestly, Corey played this so well. I think especially since they played in round 4 and Corey lost 0-2 to Sung that way, to come back into the grand finals and take a game off of Sung was extremely impressive, because I think Corey really understood, hey, I need to start changing some things around. Things are not working well. I think I might have to bring Amoongus into this comp to be able to actually have a fighting chance against Sung. But Sung went ahead, saw that game too, said, okay, I need to play this a little bit differently. This is how I'm going to go ahead and do it. And as we always say, this is chess, not checkers. And Sung played it masterfully today. Amazing finals, and amazing finals.
And congrats to them as well, and congratulations to all the players in Top Cut, as well as a huge thank you for all the players showing up to the event today. Hopefully you all enjoyed, even if we couldn't be there in person. But we did enjoy commentating all over the games today. This was a blast. Thank you to production. Thank you to Courtney for being here with me, putting on this amazing show. And don't forget that the 19th, there's also going to be another event. I'll be there in person for that one. So come out, come enjoy. It's the 2K pot event. It's going to be split across TCG and VG. That'll be amazing. If you've been watching the stream today, you know about that throughout the ads today. I'm sure we'll run it one more time before we go. But again, thank you all for watching. That was what an amazing finals, to be honest. That was amazing. Tropicos for the win, though. Sorry. No Clefairy, no Calyrex.
No, please, everyone, please stop, But truthfully,
it can win look. It can win the event, but Tropicos will always have a place in my heart.
Okay, whatever you say, Tyson. But once again, thank you all to all the wonderful traders who went out today, all the amazing production crew, the amazing TOs, and my amazing co-host Tyson, who really made this show so special. But make sure to come out on the 19th, and also stay around to figure out what events that they might have coming up and what we see in the future. But thank you all so much for coming today, and we'll see you next time, honestly.
Bye-bye. Thanks for watching.
See you.